It all depends what you're comparing it to. It all depends on what you're referencing it to. That's how motion works. I'll take that silence as I'm thinking about it.
No. Don't take that silence as anything. Sometimes he's just busy doing real shit. Okay, so if he's not going to respond, I'm going to respond. I've always heard in math, the shortest distance between two lines is point A and B. You said if it's a curved line, it's a shorter path. What did you mean by that? See, I'm not taking the silence as anything. I'm assuming that maybe you're a human and you're like farting or burping or something, or folding your laundry, which Zanuck will probably be back in like 30 seconds.
Or I
Go ahead,
didn't
Zanuck.
or I didn't push the button. Remember, we're talking about reference frames, so you can't compare two different reference frames to talk about distances because each one of those frames has a different point coordinate system. So if you can't compare one with the other because they're completely different. So when I talk about a shot off of a gunboat to an island and you're counting on this curved path, well, there's no way you can make it straight in the rotating reference frame because objects that are shot from anywhere will always have a curved path with respect to the ground. Always. Because it's a nature of the point coordinate system and the transformation. So you can't shoot a straight line. There are no straight lines of motion in a rotating reference frame. Because things are inertial, that means they go straight in the inertial frame and they have to be curved by definition in the rotating reference frame. I know it's a mind-boggling thought to try to grasp, but it is the truth, and you have to take my word for it because, or do the research and figure out why I'm saying this.
His word.
Just think of the reference frame as a big box, volume box with equal distant dots with respect to each other, and each one of those dots has a coordinate number, X, Y, and Z, and that coordinate system, the cube, let's call it a cube, is either rotating or accelerating or doing something other than the box that is not doing that. And the box could be within the box too.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying too.
I mean, it's kind of a silly argument because we don't really say whether it's actually happening because there's evidence that it does, but we can experiment with it on things like a merry-go-round and say, okay, I get where the Globers are coming from. They're talking about, points on the merry-go-round that are rotating versus the ball for someone sitting on a park bench looking at the ball being thrown. It's going to be a whole different view of motion if you're laying down on the merry-go-round watching what this ball does. It looks like it'll spiral over your head. Or if you're sitting at the park bench, it looks like it just takes a perfectly straight line and the people around it spun underneath it. Both are valid. Just you describe the motion by what you're comparing it to, what you're referencing it to and from. It shouldn't be Greek. It should be pretty easy to understand.
Yeah, I get it, but what if there was a absolute reference frame and all that's just nonsense?
That's interesting you say that, but can you elaborate on how that's even possible? Because you can actually look at things from different perspectives and different reference points that are moving or accelerating or taking rotational paths. So intuitively that you can look at anything from anywhere you want. That is not inertial. And by the way, our inertial perspective is really not even inertial either, because we're supposedly rotating on the Earth.
Dude, it's this simple, man. There's no invalid reference frames. When somebody says there's no preferred reference frames, that's all they mean, is that there's no invalid reference frames. What is a determining factor of which reference frame you're using is the relevant reference frame. There are certainly irrelevant reference frames. There are actually mostly irrelevant reference frames. And there's relevant reference frames, but there's no invalid reference frames. So for that reason, you could describe the movement, the momentum, the velocity of anything from any reference frame arbitrarily, if you'd like to. There's no invalid way. There's no invalid frame to describe something's movement. And so if somebody says that from this body's movement, from the merry-go-round's frame, the spinning merry-go-round's frame, that the path of a ball that was thrown from some, pitcher, he was throwing it straight in his reference frame, from the perspective or from the perspective of the reference frame that's rotating, that path can be curved, and that's a perfectly valid path of the ball because you're describing it from a rotating frame. There's nothing invalid about that at all.
Well said, Kosho.
That's the thing, though, Coach. Right? They're trying to say that there is a preferred reference frame, like you think of, like you being stationary on the ground, with the ground being stationary, witnessing motion from that frame. That's typically the one that they kind of tend to say is the preferred frame.
Yeah, right, and that makes sense. It makes sense why somebody would have that intuition or that assumption or something. That's why preferred. I understand what it means. You understand what it means, but it might even just be easier to just describe there not being an invalid reference frame, because it's true that there is, like, the stationary ground, like the earth being stationary and describing movement and that reference makes sense when we're communicating to each other, because that's our shared reference frame. Basically, that's a reference frame that is
It's easily
shared between all.
accessible
Yeah,
for all of us.
right. So that makes sense, and that's just sort of an intuitive, fact. But that doesn't make any other reference frame invalid. That just makes that one kind of the most useful one to describe things from in most contexts.
It, you'd have to come up with an actual like criteria for how you determine which frames are valid or which frames absolute, which is invalid.
I read something once. That described a time in history, I guess between 1905 and 1915, where it was thought that there were, or at least this is, like I said, this is from what I understand from what it was saying, that in that time, because of Einstein's special theory of relativity, it was thought that there were preferred reference frames being the inertial ones, and accelerated frames were, I don't know, somehow that not invalid, but somehow less preferred or something like that. But that was quickly, re-understood as there being no preferred reference frames. You ever hear anything like that, Jace? I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, I mean there was a lot of debate over the years over acceleration, and a lot of people, a lot of physicists nowadays still think that accelerated frames are still special compared to inertial or stationary, constant velocity, etc. kind of frames. They think acceleration is an absolute type of motion. which would kind of be opposite of what you were saying. I think when special relativity first came around, they thought that like you said, inertial frames were kind of the special ones. But then, Einstein extended those kind of ideas to accelerated frames as well, and kind of changed things a bit. For a while, Einstein thought he had proven the principle of general relativity, but really it was pointed out to him, shown to him later, that he actually really only showed the principle of general covariance, which is slightly different. So to me, I'm still in between on if acceleration is a special kind of motion or not.
Hey, when would you want to watch? We talked about watching those dialect videos, but there really is just one video that I think would be interesting to watch. It's like a 20-minute video. But I think it'd be interesting to watch it with Charlie, and then maybe even Witsit, because Witsit talks about a lot of this stuff, and kind of just like watch it and then get different opinions. Because I feel like there's probably 4 different perspectives, like between the 4 of us, or understandings. I mean, right. So it'd be interesting to narrow that down, right?
Yeah,
Are you interested?
Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, you just have to kind of let me know when you're thinking.
Yeah. It would probably be like it'd be probably be in a different room in here, and it probably would be at least probably a good hour worth of dialogue between whoever's there, because it's like I said, it's like 20-minute video, and there'd be other stuff to bring in, and like I said, we probably have 4 different understandings of it. And mine's probably the inferior one out of them all, maybe even. But I just remember watching his videos, and because of the way that he disagreed with a lot of the people that I had learned some of the stuff from, I remember thinking that he was wrong. But yeah, it could just be my lack of understanding, right?
No, I hear you. I kind of thought the same thing. Which video would you want to watch?
Let me post it too, because it was one where he talked about a little bit of. I think he talked about the Mac. What's it called? The Mach's principle, Machian principle, whatever you call it.
Yeah.
He talks about that. He talks about the Newton's bucket, and he talks. I want to say that he talks a little bit about relative. Let me just pull it up, because I think I'm not sure if I'm confusing 2 different videos or not.
I know which one. Well, the one with Mach and Newton's bucket, that's one video, but it's not really a relativity video. It's more about what's going on in a rotating frame, and what Newton and Mach were arguing about.
Well, there might be 2 different videos. There might be 2 different videos then. But yeah, but like I said, both or all are kind of interesting, anyways. But let me Let me pull one of them up at least. He doesn't have that many videos, right? Actually, he just came out with a new one. He came out with a new one 2 weeks ago. Says why the theory of relativity doesn't add up. In
Yeah,
Einstein's own words.
yeah. So, like, I went back and I watched, like I told you, I watched again most of his videos because, like you said, he doesn't have a lot. And what I think he's doing is he's setting up a ether type of relativity kind of thing. Like he's not dismissing relativity, but he's trying to frame it in terms of an ether kind of theory, which is it's very different compared to what these guys here say it's the ether kind of ideas they put forward. What he's doing is much different than that, but it's still that's what he's trying to do, I feel.
Okay. Also, hold on. Sorry, I gotta press pause on this. Okay. Anyways, also I know I was talking to Jace and I brought up Witsit and Charlie, but it kind of would be an event that anybody's invited to participate in. I'll post one of the videos that we're talking about, and I'm looking at his channel now, and actually, I was conflating two videos because there's another video that he has called "The True Cause of Gravity and General Relativity," and that's the reason I brought up Charlie's because I heard Charlie bring something up that I kind of understood as well about how like time. We talked about this the other day, but the way that this guy Dialect starts that other video about the true cause of gravity, he starts it out by like basically shitting on, well, displaying like all these other YouTubers' views on it. Basically, a lot of the YouTubers where I got that idea from, or that understanding from, and then says how they're all wrong and stuff. So yeah, just be interesting to learn something different about it.
Yeah, and I've seen that video. I've seen a lot of those other videos as well. We kind of talked about it the other day, but yeah, it would be fun to go watch it with some people and talk about it.
One thing I thought that was interesting about this video, though, the Newton versus Mach thing, is he does easily display like Einstein's flip flops through the years. Like he showed like the timeline, I think. That's the correct video. Yeah, he shows like Einstein's timeline of like when he was going back and forth through beliefs and stuff like that. And I always thought that'd be something interesting to talk with Witsit about, because I know we've had many debates with Witsit about Mach's principle and Einstein's reference towards it and stuff like that. And I understand that Einstein, flip flopped on that several times because he was extremely revered. Like he was very impressed by it for some time, but then he discarded it, readily, seemingly so.
Yeah, he when he developed special relativity, and then he started thinking about gravity and inertial versus accelerated frames and stuff. And so that's when he started getting into kind of Mach's ideas. And he, up until about like 1915-ish, 1914, probably a little before, because he said that he had to basically discard Mach's ideas to finish relativity. But then in the 1920s, to finish general relativity. But then in the 1920s, he came back around to Mach's ideas and thought that he could incorporate them into general relativity after all. And then he flip-flopped a few more times throughout the 30s. And finally, in like the 50s, he wrote books where he said that it's bored with.
Yeah. Like he completely distanced himself from it. Yeah. Because I've read that too. I've read a paper. I've read like a letter. I forget who the letter was to or from or whatever, but it was like in the 40s, maybe in the 50s, maybe I forget one. But he's basically just distancing himself from it.
Yeah, he wrote a letter to some Italian physicists in like the early 50s and just basically pointed out a few few of the flaws with it, and yeah, like you said, just kind of distance himself from it, and that was pretty much the last of what I've seen about what he said on it. Like those are like his latest ideas on it.
I'll be honest, I don't even think I watched this full video, but what's do you remember what this guy's the result of like his analysis of Mach's principle or whatever, like because I mean is he basically shows the distinction between what Newton and Einstein would say about this bucket or whatever. But yeah, but what does this dialect guy say about Mach's principle?
From what I remember, I watched this video probably a couple weeks ago again, and he eventually he gets into like how the 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 matter or whatever has to have a knowledge of the other matter in the universe that it's like rotating in reference to, if you want to make any kind of like distinguishing. I forget what exactly he said, but it was something along those lines. And so he doesn't really give like a final judgment on like either of them. He kind of gives like a situation kind of criteria where Newton can be right, and kind of a criteria where Mach can be right. And, just saying, it's kind of up to us to decide still.
Right. Oh, Noah posted something. Oh, he's posting a couple of things about it. I was gonna say, yeah, no, because I'd seen, not to change the subject too much, but he's talking about quintessence or whatever. Because I saw a space time video about that as well, where they were talking about how dark was it? Dark energy, yeah. How dark energy, like there's hypotheses that kind of talk about it as like a quantum field, and somehow it's related to the ether. I forget exactly how. Noah might know more about that. You might know more about it than I do.
I've heard basically Ed Copeland, he's a physicist at Nottingham University in England, or a cosmologist. And he's put forth some quintessence models. And basically his is like, it's just a model of dark energy and how it can be, like you said, it can be a quantum field and it can change over time. So it can be different. It can kind of, in the early universe, it can just kind of mock regular, just plain old regular energy, I guess you'd say. And then, as time goes on, it can start to get stronger and stronger, and it can even change from like a kind of like fluid field to more of a particle kind of field, or vice versa. And it's just a model of how dark energy can change, basically. And what you would expect, like what kind of observations you'd expect to make if it's actually true.
Somebody was correcting me the other day. I think it was Charlie. And I didn't really settle on what the answer was, but I'd said something, or he said something I disagree with about energy. What did he say about like the what is it called? Like the first law of thermodynamics. The energy. Anyway, the point is that
The conservation of energy.
yeah, that's the word. Conservation. Yeah. Right, but the dark energy, the Big Bang, inflation, universe, and stuff like that. I think he was saying that the energy density was constant, and so that there is energy being created or something. But I thought that the energy density was decreasing. But I don't know if that's true.
Well, it depends. In the regular lambda CDM model of cosmology, right? The cosmological constant is constant, right? So that means as space grows in volume, the energy density has to stay constant. So that means that the energy has to be being created. Otherwise, if space was growing in volume and there was no new dark energy being created, then the dark energy density would be going down. It wouldn't be staying constant. So in that sense, it's not in line with the first law, but that's fine. But regular, and I'll explain why in a sec. But regular energy is the regular energy density is decreasing because if the universe is expanding or whatever, regular energy is not being created, so thus it's decreasing in density, but the dark energy is not. It's staying constant. It's the lambda cosmological constant. And the reason why this is the first law of thermodynamics doesn't really apply here is because the first law of thermodynamics is a conservation law. It arises from the symmetry, a time translational symmetry in a system, which means that the results, basically in layman's terms, just means that if I do an experiment today and then I do it tomorrow and I do it the next day, et cetera, and I get the same result every time, then that system that I'm doing the experiment on has time translational symmetry, and thus the law of conservation of energy comes out of that. So that system would have to obey conservation of energy. But the universe in general doesn't follow that. Obviously, tomorrow is different than today, and the universe is also expanding, and a bunch of other things that obviously make time translational symmetry is broken. So the energy conservation law doesn't apply to the universe as a whole.
Yeah. Some of this stuff just goes over my head, man. But it's the sort of stuff that, like, when I'm reading stuff like this, I gotta read it like 3 times.
Yeah, it's a little hard to grasp, and some people have tried to save the law of conservation of energy on the cosmological scale with certain different metrics, but they're like really convoluted, and they're like pseudo tensors, so they're not even really metrics. It just doesn't work.
Hey, hold on. Yeah, is Research Flat Moon the same Research Flat Moon as Dr. Bob, or is there 2 Research Flat Moons?
I only know of Dr. Bob being Research Flat Moon.
Yeah. That probably is then. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Because I see it's about me muted because flurps fear me. Yeah, it's Dr. Bob. All right, cool. Yeah, I have this space time. I have this relativity book from Einstein. My girlfriend bought it for me, and it's kind of technical, but also kind of like digestible and stuff. And I just got to get around to reading the whole thing. I feel like I feel like I'm always gaining like a newer grasp on Einstein and relativity and stuff, and it's kind of like always adapting, and I learn new things all the time that kind of disrupt sort of what I used to know about it. Just kind of strange ideas since I've been talking about it, for years or whatever, and I'm constantly like readjusting how I understand it.
Yeah, same here. Like, there's been a lot of times where I've like thought I had a good enough understanding to see how something would turn out in terms of relativity, and then it's like, nope, guess I didn't, because it's totally different than what I thought.
What do you think about Veritasium? He's another guy that I often disagree with, or like I feel like I disagree with sometimes. And then you know, because he makes videos where he shows that he was right. You know what I mean? So it's like he does turn out to be right in a lot of cases. But I saw a video from him recently that was talking about redshift. And basically, like, you know, how there's 3 types of redshift. There's cosmological redshift. There's, you know, the usual Doppler redshift due to like the velocity. And then there's gravitational redshift. And he made an argument, and I thought it was a pretty fair argument, that showed that all 3 of these were the same thing, just sort of being described differently. Like it's basically the same exact effect. Yeah, just being viewed for different perspectives, I guess. I don't know if you've ever seen that or heard that idea or anything.
Yeah, I've seen. I saw the video a while back when it first came out, and I've heard some other physicists kind of give their thoughts on the matter, and some of them, I wouldn't say like they fully agree, but they can see the argument, right? Like they don't think it's just totally wrong. And then some of them are just like, no, you can put maybe gravitational and Doppler redshift you can get away with saying are the same. But like if you plot out Doppler and gravitational redshift and cosmological redshift, you see that the cosmological redshift is wildly different than the other two. Like the other two have limits, whereas cosmological redshift doesn't. It also, doesn't obey conservation of energy because it's not applied to time translation symmetric systems. So they just say that there's differences. They're not the same thing. But some do see the argument and give it credence. As far
My
as
girlfriend,
me
sorry,
personally,
go ahead.
me personally,
My girlfriend,
I'm not sure. Go ahead.
my girlfriend wants me to tell you something. She says, hold on. I think she's saying hoo-ha. No. I don't know. She was in the Army too, so I don't know what they're saying in the Army.
Hooah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, I
Like,
think the Marines.
how that the Marines say "oorah."
Yeah, they're the
Well,
ones that have a
the
cool
Army they yeah, the Army they say "hooah." It is kind of corny.
Yeah, no, the Navy's. You know what the Navy's is? It's hoo-yah. Sounds like we're on a fucking water slide.
Original. We're all so original.
Yeah, I think the Marines are the only ones who should have one, dude, because it's the only one that sounds cool.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, she was just saying, hey, because I told her you were in the Army. She was just saying whatever y'all's fucking sound is.
We'll tell her I said "hooah" back.
Yeah, but yeah. So yeah, about that event thing, because I know I feel bad because we bored a lot of people in here just now, but I do know there's people in here who wouldn't mind participating in that. And actually, I probably would reach out to Witsit because I think it would be interesting if he participated in that with us, right? Because he does have a lot of opinions in that regards. Like he's the reason I know about Mach's principle, to be honest. So yeah, no, he's interested in that. But yeah, so we can make a whole event out of that.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't mind Witsit. To be honest, I more get annoyed by Charlie than Witsit.
Yeah, I know, man. They're all different, It's sort of like what I say, like, with the spoon, spoonful at a time or whatever. So that's kind of the thing, though. Also, I think it'd be an interesting conversation because I'm the same way with a lot of those characters and other characters. Speaking of characters, what's up, Chris Leo?
Hi, Kosho.
Yeah, what's up, buddy? You barely ever come in here whenever it's quiet. You always come in here whenever there's commotion, and then you
Motion on the ocean.
a storm.
Hey, Carlos. Oh, hey, Jace, are you there?
Yo, I'm here.
Hey, I've heard you're very good at cracking passwords. Can you help me with something?
No. Don't fucking
What?
fall. Don't fall for this bullshit, dude. He's trying to fucking tease me, man. I know what you're up to, Lale.
I'm not, Jace. This is real. This is the real deal.
Well,
It'll solidify yourself on the globe.
go for it, Lale. Hit me with it.
Okay, Jace, I was just trolling Kosho.
I knew it, dude. Just being an ass, dude. Because his brother supposedly, I don't forget how many Bitcoin he said his brother had.
10.
A long time. 10? Okay, yeah, I guess it was 10. Yeah, so he had 10 Bitcoin. It seemed like more than that before. But oh well, either way. He had 10
Whatever.
Bitcoin.
A lot.
It doesn't matter what it was. And he just he forgot his password. And I said, dude, just get me in touch with your brother because there's ways to there's ways to go about that, dude. Especially time.
Jace just left, so you're. Oh no, never mind.
Jason, leave, dude. You're seeing things. You got Jeremy's eyes, man.
Lale, don't interrupt, please. And Lale wish he has my eyes.
I actually probably do because I'd have better eyesight than I do now.
I didn't know you wore glasses.
Anyways, go on with the story.
No, yeah, I was just saying that, Lale, because he told. I mean, it's really annoying that you bring it up, Lale, because you're the stubborn one who won't get me in touch with your brother, but you still bring it up all the time. But anyway,
when was the last time I brought it up, Kosho?
Maybe the last time we talked. Probably, I don't know though. But regardless, his brother has at least 10 Bitcoin, and he just forgot his password or maybe his passphrase or something like that. I don't know what because I haven't talked to his brother, but he just kind of gave up on it, and that's it. That's the end of that story. And so somebody like me, a problem solver, also a software developer,
or you make problems. You make problems.
Okay,
you don't
bro.
even solve them. You make more problems.
Okay,
if there was a zombie apocalypse and it was me and you, I would have to kill you just to have any chance of survival.
I agree. I would go for Jeremy's side.
What the fuck? Okay, regardless. I don't even know if I disagree with that, but regardless, I am a problem solver, and yeah. So I mean, just talking with somebody, you can find out if there's, a way to get into that account, or even where that wallet is. That's 10 Bitcoin. Dude. There was a time where that was well over 600, $500,000 that you're just throwing away.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
It's still kind of worth almost $500,000. But anyways, no, this time it's about me.
Get us back on track, Lale.
This time it's about me, Kosho. Seriously. So I use a online VoIP service, right? For my cell phone. And so I did something kind of stupid, and I decided I wanted to reset my phone, but at the same time I wanted to reset my password for my Google account.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to stop. I'm gonna need to stop you right there, Lale. Do we have a real topic that we're talking about here, or what's going on?
Oh my gosh!
I know,
I was talking about a real topic of me messing up. Kosho.
Listen,
so
Chris,
here's the deal.
Jeremy, to be fair, Chris, I do feel for you, and we can talk about this offline. But I do
offline. I never get to talk to you anywhere except here.
Well, just pull me. So we'll go aside in about 10 minutes. We'll
go aside. Mia Kosho.
I don't want you to just continue, dude. Nobody's saying Johnny. Just continue what your problem is, dude, and we'll see what's going on.
So here's my problem.
No, you got some kind of tech support issue problem. That's not what we do here. Do we have a topic?
All right.
Do you see what I mean about having to kill you in a zombie apocalypse?
Okay.
I'm not going to enjoy it. It's just what I have to do to survive.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I have $500,000 of Chris Lale's brother's money, and you're somewhere fucking.
You don't have any of it.
It's hypothetical, dude. All right, Chris. We'll talk.
Well, I'm speaking in reality, though. You don't have any of it.
Okay, man.
And I'm on Jeremy's side in this zombie apocalypse thingy.
All right. Well, in Jeremy's side, he's still on this whole thing about the preferred reference frame thing, right? So you're on his side with that as well.
I don't even know what a preferred reference frame is.
It's
Is
me,
that
Leia,
like when
and
you're at
Kosho.
Walmart and you're shopping and you prefer to be in line first so you don't have to wait in line for an hour? Is that what a preferred reference frame is?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Here you go, Chris.
Me, Leia, and Kosho walking through the woods. It's a zombie apocalypse. Me and Leia have to take out Kosho. It's our only chance for survival.
Yeah, exactly. Because
agree.
otherwise, the zombies are gonna see us, and they're obviously gonna be confused by you guys because they're like, okay, I don't know, those guys zombies. I don't know. I think they're good. They're gonna see me, and they're gonna know I'm an able-bodied person. And
Wait a minute.
I'm gonna do you guys.
In that case, I turn on Jeremy and help Kosho.
Yeah, there you go. Man.
Are you shooting
That's who you're
Kosho in the
going
head
with?
or in the knee?
Well, we use him as a decoy. We may have to use him for meat, so we don't want to kill him right away.
So knee.
So we're talking about make-believe stuff, but I was
We
telling
have an actual
Kosho
topic.
a real
I know.
thing.
That's right. Let's get back on track, Lale. Good point. Do we have an actual topic we're discussing here, or what?
I was having a real topic, and you changed it to an unreal topic of the zombie apocalypse.
Chris,
that shit is more.
Yeah, we gotta be fair, man. Because me and Jace were kind of bullshitting for a little bit. I wouldn't say bullshitting, but we were talking stuff that probably other people weren't into. And
then I came in and told Kosho.
I know, but it's not fair. It's not fair to hold the rooms hostage, man. So we could talk. I can definitely help you though, Chris. If you give me 10 minutes, we can talk private. Okay?
Where are we going to talk at?
In one of the rooms in here. We'll go to a different room. But I'll reach out to you in about 10 minutes if you're still around. Are you going to be around in 10 minutes?
What other room?
It doesn't matter, man. Livestream too. I'll be in a different room and just go to that room also, okay? And I'll tell you when it happens, all right? No more instructions on this matter, okay? But did you already go? Jesus Christ.
Good grief.
He always used to do this in gems too. Like, hey, we go to the other room with me real quick. I'm like, all right, let's go, Chris. Let's go down there. I told him 10 minutes. I really hope he's not waiting down there for the whole 10 minutes, dude. Anyways, Jeremy, you did this, man. This is your game now, Jeremy. So Chris Lale left. You fucking ran him off. So what's this real topic that you've been dying to get to? I thought.
We're gonna get the sun. Hold on. Yo, where's the Frank's Red Hot at?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're gonna help Chris with his tech problems, but we're gonna help Jeremy find his Frank's Red Hot.
Hold on. Think of something good. Do something with your life, will you, Kosho?
Well, for one, Frank's is not even that great, dude. I mean, I don't know. There's better hot sauces.
Cholula.
I mean, I'd be honest with you, dude. When I go, I have a favorite one now, but it used to be when I go to the grocery store, I used to just like picking random ones, just just to see if there was going to be one I really liked. But I finally got one that I really liked, and so I not only get that one. None of that's important.
What's the name of it?
Valentina's or something. I don't know. Let me see.
Do you guys have a sriracha shortage down there too?
Sriracha's good.
Yeah. Do you have a shortage though, or is it available?
Oh, I don't know. Is there a sriracha shortage going on, or what's going on?
You guys still on fire?
Nope. Our fire ban is lifted.
Your fire ban is lifted?
Yeah, the whole province
is the country on fire? I mean, the country was like burning up. It was on fire.
Yo, they've been smoking us out
not so bad.
for weeks. Not so bad, dude. We couldn't breathe. It was unhealthy to go outside here for like weeks. What do you mean not so bad?
If you want our maple syrup, you're going to get our smoke too. Okay.
Well, there ain't gonna be no maple syrup. All your maple trees burnt down.
No,
It's a whole
there
nother
were no
meeting.
maple trees.
Smoking the pancake.
No maple trees died in the making of these forest fires.
You ever heard of that molasses disaster in like Boston or somewhere like that back in the day? There was like a fucking molasses tsunami and it killed like 30 people. Sorry, but I was going like, I'm not trying to laugh at people, but it was going like 30 miles per hour, and which is fast for molasses, right? But I think it got killed like 30 people or something like that, maybe more.
I was definitely expecting a joke at the end of that.
No, it's funny, but not in a kind of morbid way. I mean, I feel bad for anyone that died. To be honest,
No, are you serious with this molasses thing?
Yeah, it's a true story, dude.
Get the fuck out of here. This was worse than Australia losing the water. By far.
Yeah, well, this is in your neck of the woods, dude. Because it's like, you live in Canada and, New England, basically. Whereas, people like me from New York, different state, basically, than where you live. That shit would never have gone. It never would have happened. But I think it happened up in your neck of the woods. But let me find out.
I'm nowhere near Canada.
You're nowhere near Canada. Let me ask
New
you a
York
question.
borders Canada, dude.
What are we saying about Canada?
Apparently, 30 people
Specifically-
died in a molasses tsunami.
No. It wasn't. It was in Boston. So it was in Boston. It killed 21 people, and it was traveling 35 miles per hour. Collapsed buildings, flooded homes, trapped people and horses.
Where the fuck did all
was
this
this?
molasses?
Yeah, in the 1920s or 19 like early or like I think it was 1920. I think.
Yeah, it was like 1919. Yeah.
Do we have any cell phone footage?
No. It says the smell of molasses lingered for decades. It's not really a bad thing, I don't think. But I guess it's if you have not have PTSD or something.
It could have been worse.
That's right.
My whole area smelled like campfire for fucking weeks just now because it can't.
Well, what's funny? Well, I forget, Jace. I don't want to dox you, Jace, but I don't know. Actually, no, never mind. I was gonna say something about New Jersey. You're not in New Jersey, though, right?
No, I'm not from New Jersey, bro.
Yeah, no, not
Come
from
on,
New
man.
Jersey. I'm saying in New Jersey. I
No,
know you're not
no,
from
I'm
New
not.
Jersey. I know you got so offended, man, and I would get offended too.
What was you talking about?
No, but I was trying to tell my girlfriend because I know Jeremy knows about the smell. And I was telling my girlfriend about the smell, and I went to YouTube and I said, why does New Jersey smell bad? And then like there's a guy from New Jersey. He actually made a video and he actually did the research, and he came up with a pretty good answer, dude. I mean, there's so many videos on New Jersey smelling bad, dude. It really does.
You know the labyrinth? Do you know the labyrinth with David Bowie? In that movie,
dude.
there was a thing called the Eternal Bog of Stench. That's what Jersey smells like.
Not what it was called. It was called the Bog of Eternal Stench, and I'm the one who told you that. You fucking doofus. You told me you were driving through New Jersey, and I was like, yeah, dude, it's a Bog of Eternal Stench. But anyway, no, there's a place. The guy who did the video, he said he's like, oh, so I did some research, and the place I'm at right now, there was like a sewage treatment plant. Is like the third biggest one in the country, and then right next to that, there's this company that literally takes like animal, like basically the stuff that like if you were making sausage, right, and you have all the animal parts, the stuff that's left over from that, so like weird ass animal parts and all this other weird shit, they process that shit and they make like dog food with it or something. I don't know what they do with it, but you can imagine
Hot dogs.
Like, and these two, I hope not, dude. These two things are right next to each other. And then there's like a coffee place nearby too. And yeah, there's a bunch of shit like that there. I think it's really probably just bad, just planning, like civil planning. Like just put all these fucking weird factories.
What's the first biggest sewage factory? Cleveland?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. But I mean, it is a good question. Like, why does New Jersey stink so bad? And it's not just in one place; it's like all over the state. And it's like it probably has something to do with like a lot of the runoff from like New York and Pennsylvania and shit like that, like the factories and shit like that.
Yeah, probably through the Delaware or the tri-state, like just that whole like area is just like fucking booming with a bunch of industries.
There's a lot of industrial. Yeah.
But I also think too it has to do with the fact that there are old like eastern cities like are just traditionally very very old. So you have very old infrastructure or new infrastructure layered onto old infrastructure that like creates a huge civil engineering issue to kind of figure everything out.
The worst thing was there was this island near New York City, and they made it so it had no cars. So you have an issue when you have a city with no cars. Like I don't know what they're going to do with this Lion City in Dubai or whatever. But if you don't have cars, there's one huge, massive problem with that is you have no way to move garbage. Like you got to move garbage, right? So what they did was they did this pneumatic tube system. It's a mess to try to get rid of the garbage. Is it Roosevelt Island? I forget the name of it.
I would have done if I was going to make a rule like that. I would have made garbage sort of like I would have made like incentives for people not to have garbage. I've seen families. I saw this one family. They literally showed like all their garbage for like the whole year. It was literally like 2 pieces of fucking like 2 bottles or something like that, or 2 like weird scraps. But like everything that they ever buy or use, like they basically like recycle it, or they don't buy things that are like consumables. You know what I mean? Like they're not gonna use plastic bags, shit like that. You know what I mean? It's not impossible to do that. It kind of is difficult, but it's not impossible to reduce your waste.
Well, like my so go ahead.
I was just going to say there's Mackinac Island in Michigan that has no cars too. I wonder how they deal with it.
In order to not make waste like that, you have to buy your own food. Or sorry, you'd have to grow your own food because any kind of food you get, there's wild packaging and shit with it. You'd have a dumpster full from a family in a year.
Yeah, I would say if you go to the butcher, you get like a big, I don't know, like the thing that Rocky punches, like one of those big pieces of meat. You put it in your own
beef.
Tub. There you go. You put it in your own tub.
That's exotic.
Kosho thought big pieces of meat. Never mind. Go ahead. What were you saying?
All right, man. Yeah. Anyways, you bring your own tub. You don't gotta use the plastic that they wrap it in, dude. You have your own thing, so you don't have to make your own food. You can purchase food without. There's people who go to the grocery store. They bring their own bags. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's also
everything.
I know people that what they do is they'll go to the store. Like the thing about butchers is they usually give you wax papers, so you don't really have that issue at butchers. But if they go to the grocery store, they'll unpackage all the shit at the grocery store, put it into like glass containers, and then throw their garbage at the grocery store. So it's great they have no waste at home. They just dump their waste on somebody else.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're still making the waste as waste, but it would be very hard to live like that. I couldn't imagine. I mean, dude, I do like 3-4 cans a week, garbage cans for my family. Like, even if we scaled down, I couldn't see making only one. I don't know.
That's because you have like 18 babies, don't you?
I mean, this is a house. This is a house full. We're like Family Matters, or what was that other one? Full House or something.
Do you guys get weekly garbage? Do you get weekly garbage pickup, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so where I live, they do bi-weekly garbage pickup, man. It fucking at the end of that second week, man, let me tell you, if you're a big family, that fucking garbage stinks.
Dude, I missed it one week in the summer a few years ago. Holy shit, bro. It looked like a horror movie. There was just maggots pouring out of it like fucking some scary movie shit.
Yeah, but so imagine when you miss it 1 week now, that means it's a month old.
You guys Canadian?
Like where I live, you don't want to miss your garbage day, man. If you miss your garbage day, you are fucked.
Yeah, we're only allowed 1 bag every 2 weeks.
What?
Yeah.
1 bag every 2 weeks?
We usually put out We often put out one, but sometimes we put out two, and we're not penalized though, so they're not.
Oh, like sorry about that, guys. I was
Yeah.
watching this. You know that one colonel who was like raping those chicks, and he's a Canadian dude.
Kosho, you want to know
like-
something? Okay, Kosho, you want to know something funny?
What?
It's not funny. That guy actually lived 20 minutes from my house. Like, not even 20 minutes. He lived literally like maybe 4 or 5, blocks from where I grew up. Yeah,
I was watching it the other day, dude, and it shows like where he lived, and it's like all these houses around there got their panties stolen. I was like, holy shit! So you might have had some of your panties stolen, man.
Yeah. I like to wear women's panties. They were going missing after a while. I guess it was him.
You're Canadian? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, of course I'm Canadian.
Of course, I don't know.
Well, I don't know. Most people say my accent is pretty obvious, but
it showed his house, and it showed like literally like I think like 30 houses like on his block and around his block that he like all the girls there like had all their panties and dresses stolen and stuff. And anyways, the only reason I brought that up is I was watching something yesterday, and his best friend was talking about him, and he was like, "Yeah, I found out." He's like, "I found out about what happened. I heard about it, and it felt like somebody kicked me in the groins real hard." And I was like, "That's so hard, dude." Sounds like such a Canadian thing to say.
Oh, it felt like I got hit in the gonads there, eh? Like, that's what it would have sounded like.
I got hit in the groins real hard.
It's hard. It's like I got hit in the groin, or I can't believe he would have done that. I've been knowing the guy for his whole life. Anyways, the guy lived near my house, and when those stories started coming out, man, like the shit that people would say, like in a community, you kind of, people don't want to admit that shit, especially like in Canada, the land of safe bull crap. So people don't want to admit, man, when that came out and people were like, holy fuck, I was living beside this guy for 20 years and he was a fucking serial rapist killer. Like,
wait, you're an East Coaster and you guys have serial rapists?
I'm not an East Coaster. I'm definitely not in the East Coast, but he lived near where I live, yeah.
I live in Northern Ontario. You don't have to be coy.
Whereabouts?
The Nickel City. Do you know where that is?
Like near Sudbury?
Yes. So I'm in it.
Nice. I'm in Ottawa. If you can tell by the 613.
Ottawa's great city. Better than Toronto by a long shot.
Hell yeah. Fuck Toronto.
No, garbage is a serious problem. We're making a ton of it. I mean, that's all the garbage, like that's like resources we had to get, we had to ship places, like we're crazy with it.
We're worried about plastic straws, but you're right. All this packaging we have is ridiculous.
Well, one thing that pisses me off too is like you'll see. I don't know about you guys in the States, but in Canada you'll see fruits grown in Florida, or I don't know, peaches grown in Georgia, packaged in Thailand. So it's like, well, you mean to tell me that those fucking peaches were in Georgia? You shipped them all the way out to fucking Thailand to get them packaged, and then you shipped them back across the world to Canada. Like, what is the reasoning behind that?
Actually, I actually heard a story. I know I heard a similar kind of thing with chickens. That we take the chickens, we grow the chickens here, then we ship them to like Indonesia or China or some shit to get processed and packaged, and then they ship them back because it's just cheaper. But as far as the packaging for the food, I mean, we need packaging for food, obviously. How am I gonna buy orange juice? Can you just put it in my mouth like some Catholic shit, they're giving you the the thing where they put the little wafer in your mouth. So we need that packaging. The real problem is with the planned obsolescence, obviously. You know what I mean? They're not making shit. They justify it by saying, oh, we want to make the cheapest product possible and make as much profit. But they're doing this specifically because they know it's going to break. Instead of spending 2 extra cents on more plastic or metal at a stress point, they're just throwing it together as cheap as possible, knowing it's going to break. And then your shit's in the trash.
Well, the other thing
lasted.
No, go for it.
No, I was just making a joke. I said if everything lasted like the flesh of Christ, we'd be okay.
So I'll tell you this, Jeremy. Like, have you guys ever heard of bagged milk? Like Canadians are on their bagged milk. You guys ever heard of that?
That's weird shit. You guys be doing weird shit up there, yeah.
All right. So the reason why the reason why we have bagged milk in Ontario is two reasons. One, when we switched over to the metric system, Europeans already had packaging, technology done up for the metric system. But the real reason is because in Canada and most places in North America, there's deposit on glass bottles or anything made out of glass, which is part of the reason why they use plastic stuff, because they don't have to deal with deposits and deal with recycling. So when you sell a product in a glass container, for the most part in Canada, you as the seller are responsible for the recycling of said glass containers. So a lot of this plastic stuff comes from the mere fact that companies didn't want to be liable for dealing with the returns or the deposits on glass containers. So they switched over to plastic to bypass those laws. And bagged milk is a perfect example of that, because they were able to, with plastic bags, they were able to completely circumvent the deposit system that they had laid out in Ontario, and hence why we got bagged milk.
Yeah, I heard it was our consumption rate is too high to catch up to the packaging.
Like I said, the packaging for food's not really. I mean, that does cause a lot of waste and shit. Yeah, but I mean, what are you gonna do? I need my hot dogs to come in a fucking plastic something,
Yeah, but in theory, your hot dogs could be laid out on a fucking shelf, and you could grab them and put them in a glass container, and then weigh your hot dogs and say, okay, I have so many hot dogs in a glass container. Like you, in theory, you don't need to buy prepackaged stuff. Like you could buy the stuff in the store, put it in your own fucking jar, and move on with your life. There's no reason you can't do that. But that's just not convenient.
Yeah. Then I don't know. That's a whole thing, but. Like I said, the main problem is making the way they're making the items we use. That's a huge, huge thing.
And it's also shipping. Glass is expensive. Plastic is light, so you can ship more stuff in plastic than you can in glass.
Yeah, any way they can save a nickel, it doesn't even matter. But
I still remember pop in the glass bottles, and it tasted so much better than the plastic.
Oh fuck, I agree.
We still got that. You can get soda in a glass bottle.
Oh yeah, we used to have 2-liter glass bottles though, so I don't know what you guys would call that.
That's ridiculous.
Half-gallon? We wouldn't drink that at once. That's for the family.
Yeah, no, I know. Ours is just glass bottles. It's in like 20 ounce, maybe 16 ounces. It's called Stewart's Orange Cream Soda. Oh my god, it's like you're drinking a creamsicle. It's delicious.
Yeah, we still have Stewart's in the little glass bottles, but they're small. They're 473, I think, milliliters.
Spend more than
I don't even know what that means.
You liar.
Almost 2 cups.
What's up, Lyle?
I said, Kosho, it's been over 10 minutes, you liar.
Yeah, but he's having fun.
I don't care.
We got a real topic.
10 minutes, so.
We got a real topic going here.
Yeah, I had one, and then you cut me off because you didn't want to talk about it.
Lyle, you're a good sport, Lyle. I gotta give it to you. Now listen, Lyle deserves
off before he could tell you when he was ready.
He told me
he was ready, and then he left. Kosho was like,
"I've been down there for
Lyle?
15 minutes, and he's gone now." He lied to me.
Nah, Kosho was like,
"She's like a flat earther."
Are you on metric time, Leo?
Metric time? No.
No. I think that's.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, we have the 20-hour clock up here, right?
20
Yo, speaking of that, hold on, Leo, hold on. Does anyone have a simulation or some kind of graphic? Because I've been in a debate with this guy. He doesn't understand that. He thinks like day and night should flip in the heliocentric model. Because you got the 24-hour day, but then the orbit too. So if you just do 24 hours and then you're on one side of the orbit and then another side of the orbit, like noon would be at midnight basically on the other side of the orbit. But you guys don't have that. It's a 23-hour, 56-minute day. That's how much Earth rotates in one day. It's 23 hours, 56 minutes, and seconds. So does anyone have an animation like showing this why day and night wouldn't flip, or is that like ridiculous? because that would come in handy at this point for me.
What do you mean day and night flip?
Okay, if Earth rotated once every 24 hours in the heliocentric model, like they're saying Earth, in the heliocentric model, if Earth rotated once every 24 hours, then one side of the orbit, high noon, the sun's at the highest point in the sky, that would be around 12 o'clock, 12 p.m. But if it was a 24-hour rotation, by the time Earth got to the other side of the orbit 6 months later in the heliocentric model, noon, the sun being at the highest point in the sky, would happen at like midnight, near midnight, because it would flip, because the way all the rotations work. Like I actually made this argument before, like 4 years ago when I was brand new and didn't really know about how the heliocentric model worked. But the fact that doesn't happen is because it's only a 23-hour, 56-minute rotation in your model, or in their model, and the extra 4 minutes is accounted from the orbit, so that way noon stays noon, and it doesn't, high noon when the sun's high in the sky doesn't flip to midnight. Because think about it, if you just were to stop the orbit, and do a 24-hour rotation, the sun would be right back at the same spot. But it's not. They claim that it's 23 hours and 56 minutes. So the sun, if you just stopped the orbit and did a 23-hour, 56-minute, the sun's not going to be in the same spot. It's going to be every day that passed. If you're using a 24-hour, if you stay on a 24-hour clock.
I just want to clarify here. You're also adding that the Earth is moving around the sun, right? In that equation.
In the heliocentric model, yes, it's moving around the sun. So there's two rotations make up a day, right? Or sorry, two movements make up the day. One of them is the rotation of the Earth. Another one is the orbit. Both of those combined give you a 24-hour solar day.
Right. Well, it's not exactly 24 hours, but that's part and parcel why we have leap years.
No, the solar day is 24 hours.
Yeah.
So
the leap year is because the year is the 365.24 or something.
Yeah, a leap year wouldn't fix this issue, though. This isn't like a leap year issue. This is like, because this would happen in 6 months. You would notice it drastically probably after 2-3 months.
Right, but the solar day solves the problem of the sidereal day by making it when the sun is at the same point in the sky.
The orbit solves it. The orbit solves it, right?
Well, yeah, they're part and parcel, yeah.
Yeah, because if it was just, like I said, if you were to stop the orbit and just do 23-hour, 56-minute days, but we stayed on a 24-hour clock, eventually high noon would be at midnight 6 months later.
Or a 20-hour metric clock, don't forget about us.
What the fuck does that even mean? Dude,
we're fucking with Leo. Stay on target.
I don't know what you guys be doing, weird shit, putting notes in bags and all kinds of weird stuff.
But the milks in bags, if you remember, used to be 1 liter, and now they're 1 1/3 liter, right?
Yeah.
They made us get a new milk jug.
Why don't you guys use normal milk jugs like we do?
We do. It's just in Ontario. We do. It's just in Ontario. Parts of Ontario use bags, but it's only a small part of Canada that actually uses bags. The rest of the country uses jugs.
Yeah, I think it's only us and Alberta now.
Yeah, I think so.
I think the farm should have kept the milk service going.
Yeah, we used to just ship, but it was just too much weight.
A guy comes and drops off 4 bottles of milk. A week later he comes back. He drops off 4 more bottles and picks up the 4 bottles he left the last week, and then there's no waste in that, right?
And the guy driving a massive.
Yeah, but that with the cost like with minimum wage to where it is and the amount you got to pay people, your 1 jug of milk would cost you like $15.
Oh yeah,
well, I think that's here in the 70s. I wonder if it had anything to do with the gas shortage.
I mean, these whole weigh stations are just ridiculous. Like, we take milk, right? Milk comes from a farm. Where does the milk go from the farm?
Well, for us, it goes No,
Right
so
to
for
the
us, it
supermarket?
goes through a pasteurizing plant, so the milk gets pasteurized and then packaged.
And then right to the supermarket after that?
Yeah.
And then I got to drive to the supermarket and bring it to my home. So, I mean, there's a lot of steps in between. It should just be the farm, and they pasteurize or whatever they need to do, and then fucking boom, straight to them.
You could just buy a
And save a
goat.
lot of steps because, listen, the thing involved in that whole process of sending it to the supermarket is absolutely ridiculous, dude. Somebody's got to stock the shelves. Then somebody's got to stand there all day and make sure they're there for you to give them the cash for the milk. You know what I'm saying? So there's like a lot of stuff happening in between where you could just cut all that shit out and just have the farm pasteurize the milk and then just send me that shit.
Yeah, but it's more convenient to have a store. So I pay for that convenience.
It's not more
It's also
convenient. You're telling me, hold on, you're telling me it's more convenient to drive to the store than to have the shit brought right to your house?
Right, because I don't have to I can go get it when I want. I don't have to schedule it. I don't have to tell somebody when I'm going to want milk. I just go get it when I want it.
Yeah, when friends come over, you drink more, blah, blah, blah.
You guys
It's
are
not only
drinking
that,
milk?
but that's one.
You're having
milk-
friends
that's-
over drinking milkshakes? Your milkshake brings all the boys to the yard?
He's in Canada, man. They got plenty
We
of
How'd you
love,
make
we
that
love
sound
milk.
dirty?
We love milk and cheese up here.
No, but yeah, but what Matthew's saying is exactly right, dude. Because like if you have a milk, like a milk setup, you got to have a milk setup. You got to have a meat setup. You got to have all these different, coordinations with different people dropping stuff off to your house. I mean, it's easier to have one location where you go to get everything.
Yeah, and instead of having one small pasteurizer at every farm, you have a massive one near a city, right?
I don't
Yeah.
even know what pasteurizing means, but
It's
the point.
it's basically a way.
It means that it fucks up your milk. That's all it is.
So I disagree.
What?
I prefer Canadian milk over American milk, but that's just my opinion.
You like the homo milk?
Oh, I love me some homo.
Tastes better than
kills your milk.
way better than skim milk.
I gotta be honest, man. My favorite milk is straight out of a cow. You pull it out of the
Raw milk.
It's just raw milk, and then you let it sit. Who's hot making it? Yeah, you let it sit for about like an hour, and you take the fat off of the top because you don't want to be drinking too much fat. You just pull the fat off of the top there, and then you had a nice creamy fucking milk, man. It's so fucking good.
Whoever said skim milk.
It's actually healthier for you too.
Yeah, whoever
you
said
realize the
skim
farmer's
milk.
fucking with you and it's a bull.
Nah, bull's milk. Whoever said skim milk, I'm gonna have to ban you. That's absolutely disgusting. Skim milk is like white water. I'd be buying whole milk. I buy whole milk and put powdered milk into that, so I have more milk per milk.
So whole milk is 4%, Jeremy?
I don't know. I was just fucking around.
That's no way to talk about your mother, Incarnation. They call her a cow.
Listen, my mother makes the best milk, brother. Best milk.
You know, they say whale's milk is the most nutritious thing you can digest, is what they say. Whale's milk is nutritionally dense. It's right here.
I heard a woman's breast milk. I heard a human woman's breast milk is mad toxic. There's so many toxins in it.
What?
Yeah,
that's what I heard.
That's why they don't give it to babies anymore.
You tried it, Jeremy. Your wife's been pregnant 23 times. You've tried it at least once. Don't lie.
I mean,
I have.
Nah, not really.
He was about to. Yes, you did.
But you've never tried women's milk?
I have.
No, Nate, your boy Nate was in here trying to find some because he's like, yo, I need some women's breast milk because I'm working out or something.
I was watching Meet the Parents the other day. I got nipples, Greg. Can you milk me? That was so funny.
That was a good. I met Ben Stiller before at a Limp Bizkit Eminem concert.
You did what there? You milked a man? What are you saying?
I met Ben Stiller at a concert.
Yeah. You told me that, I think. You sure it was
met
Ben
him
Stiller?
or saw him?
That was Ben Stiller, yeah.
But did you go up to him and talk to him?
I shook his hand. My boy was chatting him up for like 5-10 minutes.
At a concert?
You know, they had this like rope before the concert started. They had this like roped off area. Limp Bizkit was in it, and there was like a bunch of people in it, and
Yeah,
just
VIP.
Ben Stiller was one of the people in it.
Yeah, I think you told me that story before. My brother told me a story once. I don't know what to think of it, but he said he has a party here in Austin, and he said he was in the kitchen, you know, just chilling, and he said Bill Paxton came out of a bedroom right by the kitchen, butt naked, and went over to the fridge and got a glass of milk and went back to the bedroom. I was like, "Are you sure that was Bill Paxton, dude? Not just some random? What kind of party were you at, dude?" But your story reminds me of that.
Don't get me roped in with your brothers. Oh, I talked to your brother before, didn't you bring your brother in here?
Oh yeah, it's true. I did. Yeah, I did because he was a crypto guy. Back when he lost all his money.
How's he doing? I know we got rocked. We got hammered. Yeah.
Well, because he kept all of it in one of those stupid coins.
I told him not to do that. It was a terrible idea.
I don't know. Maybe he took it out. I don't know what. Something happened. Anyways,
hold on. Who's photocopying? Is somebody running a photocopy machine?
No, I gotta go on mute. That's a plane coming in for a landing.
Canadian planes sound like photocopiers. All right.
What's funny is that rapist that we're talking about, that colonel, he was actually the CO. I think he was the commanding officer of the Canadian Air Force base that actually ships people, like that does like the international shipping or whatever.
Yeah, like he was high ranking. Like he wasn't a low level military guy. He was high ranking.
He was the CEO. He was either vetted or he was the CEO, the commanding officer of that base, I think.
Yeah, he was. What was his name?
Real quick.
Colonel Russell.
Russell Williams.
Okay, real quick before we get into that, Kosho, have you ever heard me make the argument long time ago when I was very new about how the Earth noon should flip to midnight 6 months later?
Oh, I've heard a bunch of, I guess, yeah, your ilk, people of your stature, have said things like that. I can't remember if it was you who said it, but
I made this argument like 4 years ago when I was brand new in Gens, when I didn't know how the movements. Do you have an animation showing? Yes, do you have an animation showing why that shit is not how the heliocentric model works?
Yes, but I think somebody was explaining it to you a little bit earlier too.
I don't need an explanation. I've explained it to this guy over and over. I need an animation to show him.
All right, hold on.
All right, nice work.
Whatever.
Okay, you know how Joe Rogan has a Google guy? Like whenever they're talking about something, there's I think his name's Jamie or something. The guy just Googles that shit and brings it up on the big screen, right, on some chemo shit. We need that dude. We need a Google guy who for whatever we're talking about, he just starts Googling wild shit about it and just puts it up on the big screen.
That's what's good about Discord. That always happens naturally, dude. So there's always somebody. There's always people. There's in Gems too. There's that's what I love about. Now I hope they still go over. Who was that one guy? There was one guy who always made like a meme like so quickly, dude. What was his name? Fuck.
Flashburn.
Flashburn. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Flashburn. He would always make memes so fucking quick, dude. Oh yeah,
He'd make a GIF. He'd make a GIF dumb quick. Flashburn, we'd be talking about something. He would make a GIF in like 5 seconds.
Yeah. You taught me his
before
ways,
you're done with your sentence. This guy had either a meme or a GIF.
Yeah, but you know he had pictures of everybody, dude. Like he had already.
Yeah, I know. Veach used to get pissed.
Yeah, Veach gets real pissed. That's why it sucks because he's got funny pictures, dude. There's funny pictures that I'm in, but Veach doesn't like them, dude. You gotta respect that. But anyways, Matthew Learns actually posted. He got to it for. He's the Flashburn in the room right now because he got to it real quick. This isn't the one I was gonna post, but this perfectly explains it. I mean,
yeah, I've seen a better one. I couldn't put my hands on the other one.
Well, because I know you know what he's asking. Like he's asking about like the because this perfectly explains it. But yeah, because I think he's asking about one that shows like the actual orbit. I this I think satisfies it because you can see that, you know, in a fourth of a year, you're gonna, like basically in a half of a year, you're gonna have the midnight's gonna be on the opposite, or the Earth's gonna be facing the opposite way it was at midnight, half a year prior. There's a really good video. Sometimes I feel like I always say like we should have a event, like we're watching this other video in the other room. But there's a lot of videos that sometimes it'd be there's a lot of good events we could base around a lot of these videos. There's a 10-minute video that talks about like all the different movements of the Earth, and all the different precessions and all this kind of stuff, and it does it all in about 10 minutes. It's really interesting.
That does sound interesting.
Yeah. Because it gets into like the big cycles, like the 100,000 years cycles, and like they all correspond to like the ice ages and stuff like that.
You don't even know if we've been around for 100,000 years. Just post your GIF on the thing. Does it have the actual orbit in it?
Matt, have you seen Matthew Learn's GIF, man?
I'm looking at it right now. It looks good, but it doesn't have the orbit in it though to show like how all the movement is happening.
Yeah, there are better ones. But yeah, it's not that we say that the orbit or that the Earth rotates. I mean, it's not that we made up this 4-minute thing. That's just literally how long it takes for a certain star to appear in the same spot the next night.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm just saying your model says it's 23 hours 56 minutes, and I need to show somebody this because I've been arguing with him for like a week now. And this guy's just not getting it, and I can't explain it to him with words. I need to visually. Coach, are you posting your thing?
Yeah,
put it up on a big screen. Because you forget quick. You be forgetting quick.
I'm just saying it's not our model. This is just observations. Everybody agrees that the stars appear to rotate every 23:56.
Yeah, but in your model, I know, but in your model though, it's due to the Earth rotating and the orbits and shit. Like it's not.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what my argument with this guy is over your guys' model. And this guy anti-globe. I mean, I made this argument myself personally like 3-4 years ago. I thought of this all on my own. I was like, yo, why doesn't day and night flip? This is fucked up. But then I learned how the movements work in your model, and I was like, okay, it makes sense. Everything's legit.
No, it's cool. It's interesting, and it's cool that you thought of that on your own because it is a good question. And it shows that you're intelligent enough to know that there would be a problem if the Earth rotated every 24 hours.
Absolutely, you gotta be thinking of this stuff. I know. I've thought of so many crazy arguments over here. My last one is my best one now. This new Coriolis shit I'm on. Even Coach, I was scared of it. Xanax in a panic. But yeah, I'm just trying to explain to this. What's that?
I'll have to find that GIF. I thought it was maybe in this video, but you could always show him this video is like like I said, it's like 10-minute video. It goes over all the processions, the seasons, the wobbles, all this different shit. There's a lot of different, lot of movements. Some of them, a lot of people don't even know about. Different cycles.
See, you overburdening us with information. All we need is the orbit and the rotation. I can't be elephant hurling shit at people like this. Here, watch this 10-hour video to explain a 3-second thing.
Okay, I gotta find the GIF. Give me a minute.
This is why you're no help in a zombie apocalypse scenario. You'd be trying to come up with some crazy, complicated shit when we need to do some real simple shit.
That's how I do shit, man. So
that's your MO. Overcomplicate. I know. That's been your MO for years now. Just making things as complicated as possible. Unnecessarily complicated.
Imagine a world where you could actually fucking resource your own shit, dude. Right? You wouldn't have to ask.
Bro, I'm like Joe Rogan, and you're my Google guy. You're Jamie. Is that his name?
Yeah, Jamie. Yeah, that's right. His producer, dude.
I'm changing your name right now. Hold on.
Don't fucking do that, dude. Hold up. I mean, I'm looking through this video just to see if it's in here also, but you know what? I have I got my thumbstick in. I have like all this fucking old gifs and images saved to my thumbstick. Let me see what's in there.
I mean, even when I first got into this arena, I've been I don't know the right word for it. Obsessed,
Young, dumb,
maybe.
full of cum.
Obsessed with all this whole thing, all this stuff.
Now that you've learned the truth, you're not really obsessed anymore. You're just stubborn.
Is there a truth in your mind?
Now.
Is there a truth, an objective truth?
Yes.
Really? Because we've had arguments where.
Go ahead, sir.
We've had arguments where you say there is no objective reality.
No, I've never said that. There's been
sure?
arguments where you haven't listened to me, and that's basically you and all your friends. You do, but no. What I've said was, we as humans or anything at all, everything, doesn't have a direct line to the objective truth. There is absolutely an objective truth. If there wasn't an objective truth or objective reality, then it would render science and investigation and these types of things, they'd be useless. They would be completely meaningless. But the purpose of science is to approach this objective truth. So what?
When we do science, we find out the truth of things, right?
No, well, we come close to it. We get as close as we can to finding up the objective truth, because that's why it's set up that way. It's set up in a way that we can, we can come to shared understandings of what the truth is. But like I said, still, we're always going to have some. There's always going to be some disconnect between us and the objective truth. We can get close to it.
Are you saying we'll never know the truth?
No, I'm not saying we'll never know the truth. I'm just saying there will always be a disconnect between our experience and the objective truth. That's all I'm saying. The point is, what was this saying before that? Because you just made a claim that I don't believe in the objective truth or something. But it doesn't matter. But yeah, of course I believe in the objective truth. Oh yeah, that's right. You were asking me, do I think that I know that's the whole reason why I believe what I believe, and it's because there's people in this room. I trust in the investigation that it's giving fruitful, useful information. There's people in this room that have come to the same conclusions I have, but not just because of their intuition or something, but because of the investigation that is very thorough that other people have done even, and they're just sort of glimpsing it. So yeah, there's like a whole wealth of information that together builds upon this like robust what appears to be the truth. Yeah. And you've learned the truth and you disregard it. You argue in spite of the truth. And this orbit fiasco is one example, dude. You're here teaching your friend, what's his name, Globe phobia or whatever his name is, trying to teach him what you've come to learn. Pretty soon you'll be teaching all the rest of flat earthers too. Yeah, I was in here listening yesterday, and I heard Dan say something that was really insightful. He said it's SE. I'm going to post it right now. He said, I know more than you do, so why don't you learn? So,
Oh, yeah, I
it's a good
heard him
message.
say that too to SE. Dude, hilarious.
That's funny or what, guys? My God.
That was pretty good. It is a common theme in here, right? I mean, it's kind of the way a lot of us talk to each other. So
I don't want to know about gossip. That's okay.
gossip. I'm saying it's how we talk to each other. But what's new, SC? You always got some new bullshit or some new issues in cosmology or something like that.
There's too much stuff.
Sounds like there's nothing. You know, I was trying to find this picture because I saw an article. It said that James Webb observes a kilonova for the first time, and the picture looked awesome. And pretty sure it was an artist rendition now. Sucks. But yeah, I'm trying to find that
Kilonova,
picture.
you heard about that, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, you keep abreast. You're the only one, Kosho, that keeps abreast of the issues here.
Well, you know me, I'm usually an ass man myself, but I'm not gonna say no to any breast. So, but but regardless, yeah, you know that 2017 eclipse. Well, that was the same day that LIGO got that measurement of a kilonova as well, and they simultaneously, or not simultaneously, but they then sought out, you know, astronomers to see if they could, you know, see it with the telescope, and they did. Like amateur astronomers found it, which is you know, an amazing event, of course, because it's like co-witnessing an event like that. But regardless, the pictures aren't that spectacular. Like it's cool because you can see like a galaxy, and then you see like a galaxy, like a brightness that's even brighter than that galaxy. So it's like obviously it's a fantastic event, but it's underwhelming, I guess. Like if you're kind of sort of like a layman or something. So I was hoping James Webb had like a cool picture of like a kilonova. Isn't there something below? There's like a supernova, and then there's another type of nova. But then, yeah, there's kilonovas, which I'm pretty sure are the biggest ones.
There's the Shark Nova.
Shark Nova. No, there's another nova.
Would you believe that one if they? I swear, if it was one of them, I'd make it up. I go, listen, boys, we're gonna come up with Shark Nova. They're all gonna go for it.
Who's gonna think that you're just lying? So I mean, it's like I would believe you if I didn't know better. But I mean, I would believe you if I'd believe you at first for sure. Yeah, I'd be like Shark Nova. Like, damn, dude, sounds intense. But
sounds legit, no? I just made that up, by the way.
There's a lot of weird names in physics, dude. Like in quantum physics, like quarks and shit like that. Like they did
like Charmed.
They named those
Charmed.
Yeah, all the different names of the quarks, strange quarks. But I think quarks got their name from a
book,
Finnegan's Wake, a James Joyce book or whatever. It's like
yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Galman.
Yeah, the guy who invented
it. Yeah, it was Murray Galman. He gave him the name quarks after the 30 quarks for Boston Mark or whatever. Quote the book.
Yeah, right. That's right. It was really quarks. Yeah, silly quarks for Officer Mark. Yeah, that's right, or something like that. I've never read that book, but it sounds like something you have to be on acid to read.
Ulysses?
No, it's not Ulysses. This is Ulysses? No, it's not Ulysses. Oh, that was Finnegan's Wake, but maybe it is Ulysses. No, Ulysses is the character in that book. I don't know. You know what? I'm not the right person to. I decided to read it, but yeah, there's a lot of weird names in physics. So it's like I wouldn't be surprised if you said like Sharknova. I'd be like, okay, I guess they called it Sharknova. Killanova is a crazy name.
It's a Chevy Nova.
Chevy Nova, Saturn Ion.
Try the chemical names, bro. Some of them are nuts.
And what?
Like the IUPAC names, where you have to, like, for substituents, we have like 1,1 dash dimethyl dash 2,2 dash diethyl pyrazolo pyrimidine. Like, they have these crazy names.
Yeah, but a lot of those names, because there's like a syntax, right, in chemistry, like with prefixes and suffixes and stuff like that.
Yeah. They tell you where they tell you what the skeleton molecule is, basically, and then it tells you what the substituents are and where they're attached to the skeleton molecule.
You know what? I don't mean to turn the corner on this one, but I was going to say, Jace, because we were talking about evolution yesterday, and it was a Red Cloud. Red Cloud came in and he's like, you know what? Maybe we're not qualified to speak on this, me or Kosho. I was like, okay, thanks for speaking for me, but you're right, Red Cloud. But yeah, it's one of those conversations that would have suited better if you were there. Actually, you know what? Pillbox was there, the guy you debated. Didn't you debate him?
If you could call that a debate. It was basically him screaming at me and calling me a demon.
He's kind of doing that yesterday too, but yeah, I don't know. There's lots of points I was making that you probably would have made better, obviously.
Yeah, like what were you guys talking about?
Well, I think he was just telling people to define evolution and then define adaptation and blah blah blah. But I was giving a couple of examples. Like the example I gave of that moth, you know, that famous moth example, like the pepper moth. That's so that's why I get confused with the nomenclature of, like, you know, adaptation, evolution. But that's an example of what, both, right? Like or just evolution. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I would say evolution is, like, in terms of evolution versus adaptation. Adaptation is a part of it. Evolution is like just the change in the allele frequency, just the process of allele frequencies changing over time. And one of the contributors to that process, one of the mechanisms of how that process occurs, is through adaptation, which is when the environment is applying a selective pressure on an organism that causes a change in allele frequency.
You know, actually, the funniest evolution debate I think I ever heard was SE versus Shanji. It's actually kind of annoying to listen to because I think Sean was like almost he was conceding like everything to SE. You remember that? And SE, you're getting so pissed at him too because he wouldn't stop interrupting you. But he just conceded.
Yeah, he lost
almost
it.
Everything to him.
Poor Shanji lost it on that one. But you're right, he was conceding on everything, but still arguing.
Yeah.
That's not what I mean, SE. That's not what I... Okay, Sean, what do you mean? Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny about Sean is he's told me that he's actually uncovered a woolly mammoth before because he does like surveying or construction or something like that.
Those exist. That's a fact.
Yeah,
they found them intact with actual food in their mouth and in their stomach.
Well,
and you hear check this out, Kosho. You hear stories that they even eat the meat and the meat is still good.
What kind of fucking desperate assholes doing that? What?
You haven't heard that?
Uncovers a woolly mammoth and they eat it.
Oh yeah,
They
bro. Come on.
eat it. That's what I've heard. I don't know how true it is, but apparently the meat is edible on some of them because they're frozen. They're frozen solid, right? When they find them.
Yeah. No, I mean that's in I guess those specific cases, but you can find them in the ground, you know.
Don't forget, they're supposed to be what 10, 20,000 years old or something like that.
It could be, yeah.
I'm
I think they went extinct about 10,000.
That's like it's like an aged steak kind of.
Maybe steak.
Yeah,
really.
What kind of desperate hobo or like archaeologist, homeless guy is? You know, I don't know, man.
Bro, the thing is intact. Apparently, the hairs, everything. It's like preserved.
Bro, how would you not? How would you not try to eat that?
Yeah.
Are you serious, dude? You're saying if you were digging and you found a fucking Stegosaurus intact, you're gonna fucking eat it? What?
You gotta at least try a piece.
Damn, how many chances are you gonna get to do this shit? You only live once, man.
Oh God.
Look, it wouldn't be my first choice. I'll tell you that, but that's.
You got to see what it tastes like.
Why?
Because we're trying to figure out more things about the world and stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's only right that we
like
we have a little
baby, dude.
Woolly mammoth steak.
What kind of baby are you, dude? It's like you grow out of that when you're like 2 years old, dude. You stop tasting. You're like, oh, I want to learn about this. So I'm gonna put it in my mouth.
Bro, you don't try new foods to see what they taste like and stuff? You never have chocolate covered cricket or anything?
The last thing I would call a woolly mammoth is new food. Okay? So
that shit is new food, bro. No one has eaten woolly mammoth except for these bum hobo archaeologists or whoever ate that.
Who else could claim that they ate a freaking woolly mammoth? Tell me.
The caveman?
That's what I'm saying. Let me find a pterodactyl out there. We're having some pterodactyl wings. Fuck a chicken wing. Everyone has chicken wings.
Oh my God.
Awesome and shit.
That's why we're more exciting than you guys, because we're interesting people, you know. We'll have the Dos Equis guy drinking Budweiser or something. That's why you come here, Coach. Huh? How fun is oh, go ahead.
No, go, Jeremy.
No, I was just gonna Coach and all his friends. It's fine.
So was I. So was I.
Oh, all right.
Oh.
How do we get into the woolly mammoth thing?
Yeah. I was gonna say it's a stretch going from a woolly mammoth to we came from a pond, right?
I'm just saying, like, how do you develop a lung? Like, doesn't evolution say that if a thing's not like working or it's useless, like why would it keep doing it? Like you would need to evolve a whole lung at once. Otherwise, just a piece of a lung would just be worthless.
Yeah. I don't know why they're pursuing this. They don't have a fin to stand on. I thought that was funny. I guess not.
Have you? No, that was good. That was good. I laughed on the inside. Have you ever watched Kent Hovind?
Yeah. Oh, this guy, yeah, he gets destroyed all the time. Yeah.
He's sick with it.
Wait, who?
No, he said that wrong. He meant he destroys people all the time.
Who?
Kent Hovind.
Oh, were you guys talking and I couldn't hear? And I was.
That's the anti-evolution guy, right? I was thinking of Dawkins when you said that. My bad.
No, Kent Hovind. Oh, bro, he debates evolutionists. He mops the floor with them.
Yeah, I was thinking of the wrong guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a badass in prison too, dude. He had like this prison gang.
All right, this is what fallacy is this? We're gonna play a game, guys. Okay,
I'm on y'all's team, dude.
It's called Name the Fallacy. Kosho just did. That's the game we're playing right now.
I'm on y'all's team, man.
This is the prison fallacy.
The prison.
Prison.
The tax evasion fallacy.
Well, he did say a guy was in jail, no?
Oh, he was in prison for 8 years or something. Something like that.
It's not relevant. This might be a genetic fallacy. I'm not sure. Or poisoning the well or something. I don't know what you're doing
That's
right now.
ironic. Ironic. Genetic fallacy in this context, right? Over and evolution and all that. But regardless, it's funny that you guys revere this guy because he kind of sucks. One of the worst arguments.
I don't
need
know.
anybody,
I've watched the debates, dude. He mops the floor with good dudes. Maybe we didn't see the same debates, but it wasn't even close to ones I saw.
Yeah, well,
he was
mops
debating
the cafeteria
college
floor
professors and universities.
This is not hard to debate, bro. All you need to know is a few things. That's it. And you can destroy an evolutionist easily.
Show me a butterfly turned into a horse.
There you go. There's one.
I'm dying.
Or irreducible complexity. There's another, and it's game over for you. Just watch you sing and dance and talk about RNA, peptoids and schmeptoids, and then I'll just say, okay, show me. And you'll be like, "Blah." But SC, you don't understand.
Jace has the best examples, though. Jace actually has examples of dudes who have, or a dude who had, I forget, I don't know the details of the test, but I mean, Jace can talk about it some more. But the dude who sort of, he created or not created it, but he showed that RNA can be developed in the field naturally.
You see?
Something like that.
There you go.
Yeah, there's many examples. David Demers, others.
So if I give you all the DNA, RNA sequenced and everything, and I put it, and I go, here you go, Jace. Here it is, all of it. You think you can create a cell, a life?
Well, that would be more of the realm of synthetic biology, and Kosho had even given me an example of people doing that before. What was that example you were telling me, Kosho?
Xenobots?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, it's Kosho's fucking doomsday scenario. Where self-replicating organic fucking bots.
Yeah, we're not talking Star Trek here. We're talking life form.
Well, they classified it as a new form of life.
Of the carbon variety, preferably. Carbon-based, like you and I.
That's what it is. That's what makes it different than nanobots. Is it's manufactured biological life, like
So you're saying somebody created life? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, they got the AI to construct, like, basically, if they had two types of stem cells. They had like muscle stem cells that contract and like skin stem cells that were just there, I guess. And they had the AI produce a configuration that would be optimal for different tasks. So like one of the tasks was they wanted it to be able to like eat other, like go around and eat other things, I guess. So they had the AI produce like different configurations and come up with the best configuration that they could put those stem cells in that would basically produce that sort of life form. And they did that a few times, and they started reproducing themselves at one point, which is interesting. Yeah.
Already something alive, like a stem cell. You didn't. It's already a thing that came from a living thing, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about taking chemicals, right, and bringing them to life. That's impossible. That hasn't been done, right?
Of course it has. Been done both in the lab and, like I said, David Demers and others have done it in just natural conditions out in the field as well.
Oh, really? And did this life form reproduce?
Yes.
And where are they? Their offspring now?
Emer's right in his paper, he writes that we observed that the encapsulated RNA self-replicators began undergoing processes that can be akin to biological evolution, becoming more and more complex per generation due to environmental pressures of the environment they were in.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Where are they now? Where's this life form now?
What do you mean? This is what he witnessed.
We just
I
witnessed it.
provided the paper before him and his team did this experiment. He's not the only one.
Is there a paper you can post for that, please?
I have. Just search my name in the chat and David Demers, and you'll find at least 2 or 3 of his papers that I posted. Then you can just look him up and look for the other details, because he's posted a bunch of papers describing specific aspects of the process. So you have to like go through them one by one.
Okay, thank you.
So they got a stem cell, and they did what with the stem cell?
No,
What?
he had precursor molecules like ammonia and carbon dioxide and water and carbon monoxide and things like that. Some basic amino acids like glycine and whatnot. And
he made
that,
what with them? What did he make with them? What living organism did he make with those?
From that, he made, basically he was doing it. Nature made RNA, and then that RNA was encapsulated by lipid vesicles and then began self-replicating, because RNA are self-replicators, and they began undergoing processes that are basically biological evolution.
What do you mean nature made the RNA?
He witnessed this. He was like doing experiments in a river or a lake somewhere in nature.
In a river? How could chemicals? How could chemicals form in a river? A flowing river?
A river is made of chemicals. Sorry to inform you of that.
A river is made of chemicals. Okay.
Sorry, Essie, go ahead.
No, I'm just curious. Like, what chemicals was this river made out of?
Well, water is a chemical. Water has dissolved acids and carbon dioxide. Then you have minerals from rocks that get eroded and dissolve into the water, like calcium carbonates and potassium carbonates and all sorts of different chemicals that'll be in the water.
Are you telling us this guy witnessed abiogenesis?
No, he made a controlled environment. I don't know if exactly it was a river or a lake or both, but he did it once in Australia at a natural water body source, and once in America at a natural water body source. And he basically controlled the environment so that RNA self-replicators could form, and then just from precursor molecules. And then he wanted to observe what would happen if he allowed those to propagate and not be destroyed by biological life. And he witnessed that they became more and more complex, obtaining more and more chemical structures for dealing with the environment that they were in, neutralizing acids so they could survive, or neutralizing bases so that they could survive and replicate to the next generation, etc.
That sounds hardly like a controlled experiment to me. In a river, in a lake.
No, he controlled the biological life that would be around that would destroy the RNA for its own purposes, right? To see what would happen in an environment free of already living organisms.
So what creature did these combination of chemicals in a river or lake, you're not sure, what creature did they make? Was it a cell? What was it? Was it able to eat? Was it able to replicate? Sorry?
Yes, it was able to replicate, and they're given the name protocells or protobionts.
Protocells and protobions that were made in a river or a lake.
They've also been made.
Do you have any Do you have any pictures of these? Any evidence? Because this is the first time I hear this.
Yeah, it's reported in his paper. I think I have seen pictures of him with some of the stuff that he was doing, but like if you want pictures of like microscopic, RNA encapsulated in a lipid vesicle, like that's not visible to the naked eye.
It's not. It's not visible. Look, I don't know, bro. I mean, when did this happen? First
Yeah,
of
you
all,
have to do
hold on.
chemical test. SE. He's not like just just taking water and like taking pictures of it. That doesn't make sense.
No, you said it created a life form. That's a big thing. You'd think it'd be in every newspaper. It would be headline in every news thing. He would win the Nobel for sure, right? This would be the discovery of not the century, the discovery of the whole human species. This would be the number one discovery. Somebody created life other than God. It would be everywhere, bro.
Well, we're still debating what is considered life, but he wasn't the first person to do this. He was one of the first to set up an experiment that can be run just in a natural water body source. But people in labs have made these before, well before him.
Yeah,
Sounds like it reminds me of the homunculi that the old alchemists talk about making in their laboratories. These little creatures. It's kind of what it reminds me.
there's no way what he's
they're
saying
just one of
is
the
life.
basic
I don't know what he's talking about, but it ain't
of
life.
cells. It's a protocell is what it's currently termed, or protobiome.
So what does it do? If it's a thing, if it's life, right? It should be able to produce, have children, right? They're gonna reproduce. They
did.
have children, and now we have this protocell. We have a new life form created by somebody, and it would make headlines, bro. You would be like famous, like. Nah.
Well, he is
You're
quite
making stuff up.
famous.
Whatever this is, it ain't what you're saying, bro. Sorry.
Hold on.
He
Was
is
there a
quite
life?
famous in the world of abiogenesis, but the idea is to see what happens in the absence of currently living biological organisms, or in a lab setting. The idea is to see what the capabilities of self-replicating RNA is when it's encapsulated.
Okay, so one day there's this organism that didn't exist, and then he did his experiment in the lake, and then we had a new organism and everything that didn't exist.
Yeah,
Is that what happened?
he witnessed the formation in a controlled environment, because other like bacteria and fungi and viruses and small like protists and stuff, right? If you were to do what he did in an environment with those things around, they would break down the RNA long before it even became RNA for their own uses, right? These are biological molecules, so they would get used by the organisms. So he made an environment in a natural water body source free of other organisms, right? To kind of mimic a early Earth without life yet. And to see what would happen if you have just precursor molecules like water and carbon dioxide, ammonia, etc., methane, hydrogen sulfide, things like that. And he witnessed the complexity increasing to the point of RNA formation when certain minerals were added into the picture, like certain phosphate minerals. Then those RNAs get encapsulated by lipids and they already are self-replicating, but they can self-replicate from that point, meaning they create more of themselves, right? They make new generations. And as he was witnessing these new generations, they were becoming more and more complex. Like maybe the first generation wasn't so great at surviving if acids were around. The protocell would get lysed, the RNA would get degraded, and that would be the end of it. But they built defenses as they replicated more. The new generation started to have more and more defenses to protect themselves against acids and bases, destroying the cells, the protocells.
And the DNA part, when did that come in?
This is RNA stuff.
Uh-huh. And after RNA comes what?
Basically more and more complex structures. You got to start getting proteins involved eventually, but that's not what he wasn't going for. Like these kind of much further along the lines. He was looking
So
for
no
the
DNA.
origin. He was looking
No
for the
DNA.
origin. He was looking for the origin of how these things would have began.
How about DNA?
Yeah, he showed you don't need DNA. That's something that comes later. RNA can self-replicate, can form protocells, and these are basically RNA encapsulated organisms. That some would consider it that.
Yeah, but without DNA, can there be instructions for life?
What do you mean? DNA is the instructions to replicate, but RNA can also instruct that process.
Without the DNA?
Yes, without DNA.
You can have a lizard without DNA.
No, you can have a protocell that can replicate itself to form another protocell with slightly different RNA from the original.
Right. So you did not create a life form.
What do you mean? Some would consider that a life form. It's a protocell. It's one of the major functions that our cells today do.
I wouldn't consider that a life form. First of all, let's
Because
see this
you're
thing. I want
actively
to see this
trying to
thing.
deny
I want
it.
to see this thing. First of all, number one, and number two, I wouldn't consider it a life form.
Yeah, but like he wasn't the people doing these experiments, whether they're in the lab or out in nature, right? They have no delusions that like they're going to form a lizard from basic precursor molecules. Like that's a silly thing to think is going to happen. They're trying to discover the
I didn't say
process
that was
of
going to
how
happen.
life would have first arose over long time periods.
Yeah, but you're cheating, bro. You put already enzymes or whatever you said you put in there, and you put them
No.
in a lake, which you know there would be other stuff in there, other life forms. So this is not a controlled thing.
It's
I mean,
literally the opposite of what I said. He kept out already living organisms because any kind of ammonia, carbon dioxide, certain acids, and things like that, amino acids, right? Living organisms would immediately scoop those up and start using them for their own purposes. So he controlled for living organisms, meaning he kept them out of the environment of which he
how?
was doing his experiment.
How is
There's
it in a lake? How, or a river? How
yeah,
did he control that?
there's certain chemicals you can place in the river or lake, wherever you're at. There's like antibiotics, there's antivirals, there's antifungals. They will kill those organisms and keep them out of the area that you're doing your experiment in.
It doesn't make sense. Why would he do it in a river or a lake, and he wouldn't do it in the controlled environment?
It was a controlled environment, dude.
It wasn't, dude, because it was in a river. And you think that you can control every like liter of water in a river? Like seriously?
You use chemicals to keep the bacteria and fungi, protists, and all the other living things. Nonetheless, even if he wasn't able to control that, the experimental results would be exactly opposite, though, right? Because the living organisms would not allow these RNA protocells to form. They would use those materials for their own cells. That's what living organisms do. They take in biomolecules and use them. They don't let them just sit around in the environment. So he was able to control the environment well enough for these RNA protocells to form, right? So like what you're saying, if it was true, if he couldn't control for these other organisms, the results would be exactly opposite of what he reported. So it doesn't make sense what you're saying.
Anyways, I have to read the paper and see what you're talking about. To me, it seems like fantastical, but I got to read it to see. And even if that's true, right, and they put some chemicals together, which I really don't believe that this happened, but even if it did happen, and you made some sort of proto thing or whatever, is that what you want to claim as proof of evolution? Because that's what we were talking about.
Well, no. Well, we were talking about evolution, but then either Kosho or you changed it to abiogenesis, which is slightly different, not the same thing as evolution, because you're talking about more primitive molecular processes rather than biological ones.
Well, you're at the beginning, you're at the protocell. So let's say I give you the protocell in a swamp billions of years ago, right? You have your first protocell, you have your RNA. I'll even throw in DNA. Poof, magic, you have it. I'll even give you the first cell, okay? You have the first living organism. Now what?
What do you mean? What do you mean now what? You got the first living
Explain your
organism.
evolution to me. You're a biologist, right? What happened now? What happened next?
What do you mean what happened? Like, right, you want to go from protocells to what stage?
I want to go, let's say, from protocell to, I don't know, fish.
Dude, that's
Is
like
that a nervous giggle laugh I hear?
no. It's
Tell me I
there's a
don't
lot
understand. Come on,
involved.
come on. Tell me I don't understand. I love it when
No,
you say that. Go ahead.
there's a lot involved with that just it's not feasible to try to cover that on a Discord server.
Right. Uh-huh. Exactly. Yeah. This is where you guys buckle because you have nothing. You know where I'm heading. You know what's
You
going to
can
happen
pretend
next.
that.
Okay. Prove me wrong.
You're just
Show me.
pretending, dude.
I'm not pretending. I'm challenging you. You laughed at
No,
me.
you're not.
Now I'm
You're
challenging
making
you. You're the chemist.
ridiculous. You're making ridiculous requests to,
No,
confirm your
I'm
bias.
exposing your nonsense of evolution right now in front of everybody is what I'm doing.
You're not exposing anything. See.
Okay, prove me wrong.
With what?
Prove me wrong. Show me.
You want me to go over the hundreds of clades between a protocell to a fish, really?
Yeah,
No,
there
I
are
want you to
major
show me
steps.
one single proof of it. Just one in the evolutionary record, in the fossil record of this fantasy you have. I just ask for one proof out of billions of years. That's all I ask.
But
I don't want
proof
you to
of
explain
what?
nothing.
Proof of what, SC? What are you asking of proof of?
Proof of evolution.
Yeah, I mean, would you like me to cite you something? I don't get it. There's like a million things that can be
No,
discussed.
no. I want you to show me one creature turning into another creature or a chain of events in the fossil record. After all, we have billions of years to go, right? We find dinosaur bones everywhere. We have pterodactyl. We constructed all these creatures, right? So we
Isn't that a
have
perfect
the evidence,
example?
right? So show me in the fossil record evidence of evolution. One creature turning into another, please.
But isn't that a perfect example? Is what you said, dinosaurs? Because don't they have examples in the fossil record of how dinosaurs are ancestors to birds? Because they share like the
No, they have
same.
pictures.
What? But don't they share like the same like skeletal structure, like parts of their skeletons and stuff like that?
Yeah.
I forget the exact details, but that's in the fossil record, right?
Nope. There's no evidence at all. There's no proof of this at all. I challenge anybody. Show me. There's nothing, man. Don't pretend. Don't pretend that there is. There isn't. It's just a story a guy with a big white beard came up with, and you all bought it. There is no evidence of evolution. Zero. Prove me wrong, Jace. You're a biologist. You know this stuff, right? Prove me wrong.
Yeah, you got to give me something specific, man. Prove you wrong about what?
I want to see very clearly. Now I'm speaking English, right? I want to see one creature turning into another creature. Evolution. In other words, show me a fish. One guy was telling me he can show me a crustacean turning into a fish the other day. Forgot who it was. Show me one single animal not being itself turning into another animal. Is that difficult for you to understand? Was I not clear enough, Jace?
Sure. I mean, what? But what do you want? Like, you want to come with me and we'll like go study some fish? Like, I don't get it. You want me to provide you an article? Like, what are you looking for exactly?
This is the same dance I hear every time. I'm going to repeat it again. Sorry, give me a second.
There's like plenty of things you can look up about like osteocytes and chordates and tetrapods. Like, just look it up, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Listen, dude,
You can hit
I'm
me up.
very clear.
We
Now, you
can
want to
go
tap dance? You can
study
tap
some
dance.
in nature.
Everybody's hearing you, bro. Everybody's listening to you. Tell me, SC,
Okay.
it doesn't exist. Don't tell me you're going to take me by the hand and show me fishies. Don't tell me that.
Well, it doesn't seem like you even know what you're asking for.
I don't know what
You're
I'm
just
asking for.
saying, show me fish evolving. Well, like there's a million things that can be shown. What specifically would you like?
Show me one. One. That's half of two, right? A quarter of four. Show me one example of this, or stop talking.
Well, there's plenty of examples, right?
Show me one.
Look up the
Show me
transitions
one.
from osteocytes to tetrapods. You can look up the transitions from chordates to osteocytes. Like, I don't get it, man. What would you like specifically?
Show me one. Don't talk. Don't blabber on. Either show me this or tell me it doesn't exist, because I know what you're saying doesn't exist. You know why? Because I've checked for it, been asking for years. So either put up or you know the rest of that word.
Well, there's like a lot of examples. Isn't there? What's that? Isn't there like a virus that exists in all mammals? Like in our DNA.
I mean, why can't you guys be honest, man? You know this evidence isn't there. You know it does not exist. Why can't you just say it doesn't exist? It's a theory. This is what we believe, and it's end of story, man. You can't make up stuff that doesn't exist. You understand, Jace? Can't do it, man.
Can you be specific what you're asking for? Because because I thought there was Anyways, can you give me specific for exactly what you're looking for?
You want me to say it again?
Yeah,
There's
fortunately, yeah.
billions of years of evolution in your theory. Billions. There's fossil records. You say life started in a pond with a single cell and evolved. That became a crustacean, a fish. The fish crawled out of the freaking water, had legs, lungs. Then that became a rodent, a lizard. Then we got tigers, lions, birds, wham, womb, right? I'm asking for one single piece of fossil evidence of one creature turning into another. That's plain English, simple request. Tell me which part you didn't understand of that Kosho, and I will re-explain it to you.
Well, what I don't understand is I didn't provide the example, but I brought up that you denounced it right away. But I was talking about the dinosaurs. Like they have evidence that the like the structure. I forget which part of the bones, but it's like the same. It's like you look at a bird today. I forget which bird also, but it shares the same bone structure, showing that that dinosaur was actually an ancestor of this bird today, right? Is that right, Jace? There's evidence like that. I remember what that's called.
Well, I posted 2 articles about like the early evolution of the tetrapod body plan, and one specifically about the fins and arm evolution, etc. But what are you asking?
What did it turn into? What did it turn into?
Something.
What was this, and what did it turn into?
It was an osteocyctes type of fish turning into, in your words, I won't say that, but turning into a tetrapod.
A tetrapod? Not a fish.
It's a tetrapod.
What's a tetrapod?
A 4-limbed animal.
A 4-limbed animal. And where is this thing here? Okay, show us the animal before and show us the animal after, please.
Yeah, there's some images in the articles that I posted. I mean, like you're not here sitting next to me, so I can't like print out the images and show them like to your eyeballs. You have to look at the articles that I posted.
Okay, I'll look at them. So you're saying there's a picture of a fish, and then there's a picture of a rat, let's say, or a 4-legged mammal. That's what you're telling me now.
No, it's going from fish to tetrapod, so it's going to include things like Tiktaalik and Ichthyostega and Acanthostega, things like that.
English, please, English.
Yeah, it's going to include things that look like fish, and then things that look like 4-legged or 4-limbed animals.
Mammals.
No,
I don't think they're mammals.
Not mammals.
4-legged animals in the water?
Yes.
Crocodile.
I don't know. There's some hypotheses about them, standing up first in the water and then coming out. Like the limbs had evolved to help them anchor themselves in certain kind of river systems and stuff. And then there's other hypotheses that some of this, the limbs evolved, to walk on land first. So there's
hypotheses, nothing solid, just hypotheses.
Examples.
Hypotheses, not solid evidence of creatures turning from fish to mammals.
Yeah, there's hypotheses of the order of events, like the reasons why, but there aren't hypotheses about the presence of, Tiktaalik being a fish, and then something like Ichthyostega and Acanthostega being a four-limbed animal.
So not what I asked for. Did not produce what I asked for.
That's exactly
No worries.
what you're asking for.
No, you just have a thing here and you say there's a hypothesis that it grew 4 legs, hypothesis that it may have walked, hypothesis that it may have walked before it come out of the water. Bro, I don't know where you think you're at, bro.
You're just pretending, dude. I said the hypotheses are about the reasons why it gained the limbs, right? But there are no the fossils show the gaining of the limbs. That's not a hypothesis. The hypotheses are the reasons why the limbs were gained.
Okay, so let's see a picture of the fish, and I want to see what mammal it turned into, please.
It didn't turn into a mammal. It turned into a four-limbed animal, a tetrapod.
Okay, let's see that. Let's see this tetrapod. Let's see what it looks like.
It's the tectonic Ichthyostega, Acanthostega, etc. transition. Do you want me to post images for you?
Yes,
you can't do that yourself?
yes. Don't think you're going to get away with saying these attacta trela, matrela. This ain't going to wash, bro. I'm asking you for evidence. Don't think fancy naming stuff is going to get you away with this. I want to see a fish. Then I want to see a 4-legged mammal. That's what I want to see.
Article.
That's what he's showing you, see. He's naming what it is. He's saying it's not a mammal. He's saying this thing started out with what you would call a fish, and they're showing how this thing later had off like the I guess successor to this thing, offspring, eventually became these tetrapods, which are just a 4-legged animal. There's no reason to call it a mammal, but it's something that was a fish without legs, and then it had legs. This is what you're asking for.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're in fantasy land. You're in fantasy land. I just see a bunch of I don't know what and a bunch of words. There's nothing there. There's no fish and there's no mammal.
There's no mammals involved in this conversation, really, but the tetrapod is just, like I said, like a 4-legged animal. Tetrapod, so it's like 4 legs.
Let's see it. Show me one.
Oh, I'm opening up his paper.
Then we'll compare it to see, does it look like this thing? I mean, what is this? Are you kidding me?
Well, let me ask Jace the question that I was trying to answer before, because it's in the same line as this thing. But Jace, you've seen the evidence that's like shows the dinosaur skeletons, and then like certain like bird skeletons of today, and that shows like where you can see where the ant, like how this is an ancestor of this. You know what I'm talking about, Jace? The same.
You think you can show me a fin turning into something, and you're gonna tell me that, and you're gonna think I'm gonna believe it turned into a mammal? You're kidding me, right?
Kind of, Coach. You have to elaborate.
All right, I'll see if I can just find it, because I've seen it plenty of times. But it says that they compared like the skeleton structure of birds. I mean, it's part of the reason why they know that birds evolved from dinosaurs, because the skeleton structure.
Give it up, guys. I mean, seriously, give it up. You're better off believing in Santa Claus than this.
Why do you say that?
Because there's no evidence. There's no proof at all. It's just a story one guy made up, bro. Like, dare to think for yourself.
Say again?
Dare to think from yourself. What did a spider evolve from? A spiderfish?
No, that doesn't.
What did a bee evolve from? A bee fish?
I like that one website, OneZoom. It's like this tree of life thing, and you can actually see, like, you can pick any life form, and you can see the sort of the chain of where it claims to have derived from. So, but let me, I'm gonna post some of these images. They're not very. Just post some of these images. It's showing like these dinosaurs and then the bird skeleton next to it. So let me see.
Coach, do you know how many species of just bugs there are? insects?
Sure, there's lots. I don't know the amount, but there's a lot of them. Yeah.
I mean, think logically, man.
Okay. Okay, I'm there. Now what?
You're there. You're thinking logically. Now think of a mouse trap.
Okay.
Got it? It's all spring up. Got the cheese. Everything is there, right?
Yes.
The mouse is almost there, ready to come. You got it. You got the mouse, right? Now,
Okay.
it's almost there. Now take away the spring from the mouse trap.
Okay.
What do you got?
Dead mouse.
Wait, sweet no, mouse laughing at you. Like in cartoons, grabs the cheese and takes off because your mouse trap is useless without all the parts.
Okay.
No spring, no trap.
There you go.
Seems logical to me.
No lungs, no life.
Whoa. Now you're talking about lungs. I was logically following what you said, but now you're talking about lungs? What are you talking about?
Until you went to reality, yeah. Then you realize that your evolution can't work.
Why?
The level of projection is like astounding.
Well, set us straight. You're the expert here. You're the scientist.
I posted a few things in the chat. I gave you the names of things to search for yourself. There's nothing more I can do other than offer for you to come with me, and we'll go find some of these things ourselves.
Brother, you offered me a fin of a fish that you think turned into a leg, which you then surmise that it became a quadrupod. Now, that is one beautiful, fanciful story, but it just doesn't wash, bro. I mean, it's just not there. You're making stuff up, or you're reading stuff that somebody made up and you're believing. I'm sorry, man.
Well, you're just pretending. Dude, no matter how many times you preach it,
or else you would have
it doesn't make it true, bro. No matter how many times you preach it, it doesn't make it true. I see.
Exactly. No matter how many times you preach evolution, with a guy with a beard, one man, one human being that came up with it, and you all fell for it because of a few birds, finches on an island, and a turtle. You fell for that story, bro, but I didn't. So, I mean, one of us is right and the other one is wrong. And you know what? The evidence is on my side.
God, yeah.
The evidence is on my side, bro. There's that giggle.
Okay,
whatever
you say, bro.
Hey, prove me wrong. You have an audience. We're live on YouTube.
I already did.
But
I've provided
by
sources.
posting a
I've
fish,
given
by
more
posting a
than enough
fossil of a fish,
information for people who are interested in the truth to go and find it, right? Other than I will offer anyone who you want to go fossil hunting with me, you want to do some genetic phylogenies with me, hit me up, man, anytime.
What do you think you're gonna find if we go fossil hunting?
There's
you think you're gonna find what I'm
there's
asking for?
nothing more I can do, right? We can discuss other elements than just fish to tetrapod. We can discuss like hominin evolution, which right there's plenty on that. There's many species we could look at. There's all sorts of other things we can do.
Negative. Not one of those shows one creature turning into another, and you know it. Don't try to sell yourself here as an expert and try to sweet talk or fancy talk. There is no evidence, my friend. No matter how many times you say it, by posting a fossil of a fin and telling me that this fin made a quadrupod, you can convince yourself of that. Don't try to play self-righteous that you know the truth, because you have no proof. All you shown was a fish, a fin that you think turned into 4 legs. You're dreaming, my friend.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of other information on that transition that people can look up. Like this is just disingenuous. Like, what do you want me to? I provided you articles. Would you like me to get you more? That's going to take more time, right? I'm going to have to
No, I don't
read for
care.
a little
Listen, man,
while.
I don't care. I don't
To
care
come
what you
back
provide
in
me.
an hour. Like, you don't even know what you want. You're just in denial of reality, man. You
Listen,
have
dude, you can pretend all you
your own
want.
conclusion. You want to be true about the scriptures and the magical creator, and you'll deny at all costs anything else.
I never mentioned scriptures. That's a low blow.
SE
I
doesn't
never
even
mentioned
believe in the scriptures.
scriptures.
You're just making. SE doesn't even believe in the scriptures. You're just making shit up. Just stop. Go find your shit or do something. Go do something with your life.
Jace.
I
Jace
did
has to leave for an
already.
hour. Yeah, he posted something.
So why are
great.
you making shit up about SE and the scriptures?
It's not a big deal. I posted something.
Okay, you're gonna
not as
pretend
good.
that SE isn't a magical creator person now, really?
I don't. SE, do you follow any scriptures or anything?
No, negative.
No. Yeah, you're just making shit up, dude.
So you don't
Is that
think
Andy?
there's a creator now?
I didn't say anything about a creator. I
So
said
you don't
scriptures.
think there's
I
a
said
creator
scriptures.
now?
I
Okay,
said
fuck the
scriptures. You
scriptures
said
then.
scriptures. Okay, there's
Okay.
nothing about just stop.
So
Just stop.
he
Do we
doesn't
have a real? Do
believe
we have
in
another topic?
scriptures.
Okay, do we have another topic? I'm not hosting this. Do we have a topic?
This is silly.
You're a rude person, Jeremy. The second time today, you've cut off one of my friends and made them change their topic, dude.
I don't care, dude. He's just making shit up about SE. Like he's talking shit, dude. Do we have something real to talk about or not?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, yeah,
I want to say that
he
I just
wasn't saying that we're in fantasy land and blah 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 blah. It's all me.
Yeah, I want to say that
I never said anything about scriptures, though.
Yeah. Okay. Jace posted some good evidence. I posted just evidence. Okay, because
Your post show. Come on, man.
Yeah, I couldn't find.
You're kidding me now, man.
I couldn't find what I was because I was on Bing. I didn't realize I opened up Microsoft Edge. So, anyways, I'm gonna go look for other pictures on Google Chrome. But regardless, this is a picture I came up with on short notice. It's a comparison between a chicken's foot and a looks like a velociraptor's foot, or Allosaurus. You can see they're pretty similar.
Oh, so you posted a rooster and a dinosaur.
Yeah.
And their legs. Yeah. And you're laughing because you know you're trolling.
Archaeopteryx, Osho. Archaeopteryx is I think the fossil you're looking for.
Okay, Archaeopteryx. Okay.
That's the one of the crown groups of birds with dinosaurs.
Okay, hold on. Archaeopteryx. I'm not a very good speller, but I think orthoplex. No, that's not it either.
Hey, you ever wonder what, Jace? You ever wonder what an ant evolved from? Tough one, huh?
I told you, if you're really interested in this stuff, SE, that website One Zoom, like it's got a tree of life. You can see what everything, how they're related and where they come from the same branch, and they branch out to different things. But you can see from that wasps and ants, they're actually kind of closely related. They evolved from something similar. It's pretty interesting.
They're all fancy, nice pictures and gifs and that. There's no evidence, guys. There's no evidence. Get it through your heads, man. There's no evidence of this.
This foot thing I'm showing you is evidence in itself.
What do you think evidence is?
Well, I should have said proof, actually.
Okay, do we need proof to get knowledge?
Make anything up. Yeah.
Do we need proof to get knowledge?
Well, I don't know what you need, but I need that for evolution.
Do you have a car?
Do I have what?
Do you have a car?
Yes.
Where's it parked right now?
Oh, you're gonna pull a Slick James on me? Oh boy, I wish Slick James was here. It's parked in
flat Earth. SC, do you know Fight the Flat Earth does the same thing Slick James does? He says he has no beliefs.
Get out.
I swear to God, I've heard him say it so many times. He constantly says he has no belief.
Oh man, I wish Slick James was
Fight the
on
Flat
that.
Earth and Slick
semantics
James.
argument.
Fight the Flat Earth and Slick James are in the same boat when it comes to that. Yeah.
No
It's a
shit, I didn't know
semantics
that.
argument, essentially. So, belief is a subset of knowledge. You have a belief that you then justify, and Fight the Flat Earth just says he has no belief because he thinks he doesn't have a belief that he can't justify with some like evidentiary basis. So he has no baseless beliefs would be a better way of him saying that. But anyway, I want to get back to his car thing. Do you have
Well,
a
you can
car
change his
and where's
words
the
that
car?
he said if
I ain't
you
playing
want to
card
change the
games,
words
bro.
he said. If you want to change the words he said, I guess you could do that, but that's not what he said. So he said he has no beliefs. I don't know why you're trying to rephrase shit he said. That's
Because
weird.
I've heard him explain it before.
Yeah, it's weird that you're trying to change the words he says.
Did you hear what I just said to you?
Yeah, well, I've heard him say it many times. He has no
Can
beliefs.
you repeat back to me? Can you repeat back to me what I just said to you?
Yeah, you said something he didn't say. He said he has no beliefs. You said he has no something different kind of beliefs or something. Unjustifiable beliefs.
What I said is that I have heard him explain what he means by I have no beliefs.
Okay, and in the meantime, he said it 2 days ago that he has no beliefs. So I don't know whatever he said that means, but we all know what I have no beliefs.
And so I'm saying your understanding of what he means by I have no beliefs is different to what he's explained that to be. Is that a problem?
No, he's in the same boat as Slick James. It's fine. I'm cool with that.
How? Has
Slick James
explained to you?
He also has
Sorry.
no beliefs. Slick
Okay,
James
has he
also
explained to you what that means?
Yeah, it means he don't believe in shit. He has facts. He knows things. No beliefs.
Okay. Next time he says that or someone says that to you, ask him, does that mean that you have no beliefs as in like you don't believe anything without evidence?
He doesn't believe the car. He doesn't believe the car's parked in his driveway.
Yeah, he literally doesn't
There
believe
you
anything.
go. So, what I was going to run down with that car question was that belief is a subset of knowledge, and we can have knowledge that isn't perfect. So, if I say my car is currently parked outside, like that's almost entirely going to be true because I have the keys on me right now. I lock the car. I'm in a nice neighborhood. It's daytime. Like the chances of that being incorrect are incredibly small. So that's not a belief, even though it could technically be wrong because it's not proven. The only things that are proven are math and logic.
Yeah, I know. I've heard at both sides of this argument.
What's the other side of it?
You could stand up for fight. Dude, I've listened to at least 100 hours of this belief thing. It's fucking. It's honestly quite sickening. But according
How do you
to
listen
the
100
guy,
hours and you don't understand it?
according to all the guys in, I do understand. According to all the guys in Gems, I'm led to believe that if you know anything, you have to believe in it. So
yeah, I haven't disagreed with that. I've just said you also need justification.
So if you know something, you have beliefs. If you know anything, you have a belief.
Yes.
So when Fight the Flat Earth says, I have no beliefs, that's an incorrect statement, or does he not know anything? I would actually go with the latter on that.
It would be incorrect based on like the definitions given out in like epistemology in like philosophy journals. But in the way he's explained it, he is correct in what he says. It's just he has a different definition of belief to what's used like normally. And since he's explained that definition, I understand what he means and it fits philosophy and epistemology.
So he's just making up different. He just has a different. What's his definition of belief again?
So his definition of belief would be something that doesn't have evidence that you just think is true because you want it to be true.
Oh God, you could have evidence for anything you want.
Well, for him, because I think he's also a naturalist and a physicalist, he'd say that that'd be physical natural evidence.
All right. Anyway, Slick James and Fight the Flat Earth, neither of them have beliefs. It's neat.
That's cool.
Slick James was awesome. Slick James was awesome. I kind of miss him. that conversation, that belief conversation, always went there.
We used
So
to
whoever
drive
was
me
talking
crazy,
about
bro.
Hey, Jeremy,
whoever
real
was
quick,
talking
man.
about science not having proved evolution, that's just you asking science to do something it doesn't do, and not understanding that proving is something only done mathematically or through logic.
Blah,
Do we have
blah.
evidence for it?
We know. Yeah, we know.
Do we have evidence for evolution?
We know your whole pseudoscience ways. You don't prove anything.
What part of that would be classified as pseudoscience to you?
The part where you don't prove something, because when you do natural science and we just went over this like a couple hours ago. This is fucking boring too. But
And I bet you're
when you
incorrect.
do
about that,
natural
right?
science, yeah, I know. I don't
Yeah.
understand. I'm incorrect. I know.
Well, I mean, if you've gotten to this point and you've heard it again and again and again by people who reference the scientific method, the people that created scientific method, the philosophers behind it, the philosophy of science, all these different things, and then can just explain to you that, well, you can't know if your car's parked in the driveway. You can't have proof of it. You can only have knowledge that's contingent upon probabilities. If you've heard this again, 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 and all you have left is, oh, I know, whatever, it's boring, whatever, I know. Well, then there's just some problem with you not wanting to understand it.
Yeah, no, I don't understand. Tell me I don't understand again, maybe.
No, you
I just
don't
don't
want
feel.
to understand.
I just don't feel like going through it with you again because it's boring. I literally just did it in here an hour ago, so that's all. I do understand it. I know you're trying. I don't know if you're trying to get a rise out of me, but
I'm not trying to get a rise out of you either. But one thing, my girlfriend says you sound like Pee Wee Herman, dude. Jeremy.
It's great. Does she know that we sound alike?
I was about to tell her that.
They believe we came out of a pond from a single cell. And then you ask him, okay, tell me the story. They go crazy. They tell you don't understand. No, the problem is we understand. That's the problem that you're facing. You're facing people that understand your model and can recite it back to you and show you all the flaws in it. That's your problem.
What's the word we use for the first cell coming naturally out of a pond?
I'm not interested in talking to you, dude.
Can you tell us, what is the definition of evolution, even?
I will tell you
According
one thing. Show me proof of one thing turning into another, or otherwise, I'm not interested in anything you have to say. How's that? Is that fair?
Well, after I explained to you that I don't have proof that my car is outside unless I'm physically looking at it, and even then that cannot be classified as technically proved because I could be having a delusion. After I just explained that to you, you asked for proof again.
What if you touch the car? Do you have proof it's in your driveway?
Could be a delusion, couldn't it?
What if you get in the car and drive it out of your driveway? When do you think you have proof? You never have proof the car was in the driveway?
No, I don't use the word proof. I use knowledge unless it's mathematical proof. So that's I have an equation and then that equation works on both sides, then it's a proven equation.
So you're telling me if me and you are in the driveway and I get in the car, run your foot over, and then drive you to the hospital, you're going to tell me that didn't prove that the car was in the driveway?
This is why I mocked you for not understanding it after discussing it so much. Yes, that doesn't prove the car is in the driveway.
So you're a solipsist?
No, I'm not. Because
Sounds like it.
I believe I can get knowledge that may not be proof. It's called fallibilism. So if you type that in and you go to Harvard philosophy or Stanford philosophy, you'll find fallibilism is the idea that we can gain knowledge without proof. It's a probabilistic way of determining things. And it works. That's what science
So you don't know
is
if your car is... So you're never 100% sure. Even when you get in the car and drive away in the car, you still don't know that the car is in the driveway.
What did I just say to you before to your last
That's weird.
stupid question?
You told me you can't prove anything, and I said even if you get in the car and drive it away, you can't prove that the car is in the driveway. It's weird.
Why can't I prove that?
I don't, because you're weird. I don't know.
What was my last answer when you asked a question like that?
I don't know.
My last answer was it could be delusion, couldn't it?
Yeah, that's solipsism.
No.
Yeah, that is solipsism. Yes. You
No,
can
'cause
never know
solipsism
anything.
would mean
You
that-
could be a brain in a vat.
No, I can
You're a
probabilistically know
solipsist.
things. I can probabilistically know things. I just can't
You're a
provably
solipsist. It's
know
okay.
things.
We
I
deal with a
can
lot of solipsists
probabilistically
here.
know things. I can probabilistically know things. Just can't provably know things. That makes me a fallibilist, not a solipsist. Okay? If you want to
Sounds like
understand these
solipsism.
terms, you can look them up. If you think they sound like solipsism, that's because you don't understand the terms being used.
Yeah, just look at the state they're in. It's remarkable.
Imagine
State
not
we're
being able
in?
to prove. Imagine not being able to prove the car's in the driveway, even if you get in the car and drive it away.
Yeah,
That's
it's just
crazy.
like
Do you
beyond
understand
crazy.
that the type of philosophy I'm discussing here has been around since ancient Greek times?
It sounds like solipsism, my man.
Well, then you don't understand it. Solipsists would claim you can't have knowledge because it could just be false knowledge given to you. I'm saying you can't have proven knowledge. You can only have probabilistic knowledge, which makes me a fallibilist because I believe I still have knowledge. It's just not always correct. And we can't say that it's always correct 100% of the time.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I
you
can
know
say
how
it's always
Charlie-
correct 90% of the time.
Yeah, you know how Charlie's in here talking about he has a probability of certainty? This is the same exact thing. Guess what Charlie is?
I mean, you could just deal with what I said instead of like,
Starts
oh,
with
this
an
is some
S.
Charlie dude.
I'm dealing with what you said. It sounds exactly like solipsism. You can't know anything 100%, only to a high probability, and that's solipsism.
No, it isn't. It's fallibilism. I just explained that to you, and I referenced that you can look it up in Harvard or Stanford, or you can look at the ancient Greek philosophers. If you want to not get this knowledge, that's on you. It just means that next time you have this conversation, you're going to not understand it again.
You know
At
that
some
there was
point, you should
not
try and
Would you say
even in the
that
ancient.
knowledge? Would you say that knowledge, any knowledge outside of you, is unsure? Like there's a percent chance that that you're unsure about the car being in the driveway.
Yes, I would.
That's
How many
solips.
times
Let me
have I
read.
said that
Let me
now?
read
It's
this
probably like 10
definition.
times.
Yeah, let me read this definition of solipsism. Is the philosophical idea that only one's mind is sure to exist as an epistemological position. As an epistemological position, solipsism holds that knowledge of anything outside one's own mind is unsure. The thing that you just said that you agreed to.
No. So I'm a
Yes.
fallibilist. So fallibilism is the principle that propositions concerning empirical knowledge can be accepted even though they cannot be proven with certainty. Is that exactly what I
Right.
described to you for the last
I
5
just
minutes?
I just asked you about the definition of solipsism. I said, "Is this your thing? You unsure about anything
And I said
outside of your
no.
own mind?" And you said yes.
No, because I accept that I can have knowledge of things outside of my mind.
100% provable knowledge.
No, I don't need
That's
that.
solipsism.
I can have
That's
knowledge
solipsism.
contingent on probability. So if something is over, say, 50% probable, then it likely exists.
Bro, this is literally okay.
Fallibilism. I read you the definition of fallibilism, which is the thing that I'm using. I've given you the word fallibilism, which is the thing that I identify as. So what don't you understand here?
Okay. I asked you if you were the definition of solipsism. You said yes, even though you didn't know that I was reading.
Hey, don't start lying about me, buddy. Don't start lying about me.
We could play the tape back.
Yeah, go on, play the tape back. I didn't say I was a solipsist.
No, I asked you about the
Play the
definition
tape
of
back.
solipsism.
I didn't say I'm a solipsist.
I know you didn't say it, but I asked you the definition of are you unsure? Dude, stop. Okay, I'm modding now.
It's easy to just not lie about me. That's
Yeah,
it.
I'm
don't
not gonna. I'm
interrupt.
not trying to.
Don't
I'm trying
interrupt.
to explain myself. You won't let me. Modding. Go ahead, guys.
No, it's fine. You guys can continue the conversation, but yeah, you guys, with both you guys.
No, we can't because he's interrupting me nonstop. So I'm just
no
gonna mod.
interrupting and no lying about each other. Not saying that either of you guys
do you
are interrupting
understand
or
that-
lying, but don't do either of those things.
Do you understand that I interrupted him to stop him lying?
Okay, I muted you because you interrupted Kosho while he was trying to mod. I didn't lie about you though. I read you I asked you about the definition of solipsism, and you said, yeah, that's what I am. I'm unsure about anything outside my mind. There's a probability that it's not true.
So
just stop interrupting.
I then said that I can still claim things are true if the probability is over 50%, which then makes me not a solipsist. It makes me a fallibilist, which I read the definition for and which I claim to be, and which I will affirm is my belief. So why are you still saying I'm a solipsist?
Great. Who cares?
Well, you obviously do. You cared so much that you kept trying to label me as that. And then you got so upset that I kept telling you you're a liar that you then muted me.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't lie. I muted you because now you're lying. I muted you because you interrupted Kosho while he was modding. And I wasn't lying about you. I was trying to explain about how I asked you about the definition of solipsism, which is when you kept interrupting me incessantly because you thought I was lying about you, but I wasn't. I asked you about the definition of solipsism, and you said, yeah, that's me.
And do I claim something that solipsism doesn't, which is that I can have knowledge based on probabilities?
Nobody cares. We're changing topics. Who's got a topic?
I figured that was the case.
I'm hosting this now. We're changing topics.
When someone clearly and calmly describes to you how your debate bro tactics of just labeling someone as something so you can move on and ignore everything that they say.
This is boring. We're moving on.
Disingenuous. You claim that it's boring and move on, which is the biggest cope that anyone can have anytime during an argument. It's boring. Let's move on.
All right, man. All right. Stop. Does anyone have a topic? If not, I'm going to pick one.
Pick one, man.
Because who gives a fuck what this guy doesn't believe in? He can't believe in nothing. Nobody cares, dude. It's not even interesting talking to people like that.
Yeah,
we're trying to prove things about reality.
It's game over.
We're trying to prove things. We're trying to prove things about reality. If you're in here and you can't prove anything about reality, who fucking cares?
Why don't you prove the Earth is flat then?
I'd love to. Can you prove it's a globe? No, you can't prove shit. So there's no reason in even talking to people like you that think you can't prove anything. It's not. It's point. Does anyone have a topic? Or I'm going to pick a new one.
Is it more likely the Earth is a globe or flat?
It's more likely that it's flat.
And how did you determine that?
Many things. Many things. Like I said, that's my belief. Stop. What's up?
That wasn't me laughing. I'm waiting patiently to hear your answer.
Yeah, so many things, bro. Water being flat, we can't measure any. We can't tangibly measure any curving still water at rest.
Except for toe tanks.
Except what?
Toe tanks.
Toe tank?
Yep.
So what's a toe tank?
A toe tank is a large, long tank that has to have a rail attached to either side, which is the same level as the water, in order to tow boats to test the dynamics of the hull as it moves through water to see if it's efficient or if it works well. And anytime a tow tank is made, it's made to the curvature of the Earth. So they have to actually adjust the rail to fit the curvature of the water that's underneath it.
Is this like the tank? There's that.
Yeah, this is fucking stupid, Kosho. This is the same shit.
The Kool-Aid always talks about.
Yeah, it's basically like that. Yeah, I don't know if it's the same exact one, but it's equally as stupid.
What do you say it was called? A tow tank? What was the purpose of the one that Kool-Aid always talks about? Is that what it is? A tow tank, or what is it? What's the purpose of that?
So do you guys have a reason why it isn't like the manufacturers say it is?
I mean, we could go over it, I guess. Is that what we're doing?
Or if you've got something that invalidates a tow tank, like some thing about the tow tank that means that it cannot be what the manufacturers
You're
say
an
it is,
amateur.
and that's fine.
Look what I just posted. You're an amateur, son.
So if I look what was just posted, will it give me like evidence that what the manufacturer says about tow tanks is wrong, or
He
will it
thinks
just
this
be
is
a
curving.
gap in the knowledge?
Look what I just posted. He thinks this is curving.
Can you real quick, dogs? Because there's a guy who talks about this specific one. I've never heard the general term tow tanks, but it sounds interesting. Can you? Because we've gone over it with Kool-Aid before, but could you go over again with what you were saying about why it's made to? So it's made so that the bar is at the same distance above the water. Is that what it is?
Yeah, so what happens is that they manufactured the tow tank with a bar on either side to make sure that the towing mechanism, so that the bar is that runs on the bar, is always the same distance above the water. And in manufacturing that, they had to actually change the shape of the bar to fit the shape of the water because there was a noticeable curve to the earth. And the manufacturers knew this, and then the manufacturers have said that they've had to do it.
No chance in hell.
Same shit. Same shit.
Water doesn't curve.
Though.
Bars don't curve to match the water. This is total nonsense.
I mean, we can go over it if you want, I guess.
I posted a picture of it.
Oh.
Fascinating. I never knew it was a general thing. I thought it was I always heard of Kool-Aids. I never knew this was like a general facility, like a general construction of these types of facility. That's interesting.
I mean, this is just not even the Globers say this is a terrible argument. I don't even know if I want to do it.
So
we know
it
how
says
water
here,
flows.
this is a PDF that I'll link. It's a Boulderwood towing tank, and I'll just read a section of it.
Can you tell us how they know the bar's curving?
Yeah, sure, I'll get to that. The rail must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the earth horizontally and in roll. So the manufacturer says
say that again. You cut out
the tank to do that. So the rail must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the earth horizontally and its roll.
Horizontal.
I don't know. You lost me on that whole thing. The rail must be aligned vertically.
Yes, with the water.
The vertical water.
No, so when you align something vertically, what you'll do is you'll have like the distance between the two things must align with like some vertical mechanism. So in this case, it's little, what are they? Fucking little jacks, like little hydraulic jacks.
Okay.
And they have to be aligned vertically.
Okay, they got two vertical. They got two jacks, vertical, two poles, jacks, whatever, vertical things. Okay. Then what?
Well, they have lots of little jacks.
Okay, a whole bunch of vertical jacks. Now what? How do we know the bar's curving?
They designed it in that way.
How?
So what they did is they got the water, and then they had a flat bar, and then they checked to see if the water fit the same distance
hold
as
on
the
second,
bar in reference to.
Hold on. You said they had a flat thing?
Yeah.
That was like the beginning of your sentence. Can you just start over? Let me just interrupt you because there was a part where I wanted to.
So they had the bar. They had the bar manufactured.
Is it a flat bar or?
The bar was manufactured to be straight.
Okay.
And
okay,
have a flat
that's
surface
the part.
To align
okay,
with
how
the
do they
water.
know it was? Okay, how do they know it was flat?
Do you know what a string line is?
Is it where you pull a string tight?
Yeah.
I can imagine one, yeah.
Awesome. So that's how you know it was straight.
So if you pull a string tight, that's flat, that's straight, you think?
It would either be straight or it would actually deviate very, very slowly in the opposite direction of what they want the bar to be.
Yeah, so do you think you can have a flat, do you think you can pull a string tight and it's straight?
If it's not straight, it would sag down in the middle, which is opposite to how they wanted the bar to be.
Okay, so just off the rip, this is not straight. Go ahead. Not flat, not straight. Go ahead.
What was my actual answer? Can you repeat it back to me at all to show you listen?
Yeah, since we know you can't, since we know when you pull a string, there's sag and it's not straight. This bar was concave. This bar was concave, not flat. Okay, we got it.
So they then had to adjust it.
We've already debunked the first step.
So they then had to adjust it to fit the curvature of the water.
Okay, so we've already debunked the first part of it, but the part you said it was flat, we know that's not true because you can't pull a string straight without sag. And then you said they adjusted it for the curvature of the water.
Can you explain why that matters?
Why the thing said it was flat and they used a string line, and we know string lines aren't straight and flat? We just went through that.
Can you explain why that matters?
It matters because they said they made this thing flat. However, we know the string thing's not flat.
Can you explain why that matters?
It matters because they made a statement. They said this thing's flat. I said how they make it flat. You said they use a string line. I said, you know, a string line's not flat. I don't think you ever even addressed that part, honestly. Do you know a string line's not straight because of sag?
What was my answer to that?
You said yes, it would be concave. So now that we've debunked this whole flat part.
So why did you just re-ask the question in a disingenuous manner after you know that I'd answered it because you're able to repeat back my last answer?
Okay,
so you said I didn't properly address that when I obviously did because you could repeat back how I addressed it last time.
Okay, so when the people said this thing's flat, we know that's not true, right?
It is not perfectly true. Do you understand that? So I can say that I'm 6'2", but I might not actually be 6'2". I might be 6'1 3/4 or 6'2 and like a quarter. You fucking understand that, buddy?
I understand that that they said this thing was flat, and we now know that it's not. It wasn't flat. Go ahead, continue.
Can you explain why that matters?
It matters because they fucking lied. Yeah, they lied to us. They told us this thing was flat. We know it's not flat because strings have sag.
How
does it matter they lied to us in the first sentence? No, I guess not. Maybe not. Do you care they lied to us?
When I wake up in the morning, I'm roughly an inch taller than half an inch taller than I am when I go to bed. Am I lying when I say I'm 6'2"? If that's how I was measured at one stage in the day?
Bro, this ain't about you being however tall you are. This is about this thing being flat or not. And they never made it flat because the thing was concave because there's sag and string lines.
I understand you have to deflect from this.
Deflect from what? I'm pointing out that the thing's not flat.
Would I be lying to say I'm 6'2" if at some stage during the day I'd measured myself at 6'2", knowing that I wasn't going to be perfectly 6'2"? It's called an analogy. A red herring would be something that wasn't, say, analogous to the conversation, but this is directly analogous.
This is not analogous. You have it. They told us this thing is flat. We know that strings have sag in them.
Yeah.
They used a string line to make sure this thing was flat, which we know it's not flat because it would have been concave because of sag.
Yep. So I told you I'm 6'2", and you know that people shrink throughout the day as their spine compresses. So if I tell you I'm 6'2", then you know that my spine's going to compress. I'm not actually going to be 6'2". Is that lying to you, or do you have knowledge about the thing that's being used, like technical knowledge about the thing that would allow you to, in good faith, understand what they're actually saying?
Yeah, they're saying so. They didn't mean flat when they said the thing's flat. They didn't mean flat. Is that what you're saying?
The same way I didn't mean I'm actually 6'2" when I said I was 6'2".
So okay, so the thing's not flat.
I think
Good.
I'm done with this
Now we're on the same
conversation. You
page.
lie about me and you're
We're
a
on the
bad
same
faith person.
page.
So
Dude,
I
stop
think I'm done with
interrupting.
this conversation, you liar.
Yo, my man. Stop interrupting.
Why would I
Stop
keep talking to
interrupting.
you when you've proven that you're bad faith and all you want to do is misrepresent everything I say in order to push your narrative? Why would you do that?
I'm not pushing any narrative, and I'm not misrepresenting anything. You told me the thing was flat. We come to find out
You
that
obviously
it's not.
are.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. If you want to keep going, we're gonna hand it to a mod after each one of us speaks.
No,
That way
I
we
think
don't
I'm done
interrupt
with you.
each other.
Remember that part?
Okay, good. Good.
I just muted him. Enough, dude. You're either gonna have a conversation or you're not. You're not gonna do this. Sorry. I'm gonna
I'm just
unmute
saying
you.
that.
Go on, Jeremy.
Just unmute him. Go ahead. I don't even want to keep going because this whole argument's terrible. Even the Globers say this is a terrible argument. This whole tow rod thing.
I'm gonna unmute him if he disrespects you or if he cuts in again on you, interrupts you. I'm gonna mute him for like 10 minutes. I had enough of this guy.
It's fine. The thing's not flat. They said it was flat. It's not flat. Well, let's just move on. We all know it's not flat. It's kind of concave. We can carry on if you want. If not, I don't care.
Go on, you're unmuted.
It's like the starting process of this whole thing, and it's already fucked up. Like, what do you want me to do? Just breeze right over this part, or?
Yeah, that's what most people do. So in good faith, if I walk up to someone and say I'm 6'2", they'll just go, okay, I understand what that means. Like anyone here would understand that means that I'm not actually 6'2". I'm somewhere in the range of like 6'1 3/4 to 6'2 1/4, somewhere like that, because that happens over time, over the days. Even year by year, you get smaller. So most people would be able to have that as a good faith part of the conversation where they don't get hung up on every single semantic little argument, so they can actually understand what's happening in the conversation.
Okay, you call it semantics if you want, but we're on the way to prove if the Earth or show or whatever you think is going to happen here. We're on the way to show that the Earth is either curving or not curving, and we're starting off with some like really faulty premises, like the thing is flat, which we know it's not because strings have sag, and it would have been concave.
Can you explain how that would invalidate the argument that tow tanks are made to fit the curvature of the Earth by the designers and the manufacturers?
I don't even know. I'm pointing out the first step in this whole process of manufacturing the rod is flawed because it's not flat. It's actually concave.
Yeah, dogs, you got to be more concise. I'm on your side, but this tactic isn't working that you're using. So take him there.
Well, the reason I'm doing
nicely.
this is to show them. The reason I'm doing this is because I've just listened to this guy talk about evolution and the other guy, and they're being obviously disingenuous. So what I'm trying to do is walk them through how they can't be obviously disingenuous and take the high road at the same time.
If that's what you think, that's your opinion, man.
So you're being rude to Jeremy because you were mad in the way we had our evolution conversation. That's what you're saying.
Yes, to show you guys what it actually means to discuss these sorts of things with people, and like
I'm trying to discuss it.
What you're doing and why you're doing it.
My bad. I'm trying to discuss it and get down to the very specifics, the nitty gritty, in depth. That's what we do here. We get in depth with shit. We get right down to it, to the very, the very crux of it, and that's what we're doing. We're starting off this process of trying to show the Earth is curving, and right off the jump, we have a concave piece of rod where they said it was flat.
How do you know it was concave?
You said string line. They use a string line, right?
Mm-hmm.
String lines have sag.
How much sag does a string line have?
It has some.
Would that be calculatable over the distance of the string line?
I don't know. Either way, we know it's concave.
Would they then be able to take the manufacturer's specifications for the string line after they tested it while manufacturing it to see how much sag would be expected over a distance?
I don't know. I don't even believe the sag calculator is true. How do they even get this? How do they even find out how much sag there was?
Could they compensate for any sag if they knew
How,
what the sag would be?
How did they measure how much sag there was in the string line?
Wouldn't gravity have to be consistent, throughout the span of that distance in order to have a calculable prediction as to how much sag would be there? Because as far as I'm aware, like the composition of the crust and the mantle and all those things below determines the strength of that quote unquote gravitational field, which is thus going to affect the screen. But anyhow, go ahead.
So the tow tank is about 600 meters long, and the fluctuation in gravity across a distance like that, especially across, it would have to be a generally like level area to begin with. That sort of fluctuation would be so minor that it would be like a percentage of like the 10th decibel of gravity that would be affected. So if you want to claim that that's enough to dismiss the entire argument, you can go ahead, but I don't understand why you brought up that point.
That was just one minor variable within your calculation to predict the sag. That was all.
So what I'm going to say now is that the manufacturers of this tow tank said they had to take into account the curvature of the Earth, because it seems like all you'll do is you'll say, well, you can't know to the greatest degree of certainty that this measurement is correct, so therefore the whole thing's incorrect. So why did the manufacturers say they had to account for Earth curve?
Dude, I don't know. Listen, man, you said they used a string line to make this thing flat and straight. The string lines are not flat and straight, bro. They're sag. Just right off the rip, we're off to a bad start.
I understand you have to keep going back to that to get away from the fact that the manufacturers said they had to take into account the curvature of the Earth.
I'm not going back to that.
Why did they say that?
I'm not going back to that. We haven't gotten past this point yet. We're still on this. We haven't even moved on yet. What do you mean going back to this?
You haven't
your
explained
tactics
that it matters.
It matters because they told us this thing was flat, and we know it's not flat.
You haven't explained why that matters.
And it would have been concave.
You haven't explained why it matters.
It matters because they told us this thing was flat. Whatever step comes next, whatever the next step is, we're already off here because it's concave.
You haven't explained why that matters. What percentage off would they be? What decimal place would they be off?
It would be off however much sag there was.
Would it be off enough, greater than the curvature of the Earth?
It would be off enough to be not flat. How about that?
So that's not an answer to my question. What I'm trying to say is that there would be some tolerance for it being off, because any larger engineering has tolerances that things can be off. But you haven't explained why that tolerance would mean that it wouldn't, to a high degree of measurable certainty, conform to the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, it's fine. We can move on to the next step. We have a concave rod, not flat. Now, what's the next step?
Why do you keep putting in the not flat part?
Because it's not flat.
Why does it matter?
I'm pointing it out. It doesn't matter, I guess. We're pointing it out to the audience. What's the next step? We have a not flat.
I know why you're pointing it out.
What's next?
You're pointing it out to poison the well.
I'm pointing it out because we just talked about it for 20 minutes. That's the conclusion, that it's a concave, not flat rod. Now we're on to the next step of the manufacturing process, which is...
Can you represent the argument without saying not flat?
We have a rod that's concave. Now what?
Can you represent the argument without saying concave? As in, we have a rod, and that's it?
We have a rod.
We have a straight rod?
It's not straight. It's not straight.
Awesome. Oh, great. And I'm not 6'2", so whatever, dude. But if anyone asks me how tall are you, what do I say? Not 6'2"?
Dude, we don't have a straight rod here. They use a string line. String lines have sag. It's not straight, bro.
I know you have to try to find as many ways as possible to poison the well, but if someone was to ask me my height, would I say 6'2"?
I'm just stating facts. The rod's not straight. Anyways, can we carry on, or are we stuck on this forever?
Well, I'd like to, but it seems like anything I bring up, as evidenced by the person that brought up gravity being different in different spots on Earth, you guys will find some potential problem with it, down to some minuscule degree of certainty. And then you'll just say, well, because this could be different.
I thought you were done. What's up? Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were done.
So it seems like all you'll do is you'll find some minuscule problem, and then you'll say, because of this minuscule problem, your whole argument's invalidated, or we can't know that your argument's correct, which means you don't know anything. Remember how this whole thing started because I asked you for any evidence at all of a flat Earth, and you just made a vague statement that you don't have the slightest bit of evidence for outside of maybe looking at it with your eyes, and you're complaining about the 10th decimal
I didn't say anything like that.
on a measurement being slightly off.
I didn't say anything like that. I said water's flat because we've never been able to tangibly measure it curving.
No, you're right. You did say that, and then it was someone else who said they put an image in of the tow tank that looked flat to them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. I misrepresented you.
That's fine.
So anyway, what they did
We have a
was
rod.
they
We have a rod. How about this?
They then took.
Hold on. We have a rod. How about that? We could go with that,
Right.
or okay, we have a rod. Now what?
Yes. And then they adjusted that rod on either end and the middle. I think it was along 20 points to make sure that it was of an equidistant height above the water. And they tested, and then they still had the string line to check that that rod was out of straight by the amount that they required in their engineering specifications.
Okay, so they took the rod. So they took the rod and they matched it to the surface of the water.
Yep.
And then they took the string line, the concave string line, and then put it up against the rod.
Uh-huh.
And saw that the concave string line didn't match the rod anymore.
Well, they had that, I don't know if it was exactly a string line, but they had that line up the whole time.
Well, why do we even need the rod? Why didn't we just put the string line up to the water?
Because the rod had to be manufactured to be straight to begin with.
Yeah, but if they use the string line to make sure the rod's there, the rod's the right shape, and then we got the string line still up against the rod when it's up against the water, why even this whole rod thing feels unnecessary, and we could have just used a string line.
So the rod's there because they need to run like a thing along it to tow the actual boat.
I know, but for this argument of proving if the water's curving or not, the rod seems irrelevant, and we could have just used the string line. We could have skipped the past 30 minutes and just went right to the string line.
The reason they did that is because the difference is only minor across a large distance. It's what, 8 inches per mile, right, of drop. So that 8 inches across, it'd be less than that because it's 600 meters. So the amount of drop across 600 meters would be only, say, a couple of inches at most. So they needed something that started out straight so they could make that minor adjustment, because if they tried to manufacture something and then bring it in, that thing could easily warp to be out of alignment.
All right.
Anyway, there's also the Humber Tower Bridge. Do you know that's further apart? The towers are further apart at the top than they are at the bottom, and that was because the engineers had to take into account the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, because plumb lines aren't parallel. I know. We've heard this one too with the Verrazano mostly.
Yeah, but you have no reason why it's wrong. You just sort of dismiss it because there's no independent verification of it outside of the engineers that built it.
I mean, do we have any tangible measurements of the distance between the tops and the distance between the bottoms?
Yeah, the engineers.
They measured it?
Yeah, of course.
They measured the the distance between the tops and the distance between the bottoms.
Yeah, of course.
With what? Would they use? Let's go through this.
I don't know. That's up to them. But that's what the Humber Tower Bridge Association said that they did, is that they made sure that those distances were correct.
You just believe other men, and you don't even know what they did. You just believe them blindly. That's cool, but that's your thing.
Well, yeah, but why shouldn't I believe them?
That's fine. If that's your thing, it's fine. I know.
But why shouldn't I believe them? Because what you said is that all water is flat, right? But have you ever measured that or seen a measurement of that?
Dude, I didn't say that. I said we don't have any measurements of. We don't have any tangible measurements of water curving. Stop
Well, but I
trying to do
gave
this
you
weird
2.
game you're doing.
I gave you 2.
You
But
didn't.
they
You gave me
require
a.
some amount of trust. But you trust that the Earth is flat, don't you?
I don't have to trust that. There's just no tangible measurement of the water curving. You didn't just
You
give
got
me
a
that. You
picture
gave
of
me a
curvy water?
You gave me a concave rod. Dude, optical is a mess. You don't even want to go there optically.
Poison the well if you want.
I'm just saying the optical shit is even worse than this rod thing.
Yeah, keep poisoning the well before I actually bring
I'm
up the actual evidence that you guys don't seem to have any evidence whatsoever for your position. But before I bring up the evidence, keep poisoning the well if you want. It's not going to help.
I'm not poisoning the well. I'm just letting you know that the whole optical thing of making long distance measurements over the surface of Earth or whatever is just it's inconclusive at best. You have no measurements of the light bending either. So unless you want to
Then
do
why does
straight
it keep?
geometry.
Why does it keep lining up, and why can we make predictions based on it?
I mean, that's fine. If you want to do the straight geometry thing, we could do that. So we look at something, that's where it is. Is that what we're doing?
I asked you a question then. Why does it keep lining up, and why can we make predictions based on it?
It doesn't keep lining up. It's actually off a lot.
And what, when, how, where?
There's a guy in here called Jesse. His name's Jesse Gordon. He's a pretty high rank lober. He has made several measurements of concave Earth. The horizon above horizontal. Yeah, the horizon above horizontal, yes.
So what he's done is he's taken pictures, so made like optical measurements of that, and then once he's accounted for refraction, what happens?
Well, I mean that's where this whole thing falls apart is your refraction thing. You have no measurements. You have no tangible measurement of which way the light's bending.
If I was to give you someone who's done a tangible measurement, would you believe it?
If it's repeatable and verifiable, yeah.
Okay, so if I was to give you, say, some of the early surveys.
You know what tangible means? I'm just curious.
Yeah, tangible means that you can interact with it.
Like touch it, right?
Well, you can't touch light bending. You understand that's a dumb thing to say.
Yeah, but you also can't. You
can't
could use
what?
something.
So you asked for something that we can't
you could
do.
Use some. Hold on, man. Stop.
Knowing full well we couldn't
you can
do
use
it,
something.
and then you got upset when I agreed.
Dude, what is your
Is that
issue,
what happened?
man?
My issue is
stop
you being
interrupting
bad
me.
faith.
Keep
Stop
it up, and you're
interrupting
gonna
me,
have
dude.
an issue. All right.
Do you think I care
You can
about
take
being
something
muted in this server?
tangible. You can take something tangible, right? And then you can see where the light is compared to that tangible thing.
Yeah, so I've actually got a paper on a laser experiment done on a mountain where it used machine learning to figure out the refractive index, and then could make predictions on the way the light bent off the mountain based on this machine learning. Would you like that?
What's the tangible part in that?
The mountain's actually there, buddy.
The mountains are tangible, yeah, but the measurement, what's the tangible part of the measurement? Not the laser beam, obviously, but was there something I missed something?
So can I just try to like understand what you're asking for? Are you asking for me to give you tangible light?
No, I'm saying you make something tangible, right? Because you're not going to use something that's subject to refraction to measure the refraction. That's freaking crazy. You would use something tangible so that there's no refraction involved, like your concave rod or something. Like
I
you
understand
use
what you're
something
saying.
yeah, you get something flat, and then you see where you're at one end of the rod. There's an object in the distance at the other end of the rod, and then you could see, oh look, this is what's happening long distance in the atmosphere. It's higher, it's lower, it's right on the end of the rod, whatever.
Yeah. So surveyors use rods to test actual distances between things, and then they tested that against the refractive calculations that they added to their light distances.
The grade sticks with flat 5 feet, 5 meters, whatever you guys use. You talking about the one with the height, the stick the guy holds in the distance with the heights on it?
No, there's multiple types. They also have some that they use horizontally.
Okay, how long is the horizontal one?
I don't know, somewhere like 20 meters or.
How much?
And then they'll measure it both ways multiple times.
20 meters? How much is light bending over that distance?
I don't know. But they'll do it multiple times over a long area, so they'll lay it over end by end, or however they do that. And then they'll do it back the other way, and then they'll average it out. And then they'll take their light measurement and see if it corresponds to the physical measurement.
Oh, so they put an object, so you get this 20-meter rod. They're looking on one end of it, and then 20 meters away, there's an object, and they're saying, oh, we're seeing it higher or lower?
No. What they do is they get the rod, and then they try to make sure it's like an equal elevation, and they keep flipping the rod over and over so they can go 20 meters at a time, making sure that they're going exactly 20 meters straight without any, interference. And then they'll go back, average it out to make sure the distance between one object and another object is the same. And then they'll measure that using their surveying techniques up on, the towers with the theodolite or whatever they look through. And then they'll see if that matches the physical measurement done with the rod. But even then, the vertical rods that you talked about also would work in this case. It's a physical thing that can verify refraction.
Okay, so they get a rod, and they just like lay it on the ground and then flip it and then flip it and flip it, and then they have a distance.
Yeah, and then they use that as a yardstick to verify that the optical measurements and then the calculation for refraction fits the physical distances, because it's much, much easier and quicker to use optical measurements after you've verified that they actually work.
I'm missing the part where this tells us whether something's higher or lower than its actual position.
Well, you also mentioned the vertical rods, but it's not about higher or lower. It can also be about whether it's closer or further away.
Dude, what? Dude, this is all about if something's higher.
All right, I'm going to try this one fucking more time,
bro.
buddy.
Stop
Okay, one more
interrupting
time.
me, dude.
What
Yo,
we're
my man.
doing is we're trying to verify that the technique works. Do you understand that?
I'm really trying.
Do you understand?
So this isn't about
to verify it works.
He's really getting wild. What's going on here?
This is
when you ask the same fucking stupid question time and time again, you get a bit upset about it.
I didn't ask no questions. I'm trying to tell you something.
So every time you say, so you're saying, and then you repeat back something I didn't say, that's not you asking questions.
Yeah, can you stop interrupting, dude? It's just turning into a clusterfuck, bro. Like, give a little respect. Jeremy's been pretty decent with you. I don't understand why you gotta keep interrupting. And look, just one mic, bro. Come on.
Yeah. God, crazy. I mean, we're trying to figure out if something's higher or lower than its actual position, so we know which way the light's bending. I don't know how these 20-meter rods are really doing that. We get a distance, and that's dope. I think a lot can be gleaned from a distance, but in this case, I don't really see how it helps.
I muted him. Should I unmute him? You guys want to talk to this guy?
No, I gotta go. Anyways. Whatever. Do whatever you want.
Well, I leave it up to any mod to unmute him. I ain't unmuting him. I had enough of this guy.
Yeah, I've seen the act a couple nights in a row. I'm buying tickets for this one.
How about that XRP die?
Bro.
The Ripley rocket's about to go to the fucking moon on this one.
Yeah, didn't I say something about it yesterday or something? I'm all Ripley. No, it was today. I was talking about it, but I didn't realize, dude, what had happened. I guess they're not a security. They won, dude. So
nice.
It's a big deal, bro. Yeah, it's a big deal, dude. And then Jesus coins up like fucking 30% and shit. So Just saying, bro. Good shit.
Hope you guys make it big. Buy me a new car.
Yeah, we're all hoping something happens. But
I know you don't know me that well enough to buy me a new car or whatever. Unless you made a lot of money. How much money would you have to make to buy me a new car and be like, fuck it, I don't give a fuck. $20 million?
I don't know, dude. That's a good question.
Bro, if I had 20 mil snacks, I'd buy you a new car.
Your pal.
That's actually, I have a thing where if I ever hit the lotto, like I would like crash into people's cars and make them be like, oh, and then I would have a new car waiting for them. Or like drive my car into the river to practice escaping.
They say the majority of lotto winners go broke and are bankrupt in like the first 3 years or 5 years. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like
my wife. Go ahead.
You think 20 million is a lot, but in all reality, man, like it's a lot depending if you live frugal or not. But you're not gonna like be living like a baller with 20 million unless you invest it or something.
Well, you can make a nice salary off of that and never have to work again. But my wife watches this show where people will win like it's this weird gay guy with all kinds of tattoos and shit, and he's like the lotto dream home shit. It's like a TV show. So people will win like $1 million. They'll hit like $1 million lotto and they'll go buy like a $500,000 home. It's like, dude, I don't know what your situation was before, but it's terrible use of the money.
Well, you can always borrow on it. If you own it.
They say like pro NFL players, NBA players, the same thing happens to them. They'll get like insane money, and they think it's going to continuously come in, and then it suddenly stops, and they've bought like $1 million houses and jewelry.
Oh yeah, look at MC Hammer.
Mm-hmm.
We've all
Mike
seen
Tyson.
Eastbound and Down. Tyson ain't doing bad though.
No, he bounced back, but he had a slump there for a bit. I think he went fucking bankrupt for a little bit, didn't he?
Yo, there's a crazy thing where Tyson's friend is the one that shot 50 like 9 times, I think. and 50 ended up buying Tyson's mansion in Connecticut.
Uh-oh.
It's like some
That's a
weird
little
shit
sus.
going on. But what were we talking
about? We're talking about crypto prior to that.
Financial education. I guess Shaq was going down the same road, but like a buddy of his, or maybe it was like a CPA of his or something, turned him on to like better investments or like buying assets. And now
you ain't even gotta be that smart, really. You get a couple good dividend stocks and shit, and you're all set. Like every $1,000 I buy, I get $10 a month. So like, yeah, if you got like $1 million, you get like what's that, like 10 G's a month or something?
Well, he bought like the rights to Marilyn Monroe, and he bought like a number of businesses, I think. Reebok.
That's actually, you know what Michael Jackson used to do? People used to get pissed. He used to go buy all the rights to people's albums and shit. Like when he died, he owned mad he was getting mad royalties and shit.
Didn't he like buy Sony or some shit?
I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he owns or owned like a large portion of Sony or something like that.
hit the Beatles catalog. That was pretty good property.
Yep, that's right.
Oh, and then he married Lisa Marie, so he got the Elvis songs too, right? Didn't he get some part of that?
And what was it? Snoop was saying that like artists don't really get any money, any royalties from like record sales, but like if you wait a certain amount of time, then you can remaster your album, and then you get like 100% of the royalties from it.
Yeah, what you said, I heard about Taylor Swift. Apparently, they shafted her royally. All her songs, and they did just what you said. What did you call it? Remaster them?
Yeah.
Like redo? Yeah, exactly. But you got to wait like 12 years or something like that. Some crazy. Yeah. And I'm like, really? That's how they do it, man? Yeah.
Apparently they're
Hey,
pretty
I would
ruthless
like you
because,
guys to. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I would like you guys to check out that video that I just posted. It's an interesting thing that he said there.
Dude, I was just driving out and fucking I'm like looking up for deer all over the fucking place, you know, because they're just thick up in this bitch. And then the craziest thing is I just looked to my left out the fucking window and there's a baby deer trying to keep up with their vehicle. I hate it when deer are running with the car. That really is. That freaks me the fuck out. Like they're trying to get a ride somewhere, you know?
Bro, you ever been on the Taconic Parkway at night?
Where?
The Taconic Parkway runs upstate from
No, I never been there.
somewhere.
Ah.
Dude, I've never seen more deer in my life. They're just in herds or whatever you call a gathering of deer. There's just tons of them.
Walk.
Yeah, there's no shortage of food. You have a rifle, you're eating.
I got a 1022 with a scope on it and one without. I got a 308 AR-10 with a scope on it and an AR-15 without. Like, you know, 4 members in the family. So you got long distance and short distance.
Ooh,
Right,
you're
'cause
cooking some meat tonight.
every sniper needs a, a guy with a short range weapon to watch his back.
All I need is a bow staff and bow and arrow. Or one or the other.
Deer with a bow staff, you think?
Whack its head off, yeah.
Hey, dogs, you're hot micing.
Oh, I thought I was still muted.
Who let the dogs out?
In a perfect world.
Who?
I was thinking about changing my name to Cats or Gauze. Yeah, it's just for parody, you know?
I mean, you can, but cats piss you off most of the time. Dogs are generally nice.
And
Well,
they'll
I could
eat you when you die.
But I could really mess with you and be like, cats or dogs. And then what would you say to that? You'd be like, I agree, but I disagree, but I agree, but I disagree, because you're evolutionist. You know how that works?
I think you listen to the video that I posted.
I don't understand what you just said. Like, dogs would be wolves, and wolves would be, like the transitional species, the common ancestor between wolves and bears, and that thing would be the common ancestor between that thing would be under the classification of like general mammals, and they'd be under the classification of whatever they came from, called nested hierarchies. Each thing is also part of the predecessors that came before, like the predecessor species.
Yeah. I understand. You could say like, yeah, dogs are different than cats, but then I go like, oh, but way back they're the same thing, and so are we. That is, no, you don't get that.
Well, they have a similar ancestor.
Okay, I think I get what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was just a joke, buddy. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Yep.
What do you guys think of though? You know, there's a lot of, you know, like to me, evolution makes sense, especially when you think about like chimps and humans, and you're like, if somebody just said, you know, chimps aren't humans, and humans aren't chimps, but there was a time in the past where chimps came from something that we came from, right? And so there was a branching out point, and chimps stayed in the trees, and stuff like that, and then some other animal, the one we became, sort of left the trees and were like in these swampy tall grass plains. It just makes sense why we, like, our functionality is different. We stand up straight, but our bodies for the most part are very similar. Like it does seem very plausible that 2-3 million years ago we were similar. Our ancestor was the same.
Yeah.
This makes sense to me.
Just about the same as cats and dogs to me.
Sure, yeah. There's a time where they were the same. I mean, their ancestor was the same. But
Well,
branched out, became different things.
kind of an assumption.
I don't know.
But then why the branch?
I
got it.
think there's a virus that exists inside the DNA of all mammals. So it's like this one virus was like infected some animal that is the ancestor of all mammals. It's evident in
What's
the
it?
DNA.
It's called ERVs, endogenous retroviruses. It's a section of DNA that's put into the organism through a viral infection. And so that segment of DNA, you can look back at, like, our most common ancestors have many of the same as us. And then you look back even further. So like apes have the same as us, a lot of similar ones to us. And then you look back further along the tree and it goes, they have slightly less and slightly less and slightly less and slightly less. And it fits our idea of nested hierarchies perfectly. It's also almost impossible for those ERVs to exist in the exact positions in the DNA they do between these different species if it was just random luck.
Who told you that?
Anybody interested in talking a little bit stuff that Alan was talking about? This interferometry business. Anybody interested in a little additional update on interferometry?
Interthermometry.
Interferometry.
Thermometry.
Interferometry. Alan, what's up, brother? You here? You
right?
What's going on, brother?
Yo, what's up?
How you doing, brother?
I'm
Yeah,
good.
I
How are
guess
you?
now's a good time. If you guys are like totally involved, I'm good. I just messaging Alan. He said he might have something to land. You guys, if you have a little break in the session here.
Yeah, I've seen some rebuttals to it so far, and I think that there's like kind of missing the mark a little bit. So I have like a revised version, presentation, so we can kind of all get off on the same page, and then like walk you through it, and then a lot of your questions I think will actually be answered, during, throughout the presentation or whatever. But every couple of slides or whatever, I'll pause and do like a recap or whatever, make sure everyone's on the same page. But yeah, if you guys are interested, I'd like to present the argument.
Let's see if Gio's here first. Is Gio listening? Because otherwise it'll be hard to get you to share the screen with live feed.
Oh, sure.
Gio in the house. It might make a difference, actually. Didn't think about that. Calling Gio, I'll message him, see. Maybe you could too. I don't
Well, as you rushed
Okay,
in, I messaged you and told you I messaged him already, but he didn't reply yet. So,
okay.
He's probably
Yeah, he
AFK.
may be AFK. I don't know if that maybe. Maybe just talk a little bit. Let's see. Sometimes he's away during the day, so. Hey, Jeremy's here, right? Do you have any way of controlling the screen share for the YouTubes?
Jeremy left the building. He's JFK.
Oh, yeah. Maybe it's not the best timing then, huh?
Yeah, all good. I was trying to let it naturally play out or whatever, but you know.
Okay, maybe we could just pop out and come back in
Oh,
when we get enough.
no. Gio said I'm here, but he can't be too active. He can share it on the live stream, so I guess
okay.
we're good. I guess we're good to go. Okay, give me 1 sec. I'll present here.
Do this. Since have to.
I'm gonna put it in presentation mode or whatever, slideshow mode. Let me know if you guys can still see it. Okay, is that you guys can still see it?
Yep, all good.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Everything fits.
All right, let's see. Record. Okay. All right, and just to confirm again, everything all clear? You guys see it okay?
Yep,
all good.
conditions and everything. Yep.
Okay, so this is the Sagneck effect in GPS and also the linearized Sagneck effect, which means that it's not due to angular rotation. So general relativity is also insufficient to give an explanation to it. And we'll go over the we'll go over the problem at hand here, and then I'll break down the components to it. So we can all figure out what's going on and see where we can, or see where it can be attacked from a point where it would actually be addressing, what's going on here. So a summary of the argument before breaking down the components. The variance of C. The variance of C is revealed when measured in the preferred reference frame, which is the ECI, a frame that is stationary and non-rotating with respect to a stationary with respect to Earth rotation on the surface, or you could equate that to ether wind. This coordinate system, you're going to find it's literally interchangeable with how you interpret Earth rotation with being stationary relative to an ether wind. So, I'll make references to that. That's what I'm talking about. This is literally just a perspective change right here. So this measurement is performed using the range measurement equation in a time interval system such as GPS. So we're going to get into how GPS works and how all this applies and how this shows the varying speed of light in a preferred reference frame. So the preferred reference frame, the discrepancy arises when transforming the distance derived from the range measurement equation in the ECI to the ECEF or anything really. So we'll get into that. It shows that the value of C is not equal to the value of C in the ECEF. If C were truly invariant in all reference frames, then the distance derived under transformations would also be invariant. So this is a huge problem, and we'll, as we move forward, I'll get into why. Mathematical structure violations. The violations of Lorentz covariance contradicts the mathematical framework and the rules therein which govern the laws of physics during coordinate transformations. Consequently, it falsifies the two postulates of special relativity and undermines the philosophical explanations derived from the mathematics, such as length contraction and time dilation. These explanations become superfluous and unnecessarily verbose, as they say. The principle of relative simultaneity is also invalidated. There's a conflict between so-called global simultaneity and so-called relative simultaneity, another principle of special relativity, which the accuracy of GPS depends explicitly on violating that principle. So these are the core issues at hand, and we'll get into the specifics of each one as we continue. Any questions so far, boys?
Yeah. So Okay, I was saying it's showing the same slide. Are you going to there now? I just saw a different slide. Now we're back to the first. Now we see. Oh no. You were
Really? Okay.
reading. Yeah.
Okay. I see. Okay, I see. 1 second. 1 second. I know what the issue is.
Yeah,
I can't present it in full slide screen mode, so I apologize about that.
you
Because I
the window and not the application. The application,
Yeah,
then you can't. Then yeah, sorry.
So go to where you set up the stream.
Right.
A slideshow. What's it called on there? Setup slideshow. So if you go to slideshow.
Okay, I'm just gonna do share screen and then do the whole thing.
Yeah, that'll work.
How's that? And then when I get to the video part, I'll switch it back so you can hear the audio.
Man,
And then
I didn't know you had audio, but that's how you have to do it. So you're all over.
Yeah. So we're good. We're good. So current slide. So here's where we're at. That's where I was reading from. This is these are the arguments at hand. And then, like I said, we'll go over the components. So if there's no questions so far, we'll go ahead and move forward. Oops, that's the wrong direction. So just go ahead and hit the right one. All right, so we'll go ahead and read special relativity's postulates right from the source. So we'll start from right here. Examples of this short together with unsuccessful attempts to discover any motion relative of Earth relative to the light medium suggest the phenomenon of electrodynamics as well. Electrodynamics as of mechanics possesses no properties corresponding to the idea of absolute rest. They suggest rather that has already been shown to the first order of small quantities, the same laws of electrodynamics and optics will be valid in all reference frames for which the equations of mechanics hold good. We will raise the conjecture, the purport for which will hereafter be called the principle of relativity. To the status of the postulate and to introduce another postulate, which is only apparently irreconcilable with the former, namely that light is always propagated in empty space with a definite velocity of c and is independent of the state of motion emitting from a body. These two postulates suffice for the attainment of the simple and consistent theory of electrodynamics of moving bodies in accordance with Maxwell's theory for stationary bodies. The introduction of the luminiferous ether will be superfluous in so much here as that there will be required no absolute reference frame there will be no preferred privileged reference frame, right? So that's basically what he's saying here. So these are the postulates directly from the guy. So here's a brief summary on what we just read. In the analogy presented by Einstein, so by the way, he derived these postulates right from the motions of a moving magnet over a conductor and vice versa. And in that observation where one generates an electric field and one generates a Lorentz force, a repulsion force, he concluded that based on that, all reference frames are invariant. So it doesn't matter where your reference frame is, there's going to be a reaction. And that's kind of the basis for how he came to this conclusion, right? So, and then he's basing the speed of light off of the misinterpretation of the Michelson-Morley experiment. So we'll continue on here. So, in this analogy presented by Einstein, he explains that regardless of Earth's motion, the null result of the Michelson-Morley experiment is predicted by special relativity because the speed of light is invariant. This means that the speed of light remains the same in all inertial reference frames, and that is therefore there should be no fringe pattern detected in Earth's motion. In the case of the electrodynamic relationship between the respective motions of the magnetic field and the conductor when the magnet is in motion, and when the conductor is stationary, the magnet generates an electric field, which interacts with the conductor, inducing electromotive forces, EMF, and subsequently the electric current. Conversely, the inverse relationship with a stationary magnetic field in a conductor in motion will induce a magnetic field that results, basically the repulsion force. So they call that the Lorentz force when it does that. And then Einstein concluded based on that with this relationship with motion, that all reference frames are equally valid and that there will be a reaction either way. So here's a summary of that summary, just to further break it down. Special relativity is validated through co-opting the Michelson-Morley experiment, which failed to produce a friend shift reading corresponding to a velocity of 30 kilometers a second. To their dismay, a reading of 5 kilometers to 7.5 kilometers was given. To give this measurement, to give the measured fringe the attribute, or to explain this measured fringe, they attribute it to instrumental air instead of an actual velocity reading, and they said that the speed of light was actually, invariant from that, and that's where Einstein derived that from. And keep in mind here, so these asterisks here, these measured translational speeds, 5 kilometers and 7 kilometers, are according to the scale derived for what they expected the fringes to be for the orbital velocity. So they didn't even actually measure anything moving at 5 kilometers a second. This is just relative to the scale that they made. To get perspective on that, because you're going to see that that because the Sagnac effect is linearized, you're going to see that there is a varying speed of light, and what they seem to measure corresponds with an ether wind. So I just wanted to be clear about the translational speeds. This is relative to the scale that they made, trying to on what they thought one fringe would be equal to. So they thought that one fringe would be about 5 kilometers a second, and then they expected that they would get about, what is that, like 5 or 6 of a fringe or whatever. So they were way off. But yeah, this scale is just relative to what they thought. And then so to continue on here, let's see. To explain the measured fringe, this is attributed to instrumental air, and they said that the speed of light is the same in all frames. This is claimed unsubstantiated, of course, because the Earth's assumed motion around the sun, and therefore there must not be a stationary ether to measure the relative motion from as an absolute reference frame. By claiming that the fringe is effectively zero, the experimental results could be interpreted as proof of an invariant, or proof that C is invariant regardless of the motion of the source or observer. Regarding Einstein's comparison of the respective motions of the stationary and moving magnets, another postulate is formed. All reference frames regarding electromagnetic and phenomenon in optics are equally valid. Regardless of your reference frame, the moving and stationary magnet conductor effect are produced, and it doesn't matter, although the mechanisms of what is produced are different. The claim here is that the speed of light is the same regardless of the motion or the observer, and that the electrodynamics of moving bodies provides a good analogy to describe the concept of all of reference frames and how the laws of physics must be the same, and that none of them are preferred because for one reason or another there will be a desired relativistic effect. And then this is just adding clarity to the measurement scale. So we'll continue on, and this is a 2-worded summary by Professor Jody Cooley, taken from her presentation. I came across this, and there's a couple slides that I borrow from this that give really good explanations to catch us up on the subject matter. So Einstein's postulates: the laws of physics are invariant for all observers in inertial reference frames. The speed of light is the same to all observers regardless of their motion. Okay. Transformations and covariance. So this is the rule book for these transformations, right? So we've all heard of transformations, equations, and all this stuff. This gets into the specifics of the rules for them. So we're going to learn about that. So transformations and covariance, rules for coordinate system and transformations. So this is taken from Wikipedia. This is just a brief overview to get your foot in the door. I highly recommend, obviously looking at actual papers about the theory of covariance and all this stuff. But these were actually pretty good summaries. So go ahead and read them off and get everyone familiarized with the basic rules here and how they apply, so we can start to see the issue with what Wang is going to bring to the table here. So Einstein's theory of special... Oh, sorry. Does anyone have any questions so far? Are we all clear on the postulates and how Einstein derived them? Make everything make sense so far?
Yes, sir.
All right. Einstein. Yeah. Einstein's theory of special relativity. Like Newtonian mechanics... Well, let's see. However, because special relativity postulates that the speed of light in free space is invariant, the transformation between inertial frames is the Lorentz transformation, not for the Galilean transformation, which is used in Newtonian mechanics. Not super relevant here. The invariance of the speed of light may seem counterintuitive. It leads to things such as time dilation, length contraction, and relativity of simultaneity, which have been extensively experimentally verified. If you think these things have been highly extensively verified, I highly recommend you look at my presentation titled "How Math Became Reality" and familiarize with all the so-called solid proofs of these things. Oh, sorry, got ahead of myself. So Lorentz covariance. In relativistic physics, Lorentz symmetry or Lorentz invariance, named after the Dutch physicist Hendrik Lorentz, is the equivalence of observation or observational symmetry due to special relativity, implying that the laws of physics stay the same for all observers that are moving with respect to one another in an inertial frame. It is also described as a feature of nature that says experimental results are independent of the orientation or the boost velocity of the labor through free space. So Lorentz covariance. So it has two meanings here, and the one that we're interested in is an equation is said to be Lorentz covariant if it can be written in terms of covariant quantities. Confusingly, some use the term invariant here. The key property of this equation is that whatever is being transferred holds true in the new coordinate system that it's being transferred to, and if it doesn't, then basically the whole structure collapses. And so if you're going to take a law of physics or whatever, these things have to be coordinate transferred. Invariant, right? These have to be invariant transformations on the transformation. So we're going to see how all this is applying here. So thanks again to Professor Jody Cooley. So consequences for Lorentz transformations. The quantity or what does it mean for a quantity or law to be invariant? The quantity or law remains unchanged when after undergoing a transformation to a different coordinate system. So non-invariant quantities. So these would be things that are like normal axis, like an x-axis or some relative speed, and then transferring that to another coordinate system. That would be a non-invariant transfer. So you could transfer something for that, and there would be a loss there. So when you do an invariant quantity, a law of physics, right? So some particular rate of acceleration or whatever, or mass attracting mass, for example, or c, then when you transfer to a new coordinate system, everything from that has to be an invariant transformation. There can't be any discrepancies. If there's discrepancies, that means that you're not doing it right, and the laws of physics aren't being represented accurately through the mathematic structure. And from that, there's not really like a way to repair that. You'd have to like fundamentally start over with your postulates, right? Because if your postulates aren't true in nature, why would you continue to build a mathematic framework based upon it, where you say everything's true in this framework that I made up, where it's clearly not true in the one framework that we could measure, right? So it doesn't make any sense. So you're going to see the extreme of that moving forward here. So before we move forward, any questions on the invariance and transformation rules for that stuff? Okay, cool. So we're going to get into Wang's GPS paper now and apply what we just learned. We'll read through here some of the highlighted section. So the mathematic structure violations. The C in the ECI is shown not to be the same when transferred to other coordinate systems, when it should be invariant under transformations according to Lorentz covariance. Going all the way back to Michelson-Morley, this non-invariance issue invalidates the justification to assume C and then transform to a new reference frame ad hoc to explain the invariance shown in the Michelson-Morley experiment. And what that means is, so you know how they originally said, hey, it's actually an error discrepancy and C is the same. Well, when they were proposing the reference frame system, they actually said, if you transform to a reference frame on the sun, you'll you'll see that the device hasn't contracted, and that from our reference frame, there's an actual contraction of space time, and that's the mechanism that did the contraction. And only from the perspective of the sun would you see it. So the justification to even get into that sort of mathematical role play is dependent on the variance of C, and that's going to be shown not to be the case. So the abstract here, the successful operation GPS is based on the range measurement equation with the in the ECI system, and it is indicated that this, through all this, that the Sagnac effect is not a relativistic effect, and that the relativity of simultaneity is also contradicted by the basic operations of GPS principle. So here Wang goes over the GPS range measurement equation to get us familiar with it here. So we got R sub R times T sub R minus R sub S times T sub S, and this is the coordinate system location of the transmission time, in transmission time, and then the coordinate system of the reception time, and then this absolute value is equal to C times the transmission time minus the reception time. Multiply those, and then you get the you'll get plus or minus to C, and that's what they're going to derive the accurate distance from using the range measurement equation. So now that I just explained what that is, we can get into the key points of the paper here. So let's see. The highly successful practice of GPS, especially its unprecedented precision of measuring distance under the order of millimeters, is equivalent to measuring time to the degree of 0.01 nanoseconds, and have proved the correctness of GPS's range measurement equation with the ECI reference frame. Based on that, we re-examined the fundamental problem in physics and all the principles of relativity that we just went over, and the fundamental unsolved problem in physics, the Sagnac effect. And we'll get into the history of that too as we move on, and then and explain why he has this weird opinion that the Sagnac effect somehow invalidates the framework of light that's given to us. So the Sagnac effect, which is extensively used in GPS, here we should emphasize 2 points first. The correct coordinate frame for the range measurement equation is the Earth-centered inertial frame. 2, the most GPS receivers are moving relative to the ECI ground receive stations. So the way that the ground receiver stations, airplanes, cars, etc. So the way the ECI calculates the motion of a ground, quote unquote ground receiver, right? It would be from the perspective of being at the center of the ball where you're not experiencing any orbital velocity or rotation, and so you're stationary, non-rotating, and then the Earth's surface is rotating with respect to you. Now, if we're on a stationary, non-rotating plane, the same, literal same coordinate system would just be with respect to an ether wind. And we can, I'll get into that towards the end of it. But that's the other interpretation of this coordinate system and how it interprets motion. And we're going to, in fact, see that Earth rotation motion in the way that they're trying to describe it doesn't even exist. So obviously, the definitions for the position for the receiver at the reception time is important for a moving receiver, since the reception time and the position of the moving receiver is different for the position of a stationary receiver. And then he restates the range equation here. Let's see. Somewhere. Hold on a second. Okay. So the difference between now he goes in to talk about the difference between the how GPS derives distance and how you would traditionally derive distance, right? So the way distance is derived with the GPS is it's a time interval system based on the range measurement equation. So it's taking a snapshot of the coordinates and the time that it was sent, and then it's taking the time delay to get to the receiver and multiplying that by C, and then or subtracting that and then multiplying that by C, and then that's giving the accurate distance. So the traditional way to do it would just be having 2 points on a coordinate system, and then at any particular point in time or whatever, you just know the distance between those two coordinate systems, right? Because you've already established the units for it. So So the traditional distance is invariant for the coordinate transformation between two systems moving relative to one another, but the range p derived from the range measurement equation in the ECI is not invariant for even a simple Galilean transformation. So when you derive something in the ECI, when you derive a distance from the ECI, and you try to apply it to even just moving the x-axis, just by applying a little bit of velocity to the x-axis, the distance messes up with just one coordinate or just one axis change. So he's saying, just imagine what happens when you transfer it to the ECEF. It's not gonna even be close because it's already messing up at such a low level of transformation. So the variance of C, rescaling. Or does anyone have any questions so far?
No, keep going.
No,
Or maybe not.
as long as just make sure everyone knows, like, you have ECI, and that's being the inertial system, right?
Yes. I'm sorry, you cut out a little bit.
That's all I was saying. Is that the ECI is it's the inertial system?
Yeah, the Earth's inertial frame, and then the ECF is the GS87 ellipsoid that they say. So that the way they do the measurements on that is different because the way that they account for, they don't have a relative motion for that on there. So they don't have that fixed frame or whatever to derive relative distance or to derive the correct speed of C. So that's what's causing the discrepancy in the coordinate system transformation. That's what's being revealed here slowly.
Boom.
Yeah, you were saying that there's been a couple misconceptions that you've overheard or heard about from some of the ballers.
Yeah, we'll get into those at the end because like some of them are going to be like self-evident because this is like it way undermines any attempt to even try and explain it through relativistic means. But to even give it to the benefit, like I'll play ball a little bit and explain how like it's still not even the case.
Cool.
But yeah, we're good. So we'll continue on here. We're all up to speed on the coordinate system transformations and how there's a Lorentz asymmetry going on, right? So it's not an invariant transformation. So we got a big problem here, and we'll continue on. All right. So the variance of C, rescaling that GPS time. Oh, I'm sorry, recalling that GPS time. That GPS is a time interval system that derives distance by an assumed fixed value for C, and that the time difference between the signal transmission time and the signal reception time difference is multiplied by C. It is in this respective coordinate system. C is shown to have a preferred direction of propagation, east to west, for a plane with a ether wind translating the motion of the sky, and west to east on a globe. It's just inverted based on how the math is derived on the way that you guys perceive. I'm sorry, that the way that the globe. The way that they explain the sky is that it's a counterclockwise rotation. So on a stationary plane, it just inverts. So that's the discrepancy there. Because the way that when you research this through the glob lens, right, it'll be framed through west to east. But it's
that's the thing that we figured out with geos, and I was asking too as well as far as like the movement of the sun. Does that correlate with the movement of the ether wind? And then you figured out that it was actually the reverse interpretation that we usually get with a lot of these things. Also, just to make a note that it sounds. Another thing that I've discussed with you is that it's reifying that there's a speed of light by saying C and all this. But just for anyone listening, that this is actually the propagation of light through the medium of the ether that we're talking about in general. But they have to use C as a way of explaining it.
Yeah, well, there seems to be like a relative, like close enough value, right? But when they get real specific with it, and they actually try and do transformations with it, it's not the same C that they're telling everyone. Like they're talking about a different C. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, that's interesting.
The rate of induction.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. So and what they're showing here with the range measurement equation in the ECI, when you actually measure the relative motion of it, there's a varying speed, and it's showing a preferred direction of propagation. So this will go into play with the description of the ether wind and then it's just going to be interpreted, relative to a stationary, non-rotating plane. So we'll continue on.
An absolute reference frame.
Yeah. A preferred one, if you will, right? Because we're getting the correct derivation of c to derive distance in this reference frame. So it's a preferred one, right? Like it's real bad for a relativist enthusiast. This effect is attributed to the Sagnac effect, which is said to be the equivalent of the signal receiver rotating away from the transmitted signal, which is causing the variance in the speed. So we'll see what Wang has to say about the range measurement equation and how this all works. Some people think that the range measurement equation is based on the constancy of the speed of light on the surface. This may appear to be true. The speed of light is the only velocity term that appears within the equation. Expressions such as c minus v and c plus v, which are often seen in discussions of special relativity in classical physics, do not exist in this equation. Therefore, some people would conclude that if this equation is correct, that special relativity is correct. If this equation has been proved to a high degree of accuracy, special relativity has been proved to a high degree of accuracy. For example, it has been concluded that special relativity has been confirmed to a very tiny number here. But we do not judge things for their appearance. We must try to grasp their essence. If we analyze the implications of the range measurement equation carefully, we will find that contrary to what its appearance tells us, that what some people think about the correctness of GPS's range measurement equation actually leads to the incorrectness of the principle of the constancy of the speed of light, and furthermore, the principle of relativity. And then continuing on here. This may seem unexpected, but it is quite understandable if we compare it with sonar systems. Recall that in underwater navigation, sonar uses the same range measurement equation in a reference frame based on the water to calculate the distance traveled by sound, even sound, even though the sound receiver is moving relative to the water. The difference there is that the speed of sound that they use the speed of sound A in the equation instead of using C, the speed of light in a vacuum. However, no one would emphasize the constancy of the speed of sound, and contrarily, everyone thinks that the speed of sound is dependent on the motion of the sound receiver. So, same exact equation, using a different wave medium derives the correct distance. It reveals that there's a relevant speed to the thing that's propagating, right? Dude, everyone up to speed?
Dun, dun. Do any ballers want to explain this part to me? I can't make this make sense from your paradigm. Well, maybe.
Yeah, I figured I'd make comments, make a specific comment rather than so many misunderstandings.
Well, no,
So-
dude. Yeah, let this serve as like the ultimate, guide, so to speak, on it, because it's been done several times and people get different renditions of it, et cetera, et cetera. So, like, let this serve as the solid one where everything's laid out, all the context. Because some of the stuff I kind of didn't realize the gap barrier on the transformation stuff. Like, I thought that people that were knew about that stuff, knew the rules and everything to it. So I didn't realize how to specify or how to break this down and make it digestible. So yeah, there's a lot of rules to these things, and they're not following them, and then they're just pretending that they are and telling you and acting like you don't know what you're talking about when you question it. Is basically where we're at so far.
That's all we've gotten so far. Keep going.
And to the Globers, to give them credit, like, this isn't your guys' fault. Like, you guys all think that you guys got it pegged and stuff. It's crazy, man. It's real unfortunate. Like, we all wanted to believe in this stuff too, and it's real unfortunate what they've done. So this is just a reiterate. Sorry, go
I
ahead.
was gonna say, somebody said the baller respond. I mean, I was gonna respond to at the end.
Okay.
But based on that request, based on what you just said, also, it's quite funny that this guy Wang, he says a lot of incorrect things, and you guys aren't really catching it. But he just said that everyone agrees that there's no consistency to speed of sound, and based on a moving object. But a moving object doesn't change the speed of sound. I don't know why you said that.
Oh, so you didn't address my question about how they're using a different value and just switching out the variables with the same equation?
No, I'm responding to this thing where it says, however, nobody would emphasize the consistency of the speed of sound. Contrarily, everyone thinks the speed of sound is dependent on the motion of the sound receiver. But that's not true.
Wait, so we are just ignoring the part where you guys put in a different variable in the same equation?
We're not ignoring anything. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff to respond to. I was going to wait to the end. I'm specifically responding to this part right now, since that's the last thing that he said. Literally. And
Hi, guys.
it just isn't true.
Can you
All right,
explain
well,
exactly why it's not
now
true
they're not
and what exactly your interpretation is of what was said?
Yeah, that's not what he's saying though, right? However, no one would emphasize the speed of sound that the speed of sound has, I guess, constancy. And contrarily, everyone thinks that the speed of sound is dependent on the motion of the sound receiver. Is it not is it not dependent on doesn't the so how they're using the range measurement equation though for sonar, wouldn't it be dependent on the motion of the receiver through water?
I think
So
in the same way, the speed is not changing. It's just the wavelength in that case.
Sure. Okay. So
Oh, wait, you said he's got a lot of things wrong, and then
So
you
wait, is
pointed
the
out
distance
one
over
that was
time
like not
changing? I just want to know, is
Yeah,
the
we can
distance
go over the whole
covered
thing.
over the time changing?
Yeah.
No, let's just go through
Speed.
it.
I think that's
let's continue on, and then we'll stick to the end. Then it's good that you have input for the end. I was getting a little worried that no one was going to have anything to say. All right.
Wait, what are you guys watching? Well, just pay attention. You'll find out.
All right. So just to go over how distance is derived again, how he was saying you have two coordinates, and then you just derive the distance from the coordinate system or whatever, and then the GPS time interval system. Takes a snapshot of when it was sent and the time and the time of reception, and then you multiply the discrepancy by C of the reception time and the transmission time. So here in the ECI serves as a stationary non-rotating frame for the relative speed of electromagnetic propagation to be measured so that the distance can be derived, determining the absolute values of the location and time of the signal source and receiver in the ECI coordinate system, and then subtracting the difference from C and then multiplying it. Using the ECI reference frame, C can be used to determine accurate distance down to the millimeter in this coordinate system. In this equation, the ECI is the relative velocity of C being measured with respect to an absolute frame, stationary non-rotating frame, right? So if all reference frames were equally true as per the postulates of special relativity, then the distance derived from the range measurement equation in the ECI being proportional to the invariant speed of light would be invariant when transferred to another coordinate system that uses C as invariant. However, it is shown that when transferring to another coordinate system, the distance must be again corrected, this time within the confines of relativistic effects such as time dilation, length contraction, etc., which is begging the question after the postulates aren't even true from the reference frame in which they were derived in. The accuracy of GPS is dependent on the absolute reference frame to measure the relative speed of electromagnetic propagation, or to measure the speed of electromagnetic propagation against. The preferred reference frame, stationary non-rotating frame, is the reference frame to which all other reference frames is derived from. That might not be true. Said that wrong. That's not entirely accurate. The invariance of that's not what I meant. The invariance of C shows that there is an absolute background that sets the speed propagation for light, and is shown that and through this there is shown to be a preferred direction west-east, and that's for your guys' through your guys' counterclockwise paradigm. So again, just coordinate systems. So if you wanted to determine the distance traditionally you would just say we're here at C2, this, and then this tile here is at F6, and the distance between them is 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles, right? And then GPS is saying we'll take a snapshot of the time here, and we'll calculate the propagation, and then you got it here. The propagation is C. You got it here, and then we'll subtract the difference and multiply it and figure out the distance in between here. So that's the difference in the coordinate systems. Long way of doing it. You guys preferred this method of explanation, let me know so I can make it faster next time. So the Sagneck effect. So this is where Wang gets into the Sagneck effect and a little bit of the history of it. So, for example, the Michelson-Gale experiment examined the effect of the rotation of Earth instead of the rotation of the disk, and the Sagneck around the world experiment recorded the signal arrives at atomic clocks instead of interferometers. So this was in reference to Heffel and Keating. Their atomic clocks also went out of sync in variant, or corresponding to a preferred direction. Right, the east to west propagation was the worst for them, or west to east from your guys's standpoint. That had the most variance in the clocks. So that's what he's relating to it there. Let's see. The Sagneck effect has been applied to many systems ranging in size from a few centimeters and fiber optic gyroscopes to global positioning systems. Especially, there will be a positioning error of about 30 meters in GPS if the Sagneck effect caused by Earth's rotation is not considered correctly. Although nobody understands the existence and importance of the Sagneck effect, the interpretation of the Sagneck effect is still a very controversial topic, and there are more than a dozen ways to interpret the Sagneck effect. As mentioned above, it is stated that the Sagneck effect is an unsolved fundamental problem in physics. Here, we would show that the Sagneck effect could fully be interpreted through the range measurement equation. So this angular momentum derivation provided by GPS, provided by general relativity through Paul Levine's metric is going to shown to be not necessary here, because he's going to derive it he's going to derive the Sagneck effect from the equation itself. Already calculates it. He's going to also show the linearization of the effect, and then he's going to use that linearization to calculate the circular effect, and then he's actually going to show that the circular effect is actually just calculating for the length, and it's been a ruse the whole time, boys. All right, so continuing on here.
And just real quick before you move on from that slide, just in case there's anybody listening that was just hearing what you said, you misspoke on you said although nobody instead of although everybody understands. But it's everybody understands just to let you know, just to make sure there's no.
Everybody understands the Sagneck effect, but the interpretation is controversial. It doesn't.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry, I did. Okay, yeah. Although everybody understands the existence and the importance of the Sagneck effect, the interpretation of the effect is still a very controversial topic, and it has more than a dozen ways to interpret it. So yeah, in my research, I came across quite a few ways to explain it, but none of them are sufficient insofar as again, if the postulates of the theory of the framework aren't even true, why would you then proceed to say, but then if the length contracts and no, sorry. So this is a lot of the crux of the issue here with this, is that this is derived outside of relativistic means entirely and is shown to be a literal ether wind preferred direction that you can measure when you use a preferred frame to accurately measure the distance. So Sagneck effect derived from the range measurement equation. No relativistic effects here. Interpretation of the Sagneck effect with the range measurement equation, and then he just kind of goes over the math. So what he does here, so he takes he takes 4 GPS receivers, right, in orbit or whatever at a location around there. He basically builds a big Michelson-Morley device with GPS signals, and then uses the same equation to derive the exact same results that have already been shown, but just shows that the equation derives the effect the exact same way if you were to derive it from the circular effect that they say is explicit to the non-inertial frame of the rotating interferometer or whatever, right? So this is kind of what he's showing here with that. So the last expression is that the same results of the Sagnac experiment. This tells us that the range measurement equation used in GPS in the ECI can interpret the can interpret the result of the Sagnac experiment perfectly. It also tells us if we utilize the real propagation paths in the ECI to calculate traveling times of signal. Of the signals, the Sagnac effect is included automatically. So, yeah, there you go. So here I'm gonna switch to audio real quick. We're gonna listen to Ron Hatch, the guy who owns 27 patents in GPS, was called in to fix the relativistic corrections that weren't working, and he actually makes some comments on Wang's work and has some input on the circular and linear division of what Wang did, and I think he puts it in a very easy to understand way, so it'll be super helpful. So let me change things here. Oops. Let's see. Okay, let me know if you guys can hear the audio. Oops, maybe if I hit play.
Okay, a little more.
Yep. Solid?
Yep. Yeah, we can hear it.
All right, going in.
One-way Sagnac effect on the Earth. The measurement is the result of Earth's rotation around the Earth. I claim that that's absolutely false. Wang has done some experiments with conveyor belts and shown that their circular equation right there is really equivalent to the length and can be put in terms of the length. Well, on one-way path, you'd expect it to be half as big. The GPS experts claim, there's this triangle that it follows, and they put it in the same form for a one-way because of Earth's rotation. But again, if you work it out, it turns out it's just VL over C squared, and when you put it in terms of where the satellite and receiver are, it works out to be exactly the same as that VX distance along the equator. And so there's clock biases that have to be accounted for in GPS to remove the Sagnac effect. Everybody asks why there isn't one for orbits. Well, there isn't one for orbits because they're all affected by the same amount, and you just adjust your clocks. The clocks have been adjusted and are automatically kept that way from the argument we've already given. A little bit more proof of that is GPS has to include all receiver motion in the effect, rotational, and not whether it's just rotational or not. And that's the ICD document that claims that that's the case. So again, it's not a rotation, it's a fact that the receiver and source are moving. Which incidentally, I came across a paper a long time ago, I haven't checked on it recently, when they tried to compute precise orbits with radar of the planets. They did not get the right values, and they tried it with and without Einstein's theories, and it didn't work either way very well. I claim that they're not taking into account this flattening effect, and the speed of light changes as a function of direction here. The length contraction is different in different directions. And
the length contraction is different in different directions, boys. So are we all up to speed on the linearization and how the circular equation is equivalent to just the being the distance? So yep. It's a linear effect. So to get into one of the ways the special relativity tries to say that this is a relativistic effect is that it's that it's not a red flag for relativity, is that the Sagnac device is a non-inertial reference frame, and that because it's rotating, the laws of relativity don't apply to it, blah blah blah. So they have wiggle room, so to speak, for that. Now, what Wang did here and what your boy just laid out about all that is that that's not the case, and that the Sagnac effect is not dependent on rotation. So it's within the confines of being, it's subject to relativistic interpretation, and so it's invalidating the postulates right there, right? So as long as we're all up to speed on that, I think he might have, I think that was it. So yeah, basically at the end there, he was just saying that when they did this radar thing, which isn't relevant, but he says that none of the equations worked with the Einstein stuff or the Newton stuff, and that he thinks it was due light having a flattening effect, and he's attributing it to that preferred direction, right? But he's not realizing that it's a stationary, non-rotating plane. He's still trying to interpret it through the globular paradigm. So, all right, so we all caught up on that.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Don't forget to switch back to window sharing if you're going to go back to presentation without sound.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Give me 1 second. Change windows, full screen, and
Dude is nailing it.
oops. All right. So the Sagnac effect is a non-relativistic effect. The Sagnac effect is not due to angular rotation with the confines by which general relativity attempts to co-opt the Sagnac effect is invalidated without GR's angular rotation solution provided by Paul Levine. There's no mechanism to explain the effect within general relativistic means. Wang demonstrates that in an inertial frame, there's a varying speed of light. This is a violation of special relativity's postulates, rendering the framework untenable and unable to answer the Sagnac effect without ignoring the fact that C objectively varies in a preferred reference frame. This means that the Michelson-Morley experiment was not a null result or due to experimental error. The velocity scale in which they applied the friendship patterns to was just off. Michelson-Gale and Sagnac are essentially the same exact experiments as Michelson-Morley. If the Michelson-Gale and Michelson, if Michelson-Gale and Michelson, a tale of two Michelsons, right? If Michelson-Gale and Sagnac detected a fringe corresponding to a sidereal rotation, then Michelson-Morley must also be a valid detection. The only difference here is that the scale invoked to interpret the results for the orbital velocity. Therefore, it's completely unjustified to transform into a reference frame for an observer on the sun to theoretically explain length contraction that would have already happened in our frame to derive the correction needed to infer Earth's alleged orbital velocity of 30 kilometers a second from a 5 kilometers a second reading, and then to turn around and use the same fringe reading as a 15 degree per hour reading and correlate that to Earth's rotation relative to the latitude. Any questions before we move on to relative simultaneity versus global simultaneity? Okay, relative simultaneity versus global simultaneity. In any debate about the speed of light, the problem of simultaneity is always a focus. Thus, special relativity claims that relativity of simultaneity, which states that two events occurring at two different places which are viewed as simultaneous for an observer in a system, usually will not be simultaneous if viewed for an observer in another system. And Wang is being generous here by saying usually, it's never. This is the postulates of special relativity, so it wouldn't be. So keep that in mind. But contrary to this, simultaneity is key to GPS operations. GPS is a timing ranging system. It does not directly measure the distance between two places where two events, i.e. signal transmitting and signal receiving occurs. It measures the difference between the difference of the two instances when these two events happen, and then the distance is calculated using the range measurement equation. GPS, especially its space segment and control segment, make a huge effort to establish and maintain GPS system time, or simply GPS time, in a scope where GPS is applied roughly of a scope with a diameter of 50,000 kilometers or bigger. If one is using GPS, one is using GPS time. And therefore the concept of simultaneity of GPS, two events that happen at two different places, and then he gives a coordinate system for one event, and he gives a coordinate system for another event, an X, Y, Z, T axis there. And the events are simultaneous if T sub 1 equals T sub 2. So if the time that these events occurred is the same, then then they happen at the same event or whatever, then simultaneously. This is true no matter who the observer, receiver is, or where the receiver is, what the status is, what speed it is, or what speed it is. This is the basic operational principle of GPS. We call it global simultaneity. In a book about special relativity, the most commonly cited example about relativity of simultaneity is the example of the railway platform and the moving train. It says that two events, e.g., two strokes of lightning, A and B, which are simultaneous with a reference frame or with reference to a platform, are not simultaneous with respect to the moving train and vice versa. But now GPS receivers have utilized extensively, but now GPS receivers have been utilized extensively on railway platforms and moving trains and lightning at two different places, A and B, conceptually at the same time, as the emissions of the signals of GPS from two satellites or two GPS stations. In fact, if two GPS signals are emitted from two satellites or two GPS stations at the same time, both the GPS receiver on the railway platform and the GPS receiver in the moving train would acknowledge the two events. The emission of the signal would be simultaneous. Without this basic acknowledgement, the GPS receivers would not function at all. All right. Any questions on relative simultaneity?
Yeah.
So, what do you got?
You said earlier, can you go back to the other slide?
Hmm?
You said that he's being generous there, that he really meant that two observers never agree on a simultaneous line, right? In SR. But my understanding is that if two observers are at rest with each other, then their lines of simultaneity are the same, aren't they?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay.
That makes sense. So yeah, okay. My interpretation of that was wrong then. So yeah, thank you for correcting that. What did you say again? The two stationary receivers would. So you're saying two stationary receivers would see a simultaneous event at the same time?
I mean,
and that wouldn't be a violation?
Yeah, like two observers that are at rest to respect to each other would always agree on simultaneity.
Yeah, that seems kind of common sense.
Okay.
Was it just like a was it just like
Yeah, my apologies.
misreading it?
Yeah, I was applying it to the reference frames, I guess, really.
That's kind of
Is
like
it-
what I was bringing up with what Brenner was saying about the whole thing about the movement compared to that stationary. But I don't know if you worked that into this presentation at all. But remember that?
Yeah, you'll have to refresh me. We did touch on that. It was a good point. Okay. All right. So we're cleared up on that. And we'll go to the speed of light relative to the speed of light relative to the speed of light relative to what, and the varying speed of light used in the Michelson scale to mathematically derive the results to interpret the fringe shift pattern, the implication of an absolute reference frame to measure the relative velocities here. And then so from the Michelson-Gale paper, the theory of the effect of the rotation of Earth or the velocity of light is derived from a fixed ether hypothesis, and this is just showing that, further stating that they're inferring the fringe shift pattern through a varying speed of light to which they're measuring, the relative velocity against an absolute reference frame. So this is the early GPS calculation, essentially, right? So this is how they're doing it, and then they're attributing that to Earth rotation. And so we'll get, which we'll get into towards the end here. So we're almost done, boys. I think. Let me double check here. So we're at 19. We got a couple more.
I see you did work in the Brenner a little bit in the last slide with what's the speed of light relative to what, right?
Yeah, because that's a really good question. That's what the OGs were pointing out for Sagnac and Michelson Gale. They were like, with respect to what though? But it was just kind of at that. They were pointing towards their higher understanding of the mathematics. Like I didn't get what they were picking. I didn't pick up what they were laying down at the time until learning more about that stuff.
Cool.
But yeah, that's absolutely right. So with respect to what, right? And this is the ether frame, right? So go back to presentation here. All right. So what is responsible for C's variance? Orbital velocity versus Earth's rotation. Another complete failure for the heliocentric model is that Earth's orbital velocity isn't compensated for the linear motion that would be experienced for Earth's rotation than when it's also orbiting around the sun. So if they're going to claim that the orbital velocity, or I'm sorry, the Earth's rotation at around 1,000 miles at the equator is being accounted for, that linear rotation, Earth's orbital velocity of 66,000, or was it 30 kilometers a second, isn't being accounted for in any way. And so the difference being, so if they're accounting for motion in that regard, right? If the Earth's, when the Earth's rotating into its orbit, this effect would have to be added to be in account if the rotation is truly what's causing the variance, and they don't have to account for that at all. And we'll just kind of show a representation of what that means. So Earth's assumed and never measured or accounted for orbital velocity of approximately 30 kilometers a second. So going around, and then the daily rotation, the angular velocity, or 15 degrees per hour, the translational speed, was 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, which varies at latitude. And this is from which one is this from? This is from I don't remember. I'll look it up in a minute. Anyway, ether becomes very strange. So this is in reference to what you were talking about, Dave, with the with respect to what, right? And then so this guy, and then so this guy makes the postulate that maybe there's a local ether that surrounds the Earth, and that's why it doesn't have to account for the orbital velocity, and it only has to account for a varying speed locally, right? Which is also a complete violation of relativity to do that anyway. But this guy threw his hat in the ring. So anyway, it says, furthermore, while a further examination shows that the displacement of the receiver due to Earth's orbital motion around the sun or whatever is not corrected, it is noted that the orbital motion has a linear speed 100 times that of Earth's rotation. The GPS accuracy of about 15 meters or better in positioning, thus the precision of GPS would be downgraded significantly if the corrections due to Earth's rotation were not considered. On the other hand, the high precision of GPS would be entirely impossible if the omitted correction due to Earth's orbital motion was really necessary. So, Earth's orbital velocity has never been inferred. Michelson-Morley was just showing the same thing that they've always shown, that there's a varying speed, but they didn't get enough to match their interpretation for their scale that they had set up for Friendshift. And then GPS specifically doesn't account for the presupposed orbital velocity of Earth around the sun. The orbital motion is a linear speed 100 times that of Earth's orbital rotation, and would have to be accounted for in addition to the daily rotation. The Sagnac effect is revealed in GPS's range measurement equation as an effect to ether wind with respect to a stationary non-rotating Earth. And then there's a couple citations for where all this was derived from. And then awesome. Yeah, and then so as we close out here, we have the moving and stationary receiver, the range measurement equation, and the moving receiver. The speed of light is dependent on the translational motion of the receiver. Most GPS receivers are two moving. Some of them are in circular motion. Some of the receivers in ground stations, and the receivers are fixed to the Earth, but still rotating. And some of them are in translational motion on missiles, airplanes, and cars, etc. Right? So let us suppose that we have a stationary source and two receivers, one stationary, one moving translationary. So two receivers, one stationary, one moving, and same for the receivers. And then there's a distance of L. Then we will have two receivers at the signal emitted at T0, where the source corresponding, blah blah blah, range measurement equation, all that, right? So what they find out here is, contrary to the appearance of the range measurement equation, the speed of the receiver V does not appear explicitly in the receiver, and it is implied from the definition of the position of the receiver and the position of the receiver at the reception time, compared with the position of the stationary receiver at reception time, the position of the moving receiver at reception time is different. It is different, and the difference is proportional to the speed of the moving receiver. So the only varying difference they've ever measured is with respect to an ether wind, and when the guy that's stationary, he gets the when the signal is emitted, the guy that's stationary gets the information before the guy that's moving, even though technically they're both experiencing linear motion, and there should be no difference in relativity there.
Yeah, that's the crux of the big biscuit. Go back to that real quick and reiterate, because that's what.
Yeah,
that's what really,
so this really reiterates that when you're at rest in this coordinate system, you're truly at rest with respect to whatever is causing the electromagnetic propagation to have a preferred direction.
otherwise, there
So-
would be no difference in the receiving of the signal.
The actual preferred direction, and then that's just and what I explained earlier about the east to west. So that's the end of the presentation, boys. Thank you for holding your comments, questions, and concerns. I'm very much appreciated. I'm very happy to answer any questions. Let's get over. So whenever you guys are ready here.
You might want to keep your presentation up just in case people want to go back to certain points, and you could like refer to it with what you.
Okay. Yeah. Good
Oh,
call.
that was awesome. Though. I see you added a
Yeah,
bunch. That's the last time I saw it.
Yeah. I really wanted to drive home the importance of the coordinate system and the transformations, because the entire framework is undermined to such a degree that it's like irreconcilable, right? Like there's there's really no explanation to be given. Like, I mean, I'll like hear you out, for funsies. I'm not gonna be a dick or anything, but it's so fundamentally bankrupt, like what they've done here. And this doesn't even get into the other thing, Shane, that I was talking about earlier.
But this one, dude, what it drives home the points. Like you took a really in-depth, detailed presentation with historical facts and scientific history, and you condensed it into like a series of points. So it's like, here's how they violate the tenets from the postulates of relativity. It's right here in the framework. Here's how the preferred directional speed of light, with whatever the mechanism is a violation of that in of itself. Here's how they account for it. The system actually depends on it. And here's how the preferred coordinate system for the Earth-centered inertial frame is always the preferred frame. If you're at rest with respect to anything, you always get it first. That also is a violation of the current understanding in the framework of physics and the speed of light. So, really well done, dude.
And just to notice, is what we're dealing with here is Wang is still trying to postulate that we're somehow moving around the sun. So any ballers that might have some objections to this, we could probably expect some of the same caveats that they may bring up, because he's got contradictions within his own work. And so if you're going to just criticize Wang, it's not necessarily like our opinion that he's 100% correct about everything, because he's obviously in denial to some degree himself, but his contradictions are apparent. Maybe if you want to just speak on that a little bit.
Can I ask about that speed of light, the variant and invariant speed of light, and how the variant speed of light was shown?
So the varying speed of light is shown in every interferometry experiment ever. It's shown in all electromagnetic wave propagation, even down to tiny. What did he say? Gyroscope or ring laser gyros that are centimeters or whatever in length. So it happens everywhere. And then when they transfer that information derived from that to a new coordinate system, whatever they derive isn't shown to be an invariant transformation, meaning that that the laws of physics aren't being transferred in accordance with the mathematical structure of the framework of which they're doing this whole role play with.
So
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
The speed of light is distance over time, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a rotating reference frame like the Earth, then it would move distance over time. So a ring laser gyro, SAGNAC, all that sort of stuff would show that anything that's moving with the beam, with the rotation of the reference frame, would take longer because the distance is increased for the light to travel. Whereas if it's moving in the other direction, it would be shorter. And that's why the speed of light, the constant c, is only ever calculated two-way, because one way can be changed through things like distance, or even through moving through the atmosphere as it changes direction, which increases distance.
Right. Well,
Does
that's
that
the
make
thing,
sense?
right? Yeah, that's the thing, though, right? So in the correct coordinate system where you measure the one-way speed, you accurately get a distance, and then when you transfer it outside of that, where you're, applying what your understanding is, that's where they have to make corrections because it's actually not shown to be true, and that sort of violation is the crux of it, right?
I think
Because
you have to go over scaling and variance again. I don't think he gets what that means.
Yeah, so I just don't understand the argument. So the argument is that the one-way speed of light is not constant, which, like, that doesn't violate anything. Two-way speed of light is constant, great. And then if we take into account, like, the rotation of the object, we should be able to use the one-way speed as if it's a two-way speed, as if it's a constant.
Yeah, so the Michelson-Morley measurement is a second order measurement, so it's the two-way speed, and it's showing variance there too. That's what's being obscured from you guys, and you're being told that never happened. When Dave
Well, no,
Miller,
we understand it happened. We just don't. We just think it was just like a variable that wasn't accounted for.
if that's your takeaway from it, then that's okay. So, did anyone else have any questions or clarifications or anything like that? Feel free to ask. This is safe space and all that.
No, it's not. We'll make fun of you if it's stupid.
Nah, I mean I won't though. This shit's hard to learn, bro. Like, it's intimidating. It's easy, and I want people. I want to interest people in looking at it for themselves, and then rather than trying to dismiss it from what they think they already understand about it, because then like once you have the prerequisite information to start understanding like the rule book of these transformations and all that, it just becomes so obvious. Like it's not even in question that there's a varying speed, preferred direction, and all that. Like he linearized the effect, my dude. Like angular rotation and distance varying is not the causation here.
And again, not to reify the speed of light, because it seems, it's the rate of induction
Yeah.
through the ether that we're talking about, and that's the
Bro,
main difference.
what was done was so egregious, guys. So check this out. They did Michelson-Morley with a fringe scale to 5 kilometers per fringe, and they didn't get Earth's orbital velocity. And what they derived was an ether wind relative to how far away it is to the to the center of it, right? So at the North Pole, right? So same situation with the globe, where you guys are like, oh yeah, the rotation of the globe, 15 degrees per hour, 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, et cetera, et cetera. All these effects, Coriolis corresponding, translation motion, all that stuff, all that would be the exact same, right? The only difference here would be that the varying speed of light in electromagnetic propagation would be shown through this with respect to a stationary non-rotating frame. And like, wouldn't you know it, that's exactly what's revealed. And then so all other coordinate systems subsequent this one are are role play. Like I'm not trying to be rude, but it's like you're getting into a fantasy land where it's like, okay, now C is the real thing, and now we can make the coordinate system conform to C, right? So they're gonna take the coordinate system and say the XYZT axes are all dilating, contracting, etc., due to relativistic effects to conform to the measuring stick that they just transferred into their coordinate system, which was shown to violate their Lorentz covariance. You know what I'm saying? So like it's like the ultimate reification fallacy, because then they'll turn around and say, oh, the Michelson-Morley null result due to experimental error was actually due to length contraction, and it's the exact amount that would be required if you were in this other reference frame. Like, nah, dude, see a laser. There's a varying speed, hands down. 2-way, 1-way, anyway. Oh yeah, so sorry. So to continue off of that, dog. So a couple years later, they just redid the Michelson-Morley experiment without applying the same scale to the fringe shift pattern, and they derived an effects corresponding to Earth's sidereal rotation, and that's what Dayton Miller measured again. repeatedly 5,200,000 times, a speed fluctuation change when corresponding with the sun. How would there ever be a translation of motion like that measured, through a coordinate system that is said to be an infinite vacuum of nothingness, dude? Like, it's so, I don't know. If anyone has any comments or whatever, but if not, I'm gonna dip out for a little bit. I'm super exhausted after this, but I'll come back.
Don't tip
I'll come
out.
back. Oh yeah, okay. I'll stay
Don't
on
tip
for a
out
little bit, but I'm gonna end
right
the
away.
thing then.
We don't want to have you get accused of running away or anything yet.
Okay,
Make
sure,
sure that
sure.
even if some flat earthers in here that are still trying to grasp this have questions, like you said, there was two C's. Maybe you could talk about that a little bit and how
Oh,
how
yeah.
that.
Yeah, so the C that they're claiming that everyone's told is invariant and all that stuff, right? We're told that that these laws of physics are true and all this stuff, and then so applying that with the postulates of relativity, where the laws of physics are the same in all reference frames, right? So that's what they tell us. Like that's the final product of what these postulates set up for us, right? But in a framework where you measure against an absolute reference frame to derive relative motion, the relative speed of c is shown to have variance to it, and with that you can derive accurate distance in a stationary non-rotating coordinate system. And then when you transform that, in accordance with Lorentz covariance, the rules that apply to transformations when transforming laws of physics, the distances should be the same, because the c in the ECI reference frame should be the same c that's in the ECEF reference frame. So the transformation should be invariant, but when they transform it, the distance is inaccurate, meaning that they're not equivalent. And if they're not equivalent, then that's a violation of the entire structure, like to a devastating degree.
Right. That right there shows the preferred frame. And if you have an invariant transformation from a coordinate system to a coordinate system, it means the distance, i.e., in this case, the variable c, should in fact be the same and constant no matter what. And the fact that it's not, and they have to invoke sorts of adjustments and corrections in the non-preferred coordinate system after a transformation says it all, if you know what any of those words mean.
Yeah.
So
And this doesn't.
does that
Sorry,
mean
go
that
ahead.
C? That mean that C being invariant and having to be transformed between like two different reference frames? Are you saying that shows that C isn't constant?
C isn't constant, and the laws of physics are not the same in all reference frames. The entire framework has been violated by this, up to and
Well,
including
is
the
that because,
principles.
like,
Sorry,
if
go
you
ahead.
have two reference frames and two receivers or whatever, and in one reference frame it calculates distance as X, and in another reference frame it calculates it as Y, that would mean C is invariant?
If the distance derived from the first coordinate system, when you transform that to another coordinate system, if the distance derived is still accurate, then you're good to go, and the assumed value of C is good. It holds true. But the distance
No, that
transformation
shouldn't be
shows
the
that it's
case.
not.
If you're transferring, like if you've got a observation in a different reference frame, you have to transform it because you'll have contraction applied to it. So C will still be, if you're within that reference frame, C will be constant. But if you're looking at it from a different reference frame, C will be different because it's experienced contraction.
Yeah, I think you should maybe go back and watch it again and revisit that and see if it
Why?
becomes clear as to why that's not the. Well, I just explained it ad nauseum.
I have a
So
question.
Okay, was my summation wrong? Like, if you're in one reference frame and you're looking at C in a different reference frame,
the
the C in the other
proposal
reference frame
to
should be a different
the
speed
proposal
because
to
it's
so
another reference frame.
the proposal to even transform to another reference frame and invoke length contraction is proven to be something that's not. You're doing that into a framework that's shown to be not true in nature already. So it
What
doesn't.
framework isn't true in nature already?
The
What
framework
part
in
of
which they're using the ECI and the range measurement equation to measure the varying speed of light, which accurately derives the distance, which shows that the varying speed of light can't be transformed into a coordinate system that says that the speed of light is invariant, and all reference frames will reflect this, because it doesn't.
Yeah, I think that's just you misunderstanding what speed is. If something's in motion, then the distance will change for whatever's measuring the speed.
So,
and if the distance changes, that means the one-way speed will be different. So that's why we use two-way speeds, because then we can average out those two speeds and come to the constant of c.
So in the two-way speed, it's the same. It's the same derived thing. Maybe you should email Wang and tell him that about what you think, and maybe he can explain it to you, because the answer is that you're transforming into a system that isn't true. It's not real. It doesn't represent reality. That's the problem. The laws of physics in this system are not shown to be true.
Yeah, but if I can show that invariant speed that you keep claiming is, that variant speed that you keep claiming is actually invariant, and you've just misunderstood some aspect of calculating the speed and something that will affect the speed one way, then that would mean that there's no problems with anything and that Wang's incorrect. He's just confused one way and two way, because one way can have changes to the speed because of distance changes.
So here is the...
I've read his paper.
Yeah, 1 second. One second.
I do want to ask you a question, Alan, when you're done.
Yeah, go ahead. All right. Here's a link to a video of the guy explaining the linearization of the situation. Okay, there's no relativistic framework to interpret this from by which you could invoke anything from.
Isn't that just an appeal to authority?
No, it's appeal to trying to get you to understand the situation that you're not getting. It's just to help you understand it, not an appeal to authority.
What was wrong in my summation? One-way speed of light can have distance variation due to motion or even atmospheric condition. So that means a two-way speed of light, once
The
averaged out, should give us a
Michelson-Morley
constant.
experiment does the same thing too. It all varies, dog. Like, do you not? It's all showing a variance. All right, man.
Well,
look, if you don't want to have this discussion today,
Did you say that there was another question?
Well, I was going to say that just the layman's understanding of this, as far as what we're talking about with the speed of light, what Wang seems to be showing, as well as Dayton Mello and some of these, and you're deriving from a lot of this information that maybe both of them aren't necessarily spot on every single case, but the overall understanding of this shows that we had the only way really to interpret this is with a stationary Earth and an ether wind that has a preferred direction of east to west, and that takes care of all that hits all the marks, right? And then there's this reinterpretation and reconfiguring of it that they have to do to fit it into the idea that it's the Earth moving instead. But the contradictions are like blatant in that they can't have an absolute reference frame if the Earth is actually moving, right? So there's if you've touched upon that throughout your presentation, but just for anyone else hearing this, it's not really about the speed of light. It's the rate of induction through the ether that really answers it all. And that's what the takeaway is from what I understand so far. Is it's the ether wind that we're actually identifying, and then to skirt around that, they can call it a local ether wind, like Wang does, and then it still keeps the idea that we're moving around the sun or whatever. But then that doesn't work because of the 3-ring laser should actually be sensitive enough to get that measurement as well. And then there's like, I don't know, if you want to just kind of reiterate what I was trying to say there, Alan, or maybe correct
Yeah,
me.
so so like Wang was alluding to, in my research, I found, and this was even before I came across Wang's work, is that, the Sangek effect, surface level narrative appears to be, pretty cut and dry, and they give various different ways to give quote unquote solutions for it. But at the higher levels of understanding of it, these people are still arguing about it and publishing papers about it, and it's still in contention. So this what this effect shows, bottom line, is electromagnetic propagation has a preferred direction. It's faster east to west than it is west to east.
Yeah, and that would only be possible if it's a stationary Earth
Yeah,
with an ether wind going east to west. It doesn't work with a moving Earth.
Yeah, the Earth's orbital velocity has never been measured, not even close. And in fact, they just took they just took what they keep getting as the sidereal rotation, and then just told you guys, didn't apply the same fringe scale to it, and then told you guys that it was the sidereal rotation instead, and that due to length contraction, you can infer mathematically that the Earth's orbital velocity was measured in Michelson-Morley. It's like, dude, the amount of what's it called? The amount of reification fallacy to the extreme is just insane, especially considering before they utilized the framework, they were well prepared to throw out the results and say that they were null due to instrumental error, even though they were well accurate enough.
Hey, if you go back to your chessboard analogy there, if you go back to that slide, could you explain it again? Okay, so then if they're taking that distance, now wouldn't both slides have to just explain it again? If the Earth were moving, then both these squares would have to move, but that doesn't happen, right?
Right. So exactly, dude. So F. So traditional distance, the way that they would derive it with the coordinate system, right? You have your coordinate system established. You have the location of this thing, F5. You have the location of this thing, C2, right? And the distance between them is, what X amount of units of measurement relative to the coordinate system, right? So it's 4 tiles of measurement away in distance, right? So how the way GPS works is it takes a snapshot of the time that an electromagnetic wave signal is sent, and then the time in which it takes for that signal to be received, and then the difference in that is multiplied by c, and an accurate distance down to the millimeter is derived in a stationary non-rotating frame, which allows for the for the accurate distance to be, for the accurate speed of light to be measured, and then so when they transfer that to out of that coordinate system to any other coordinate system that uses C, the distance should still be the same in the new coordinate system, but it's not. And the reason it's not is because there's C is truly variant. It's not invariant. So to then apply it to
wait, hold on. Wait, real quick before C is not necessarily truly variant. C is affected by its rate of propagation through the ether wind.
Right, exactly like dude in the video I said was saying.
So what Dogs is trying to do is reify that there's a consistency to the speed of light, which if you use the equations and you use all of the conditions that that they derive that equation or that conclusion with, then you can reify that all day. But the problem is that we have an ether wind that's affecting the propagation of the light or the rate of induction. So then that shows that there's actually an ether wind, which is the main point. It's not about the constant speed of light, because speed of light is totally a reification of the model in general. It's not there. Maybe there is no speed of light. It's just a rate of induction.
It's useful. I mean, it's a quantifiable rate of induction, sure, but it has practical uses, and it is measurably constant, except in these specific instances where it's not. And if you ask them, they'll be like, yeah, of course, it doesn't apply to this specific instance, but it definitely works everywhere else.
Right. Did you understand my pretty simple explanation of the speed of something changes because of the distance?
Right, real quick. We're not saying that the speed of light varies. It varies because of the medium, right? The medium's affecting
so you guys are presupposing an ether, right?
Well, not presupposing. This is showing that it works with an ether wind and a stationary Earth, and then another explanation isn't available.
Yeah, that
So
framework
it
is
worked.
that framework is what provides the mechanism for the discrepancy, right? So it's not like a presupposition. It would be a presupposition to assume that there's no ether and that the framework coordinate system that you're going to jump into has an invariance of C in all reference frames, including the one that you're jumping out of. So like that's it. So like I really don't know. Like if you can't get past that point, I think we should probably let somebody else
Well,
talk.
no, I have gotten past that point. I understand your argument, and I'm almost entirely positive that the problem is that you think that we should be able to measure the exact same C, regardless of which reference frame we're looking at from our reference frame. But that's not in
No.
relativity. That's why Lorentz
That's not-
contraction's in relativity.
That's a misunderstanding.
It is. That's not even his point.
No. It's because there's an absolute reference frame, bro. You can't do that without you can't have that if the Earth is actually moving. Like I was going to say, well, that's why I had you bring up this checkerboard or the chessboard here, Alan. So explain it again with like, okay, so you're getting that distance from the one square to the other square, right? Now, if it was a moving Earth, both squares would have to be moving at the same rate or a relative rate to each other, right? I don't know if Alan's still here. Maybe he went to get some water. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? So if the way that they're deriving their results were actually consistent with a rotating Earth, with the axis of rotation of the Earth, then the results would be different. How? Show it with the chessboard. Like you would see both squares moving, right? And because one square is absolutely in one position, and the other one is moving, that you know that one is at absolute rest, and they can't have their special relativity where any reference frame is as good as the other.
Well, no. Special relativity says that all reference frames are as good as any other, but the
That's what I said.
varying. But yeah, I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you said. Then I kind of zoned out
That's
a little
what I
bit.
meant.
I was looking for water. So yeah, other than that, yeah.
Yeah. So the fact that square C2 would be the absolute reference frame, which is stationary. That's the point that you're getting to, is that doesn't move, right? And it would move, given that the equations you're talking about and the way that they derive it, it would have to move if it was a rotating Earth. But because it doesn't move, we know that it's actually a stationary Earth for sure, and a moving ether wind.
So what's the absolute reference frame you're talking about?
The absolute reference frame is the way that you mathematically measure relative motion. So like that's all they're inferring by the reference frame, right? They're saying that if you derive relative motion from this reference frame, but in the Einsteinian coordinate system and all that, to be everything derived in that from C should be an invariant transformation. So again,
Okay, so according to Einstein, we shouldn't experience relativity in a absolute reference frame. But what's the actual absolute reference frame you keep referencing?
he says that that there's no preferred reference frame, meaning that in this exact example, if there is shown to be a law of physics that doesn't carry over with a transformation, then that invalidates the framework. So lo and behold, the range measurement equation in the ECI show a actual varying speed of light that when accounted for derives distant accurately when you're relative to, or when you derive it for the one-way speed. And
so the known rotation of the
will you
Earth causes the
stop,
speed of light
dog?
to change, and we account for it.
Hey, dogs, let him finish, please.
He linearized it, bro. There's no rotational effect. It's linearized.
Okay, so why does a ring laser gyroscope measure motion in all coordinates except for the one that would be, to you, rotation of the Earth, 15 degrees an hour? But if you move it in any other direction or anywhere else in the Earth, it'll register that motion. but it's affected by motion in every way except for the ether wind. Just happens to specially do it to 15 degrees an hour. Like, it makes no sense. It's believing in something magical when we already have an explanation that works.
You don't understand that you don't have an explanation that works, and the ring laser gyro picks up motion when axially aligned with the axis of rotation. That's when it picks up the biggest fringe shift pattern. So when it's axially aligned with the rotation of the ether wind or the rotation of the globe, in your guys' case, the results would be the same for an ether vortex in a translation of motion over a plane.
Well, one,
so
you
the
wouldn't be able to know that. But two,
so the discrepancy
problem
shown.
seems to
Well,
be
we would actually, because GPS has the preferred recipient that's also in the coordinate system, according to you guys, actually moving, and it's shown that he's not. So it's actually not that. So that's actually not the case.
So the preferred recipient and the preferred reference frame are just a reference frame that the receiver's in, right?
Yes, it's a mathematical invalidation of the mathematical framework that you're invoking to say that things like contraction due to angular momentum or space-time curvature are invalidated by.
And so the non-preferred reference frame in the case of GPS would be the GPS satellites, right?
Yeah, but who gives a shit about another reference frame if the other ones are invalidated and your postulates are contingent on a lie?
Are they invalidated simply because we call Earth a preferred reference frame?
No, they're invalidated because they're shown to be a preferred coordinate system, and that measures an accurate speed of light when you derive the distance from it using the range measurement equation. It's not a relativistic effect. That's not an angular momentum effect.
Okay, so what's the absolute reference frame in this?
I think you're looking for. I don't think you understand. I don't. What is your what, man?
Just stop
Dog.
talking to dogs. Is my advice.
I can't. You
One
need
more time, and then I can go away. It's fine. One more time.
Zero more times. Just
don't
go
give him
straight
one more
into-
time. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, 0 times. Just go and rewind. I can't anymore.
Let me
You were
just
the
say-
only interaction, so I was kind of doing it for the class. But
Well, you know what? I'm surprised Kosho's not here still, or is he? Did he leave?
I don't know. He said he had some stuff, but he might have more questions now, or different questions now.
We'll probably go ask some other Globers what his reputation should be, and then get back to you.
Is he in the room still? I guess I wouldn't be surprised if he just appeared, but seems like he did maybe. Kosho, you still here? Anybody? Any other even flat earthers have some questions that we could try to just explain this again so that Dogs doesn't have to be the only person that's just reifying his model to try to.
Give me just one more go at this, just one more. So the idea is that in reference frame 1, the preferred reference frame, which is Earth, you have the GPS speed. The preferred speed of light. And then you'll also have another speed of light for reference frame, whatever, the non-preferred reference frame. And that they're different speeds, and you have to do some form of transformation in order to get them to match up. Is that what you're trying to say? Or should I just go away?
No, I don't. Alan, you want to try to? Can you restate your question again?
I haven't muted, man. If it's the same thing again, I don't care. And if it's a slightly different one,
I'm just going to explain why Alan's a fucking idiot then. He's an
you can
idiot because
figure
he
it out
doesn't
or
seem to
whatever,
understand
or
that we have
try
the
and
two
steal me.
reference frames.
For
One we just
homeworks, try
arbitrarily
and
call
steal me on what
preferred,
you
the other
think
one we call
my
non-preferred.
response
And we
would
have to
be.
use the Lorentz contraction, which is absolutely in line with relativity, in order to match up those two speeds of C from the different reference frames. But the speed of C is actually invariant.
I thought you said you were gonna politely go away.
He's Louise,
No,
dude.
he's just gonna say that that we chased him off because we couldn't handle his questions.
He's done.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, I'm okay with that. I can live with that if he can.
Yo, Alan.
What up, G?
For future reference, though, don't mute someone. Just turn them down, so at least you see when they're lit up and talking, so you don't talk over them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, dude. I apologize.
He left with, I'm just gonna say why Alan's a fucking idiot then, and then blah blah blah. Start going off because you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I apologize. Good. Good call. Yeah, my bad.
I
No
thought you
worries.
were doing pretty well, Alan. Good for you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, but what was he basically trying to do? He was just like he just didn't understand it. Could you just reiterate for us what he didn't understand, real quick?
Dave, I think you got a pretty good idea. Why don't you take a shot at it? I think you
Dave,
could probably do
like
better.
dog, you
What
were
was
low
he-
key taking lead on it. So he's just reifying the model, and not
Yeah.
he's looking
Yeah.
for an absolute reference frame and some terminology, or like he has some different definition to it, or like I don't know what he's looking for
And the
in
first
terms
time
of it. Like
he fit contraction into it, so he's obviously buying into the whole length contraction thing too. As
well,
well.
that
I
falls
thought
under the
he was just
reification of the model.
Yeah, I
Right.
thought he was just trying to bring up points of contention with what you're saying. He was trying to attack what you're saying and not really addressing.
Well,
what's
his whole
being
point.
said.
His whole point was that it differs depending on the framework, and that's the whole point of Lorentz contractions, which shows a shocking misunderstanding of the premise of the argument. But I mean, that's just dogs. They're looking for any which way to go. Nope, I don't have to listen to anything you just said, or believe it, or don't worry about it, or even learn what you said. I win. Yeah.
So what he said is we can still figure it out. I don't have to demonstrate it for you. Even though it hasn't been done, it could still happen. And this is
That's what all high level academia is saying, basically, through the 12
I
plus
know.
different iterations of how they
Yeah.
possibly derive the Sagnac effect.
But
It's like,
every
yeah.
Glober has to say that you don't understand it now, and that's got to be their standing point.
Oh.
Otherwise
mean,
they
I'm-
look silly and don't know what to say.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. I mean, there was a point when I didn't understand it, and I may, like that might have worked or whatever. but-
Yeah, I thought that was awfully basic too. He went to the basic bits. You or him or whoever you're getting it from, there's a misunderstanding here somewhere.
Yeah, maybe this guy whose whole career is based on interferometry and GPS, maybe he forgot. You like, come on, boys.
Like, I guess when you're
Oh.
low hanging fruit, you can only see what's hanging at your level, though.
Yo, that video you played, I've never seen before, and was awesome. Awesome.
Yeah,
That's the guy, the hatch guy, who did the actually correction when they proclaim that relativity is like how GPS is
Right.
actually. He had to fix it because it doesn't specifically. That's the guy, right?
That's the guy. Yeah, and he actually
man.
worked with Wang too. And then so check this out. So somebody in the comments was saying, oh my god, a plasma cosmologist, Rafflecopter. Like, I can't believe you would cite such a stupid person or whatever, right? Well, the reason people changed cosmologies, home dog, is because they realized that math has rules to it and that the rules are being violated. And in their highly specified technical fields where they deal with these so-called relativistic effects, they found that they're not attributable to the things that they're saying, and that there's some sort of cover up going on, and they're not really prepared to say, hey man, I think it's a stationary flat plane with rotating, or relative to a rotating ether or whatever. So they're like, yeah, maybe it's just plasma out there, boys. And they could take less heat, and they could just take less heat from that. So your boy Ron Hatch, look him up. 27 patents are held by him for GPS. Like, if anyone knows about the technology or how to derive the Sagnac effect and the mathematics involved, it would be that guy. And specifically when he shows that the linear effect is fully well able to derive the angular effect, the rotational effect. And I mean, that's the way he explained it is it's just a function of length, and there's a preferred direction that shows the variance. I mean, that's what more could you ask for? Oh my god, plasma cosmologist. Yeah, he became a plasma cosmologist because he realized the exact thing I'm trying to tell you guys, and you guys are saying, no, you don't understand, you're wrong.
Hey,
But,
my
I mean, it's
TV
cool.
is- my
I mean, it's
TV
cool.
is
He might be
plasma.
wrong, but doesn't seem like it.
I got a plasma TV.
Now, this is a reference.
I'm wondering,
Have a reference frame. Have a new reference frame. Right?
Isn't there a guy? Yeah, there's an older guy who had a plasma moon theory. Maybe not the entire universe, but just the moon was plasma. There's a theory from Antiquity about that. If you can find that, I can't remember the guy's name right now.
All right, cool, man. So I think we wrapped it up here. And if anyone has any questions, comments, concerns, feel free to add me on Discord, highlight me. If you're going to highlight me and say something mean and derogatory, don't be surprised if I don't answer. But if you have legitimate questions and you would like some clarifications on something specific, feel free to hit me up. I'm happy to share what I've learned. And that goes for globe Earth proponents too. If you want to learn the argument and better understand where it's coming from and elevate, your understanding of it, feel free to hit me up. So thank you for your time.
Yeah.
I appreciate everyone going through that presentation. I know it was kind of lengthy there, and a
Oh,
little
I
bit,
have to say, man,
and maybe a little
I can't
redundant.
believe it. No ballers. No, they all left the room again. So we had just the dogs with his reification stuff, and any other ballers at all have any other questions or comments or anything that objects to what he was saying. Nobody again.
That was awesome, dude.
Hey,
Well
Alan, I
done.
sent you a video
Get ready.
that was good.
Get
But
ready
Yeah.
for
I sent you
your.
a video on the plasma moon, so you know the guy and the scientist, and that's a good place to start. Sorry, Shane.
Yeah,
Get ready
you're
for
good.
your rendition on Glowbusters next, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the dry run. So I just finished up. I finished it up today. I think that pretty much covers everything I wanted to cover in it. Did you guys think any feedback? Is it too lengthy? Any parts need cut, moved? Was it all kind of coherent, straightforward, and how I laid out the summary and then the components all
Yeah, and you should
cohesive?
look into that guy because when you were talking about it, I'm remembering watching all his plasma moon theories. So they'll probably coincide with his collaboration, more than one person.
Right.
You can read a little bit less of the stuff, right? I don't know. If you guys give it to people afterwards, maybe, and then you can have them read some of it themselves. Do you plan to present the PDF like the one that I have? I think is even old. You keep editing it, but
Yeah,
So
I
the
noticed that
new,
you were reading it. You had kind of some of the things that you already knew in your head that you were adding in or not saying
yeah,
because
because
you've gone through.
yeah, personally, when you'd read it verbatim and then you'd have a thought, I was much more interested in your thoughts than you
Yeah.
reading the thing that I was reading.
then the
Like you could
verbatim thing.
summarize. You could
Yeah,
summarize those two paragraphs into 3 sentences of your own,
yeah,
and
that would be
yeah.
ideal. That would be ideal.
Hey, I got
So
a
just
question. I
You
got
could
just
keep
real
the
fast.
text there. You could keep the text there and then put a little aside thing if you want, and then basically your summary that your 3 sentence summary that you could either choose to read or let them, have the slide to look at later or something. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like,
I see. So when going over the postulates for special relativity, instead of reading them verbatim from the PDF, just skip to the summary and then tell it through that, so it just knocks out an entire slide.
It doesn't leave out a whole lot. And then at the bottom, just a summary of the overall gist of each slide. At least do that.
yeah, like the
with
actual notes slide. Like how you can write notes that aren't actually reading the slide, but the stuff on the slide backs up the stuff you're saying that you already pre-wrote.
Sure.
I mean,
Hey,
just if
No.
we're nitpicking. Sorry, Larry.
No. I want to.
if you're looking for suggestions, that would be the only thing I'd say. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go, or I want it to be, quick and cohesive and stuff. But I also realized that it's a lot to go over, so I wasn't sure how to close the gap. Was it just to add more stuff and read it slow and then talk about it, or was it just to summarize and breeze through? So yeah, no, I appreciate the feedback. And Larry, you said you had a question, bud. What'd you want, or what was your question?
Yeah, sorry, I've been screen recording for the past hour and 40 minutes. I was wondering if it was okay for me to upload this to my YouTube channel, or should I just keep it private?
No, you can absolutely upload it. I'm gonna have a recording of it too that I'll upload on my channel. But yeah, absolutely, man. Do whatever you want with it.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't crossing any lines that I was unaware of. Thank you.
Oh no, you're straight, dude.
That's
I
cool.
appreciate it.
Just throw his YouTube space audits and throw his Telegram in there, and then I'm pretty sure it's anything goes, just like Wissam says, right? Take it, use it, do whatever you want.
I just got a quick question, Alan. Do you have a Google document or something that you've or could you put it into a Google document form so that we could just at any time open our phones and have all the information that you've presented? Because I want to talk to some people in real life about this and just run it by them.
So if you have Telegram, I upload PDF versions and PowerPoint versions of this, so you could just download the PDF version, pull it up on your phone, and then slide through it like that. Is that kind of what you're looking for?
Perfect. Yeah. I'll get the Telegram from somebody.
Yeah, cool.
I'm driving right now, but yeah.
Yeah, cool. I'll DM you the link or I'll put it in the thing. Yeah, oh, you got me. Thanks, Shane. Appreciate it. So yeah, just hit that up, follow it, and it'll be up there soon. And then yeah, you could just reference it from there.
Thank you.
Yeah, the PDF is pretty awesome. Right, which is just like the printout of all your slides. But by itself is a hell of a thing. Like now I can loosely talk about it and make the argument and quote the same stuff and just throw snapshots in. Like, dude, I scared off Research Flat Moon that way. He was asking dumb shit, and I was like, the SAGNAC is not scalar invariant. He was like, all right, I don't fucking.
Yeah, ideally your slide should contain little text and more image, charts, or plots, and then the focus should be on what you're talking about rather than have your audience read the slides. For sure. For sure.
I was like, yeah, maybe I won't do that though. Because,
For sure. Oh yeah, yo, Parks, I had to get a new Discord. Is he here?
Yeah. He's in the text, right? That's not what you're asking. He's not in the VC. He might be listening.
He's not in the VC. I was gonna say I got a new Discord account, so if you wanna re-add me. But he's not in VC, you said?
He's not. But he might be listening. Yeah. Send him a little man. Type some stuff. Yeah, dude, I look forward to seeing this on fucking Glowbusters, man.
Oh no, he's in here. He's in here. He can hear us. I was looking for his avatar, but I can't see it. There's so many avatars that they're all kind of blurring together.
Why? What's his name now?
It was Professor Parks HD, but for some reason I can't see the full name list. So
with this presentation yet? Has he seen any of it? Was he here for the whole presentation?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's not in here. Oh, he's here. Like, what does he mean? He's here.
Oh, he's listening on YouTube.
Yeah, that's okay. That's what. I
Okay,
said.
now it makes sense, dude. That was tripping me out, bro. I just spent the last 3 minutes like I got Discord full screen on my other monitor. I'm like, where's his avatar? Where is he?
Oh, he's in the YouTube chat. Okay.
There we go. Well, he's replying though on Discord, but on the YouTube chat. So it's
we figured it out. We figured it out, boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear his take on this for sure. I think that he.
Yeah. Did you catch the Perez Parks?
You should have him on your Space Audit channel and do like a live, not debate about it, but breakdown or a nice friendly chat.
A nice friendly back and forth, the old soiree, as they say.
Right.
Absolutely, dude.
I'm sure Witset's going to do his version of this information as well on his channel. Is he still here? Did he leave?
Yeah, he did a little bit ago.
Right on. Good job, man. That was good. Snacks is here. Snacks, do you have any questions at all? He's been getting it. He's been jiving with what you've been putting down.
Yeah, dude. Ideally, like multiple people will start like arguing the tenets of this, and we can put it forth coherently, collectively, and the Globers will just run screaming every time we bring it up. As far as I can tell, because they don't seem to have a solid rebuttal.
I mean, Dave's doing a pretty good job of it, dude.
I think so. Yeah.
They all just keep, text chatting.
Yeah.
They don't actually want to rebut it. They just want to talk about
the complete
chat.
Oh, they was text chatting like a motherfucker, yo. My fingers got tired.
The last time Alan gave a kick-ass presentation about this topic in here, it took like 2 seconds for them to devolve to, yeah, but when I use satellite TV, I point my dishes up, so... I was like,
Relativity is the most tested theory, bro. Come on.
It's the most extensively and exhaustively tested theory.
Right, but dude, satellites, shrug. Okay, all right, that's great. Yeah, thanks for listening.
Mine doesn't point straight up.
No,
it points at like a 37-degree angle per 37 to 39 degrees, depending on what time of year it is.
Yeah, there still needs to be like a condensed version or a condensed way of like referencing this argument without having to go into the whole presentation. For people unfamiliar with it.
Well, if you don't have relativity, do you realize how
I mean,
many
if you ain't, if you
fall
ain't
apart?
familiar with it, like, I don't care if you understand the core tenets of how to argument it,
I got
Yeah,
you,
I guess
Alan. Here's a condensed version for you, Alan. Relativity is not needed for satellites. Period.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Napalm! What? You
Hold
just
on,
convinced it
hold on.
down?
Let's meme it. Oh wait, someone already has. Let me help you out. Dude,
The
if you
funny
can't condense
thing
it to a meme, you can't argue it to a glober.
They say accurate
But
clock
my
should.
post-dictions, bro. I mean,
Yeah,
predictions, bro.
there we go. I think we'll put Alan's bear on that one and pass it around.
So they can make a clock, atomic clock, and measure time dilation with that, is what they say, right? But they can't make one accurate enough to measure the two-way speed of light. Or one way. So the problem is that we just can't make an accurate enough clock. But in another instance, we can make an accurate enough clock to measure time and its contractions and dilations. That doesn't make sense.
How many atomic clocks does it take to screw in a light bulb?
I think we should ask Einstein, bobblehead. He's a meme. He's a logos. He just took names and changed them into concepts. Einstein's a logos. If I'm a guy who lives in the world that's presented to me, I've just referenced that logos for all the information that's built on that. Just like almost all physics, they say are relative physics. Well, if you don't have relativity, what's that say about physics? We use light to say so many things is a sphere, but then we really don't even know what light is or the speed of it. It's not a two-way street. It's more like a 8-lane highway going 8 directions or 8 different directions. Depends on, which way you're headed, I guess.
But yeah, so we should work on making an infographic condensed version of how this argument debunks the supreme tenets of foundation of heliocentrism, right? Which is
Should get
special and general
somebody on a
relativity.
list.
Okay,
Of
non-invariant coordinate system transformations reveal that C has a varying speed and that there's a preferred coordinate system to measure it in, which accurately derives the distance. When transferring outside of that frame, the discrepancies are revealed because the transformations should be symmetrical to be in alignment with Lorentz covariance.
Too much.
Look what
No.
Larry put. Look what fucking Larry
He said he didn't
There you
care
go.
if they don't understand.
There you go. No relative reference frames. Dude,
so
you can.
my summary of it was pretty spot on, Alan. You think, like, when I was just trying to put it in layman's terms, like
Yeah, dog. You were dancing, and then you were having me repeat what you already reiterated. It was getting kind of annoying because you were kind of accurate. Because you were kind of accurately doing it,
yeah,
and then you were like, and then you're no,
I was like,
not
hey,
stepping on
no,
my toes.
do that same thing
Not-
I just did. Yeah, go get him.
not stepping on my toes. You were accurately saying the same thing, and then you were like, now you see it, and I was like, all right, I guess. But yeah, you got it, man. You're killing it.
Yeah,
dude.
And I think
You're
they
dancing with it.
They love to hear the speed of light over and over again because it just that reifies the whole idea of it. It's convenient, like you said, Shane. But what we're actually identifying is that it's not about the speed of light. It's
Well, no,
about
but
the
it
rate.
is though.
Well, it is. The reason
Dude,
it
I
varies
don't think
is
this is the time to argue about the speed of light convention being this more accurately the specified quantification of the rate of induction. I don't think this is the time we fight that argument. To be honest, dude, I think it detracts largely from the point of it.
Well, yeah, that's why I bring it up, maybe because that seemed like maybe that's what you were saying. Because the whole point of this is about the ether wind, and the ether doesn't necessarily treat the light as a speed, right? I mean, when we're talking about the ether, we're talking about the rate of induction, which is different.
Can I ask
than
for
the speed of light.
clarification? Just to clarify, isn't it about the reversal of stationary and everything and why it appears stationary? It is to reverse engineer the observation of being stationary.
Oh yeah,
right, and reverse engineer the ether wind direction to
That's
be
a
the
good one.
rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, but you should we should concatenate to a truth nugget what invariant scaling means when transference from coordinate systems and how that kind of is another red flag. Like, dude, so you're trying to say, yeah, it's not a rate. The light doesn't travel. It's not a speed, and I totally get you. But for the purposes of this demonstration, they're almost like we can just say that we can just say the speed of light and know that we mean the rate of the quantification of the induction. Like it doesn't really take away from it because we need the speed of light to be a thing, and the reason we keep saying it is because it invalidates the whole thing. The whole model is principally built on C, and we've invalidated it. And they have whole papers and arguments, and they have all different understandings and breakdowns of why they think the Sagnac effect doesn't break these rules, but in fact, it absolutely does, and that's the whole point.
Right. And that's the thing. That to get that would take a little bit more understanding for a lot of people as well, because that just to know exactly why it varies. It means accepting that there's an ether wind, and that's where the verification. Because if people just hear, "Oh, speed of light varies," they're saying there's no constancy to the speed of light, but as if it had nothing to do with something else, right?
Exactly.
Like, they have to know that it's because of the ether, the propagation through the ether, that it's varying because of this ether wind, right? It's not just like, oh, it miscellaneously varies. Like there's nothing, but there is a consistency to it. But the consistency is affected by the ether wind, which is the medium.
Yeah, I was going to ask the question, how many people understood if the speed of light and all that is wrong, or relativity is wrong, how it affects the model? But Shane already answered it. It kills the corpus of the information.
Yeah,
It kind of
we don't have
defeats
light.
the
We don't have a
purpose.
speed of light. We don't have light years.
Yeah, exactly. So it defeats the purpose, but he pointed out that the entire model falls apart.
Yeah, if you have a coordinate system where you're trying to say C is invariant, and the rest of the coordinate system can bend, warp, contract, dilate, etc., then C can't be shown to have any variance to it. It must truly be the speed as advertised, because you're going to conform your entire coordinate system to it based on that principle, right? And when it's shown to have variance, well, not even just that though, but if it's shown to have variance, then the framework of interpretation that you're getting into is philosophically bankrupt. It's it doesn't mean anything to say, well, time dilates, because what you're effectively doing by transferring out of that coordinate system under the assumed postulates that are falsified in nature, you're effectively saying this mathematic coordinate system and my interpretations of the effects that I impose are the descriptions of reality, and those are the descriptions of the effects that cause the invariance to C, right? So they're making reality conform to C.
Hey, I was gonna say, Alan, I missed the end of the presentation, but I was just gonna ask. I'm gonna go back and listen to it, by the way, because I was really interested in it, but I had to make dinner. But
Cool.
So I found it really interesting. I even took some notes at the beginning, but one thing I missed because I didn't stay for the whole thing was why there is, or why why you're assuming, or why you guys are assuming there is an invariance to see in using GPS.
Go on.
Not invariance. I'm sorry. Why there is variance? Like, why are you saying that it's or
It's
are you
not
saying
just
it's invariant?
the speed of light is showed to be variant in GPS, and pretty much all electromagnetic wave propagation. The Sagnac effect and the Sagnac effect is shown to be not due to rotation. It was linearized, and the actual mathematical equation that they use to describe the rotational effect is actually just the same thing as what would be equivalent to describing what is it, a linear length. So it's showing that the Sagnac effect applies, in special relativity applies to the effect, and if that's the case, then the whole framework is invalidated. So that's like part one of it.
Okay, and I see what you're saying in that regard, but so that would say why, well, okay, so like I said, what I'm asking, it's just based on what I was just hearing. I don't know if Michael brought it up or if you brought it up, but saying that in using GPS that the speed of light has to vary or is varying in the Was that?
It
I
doesn't.
heard that wrong.
It doesn't have to do anything, but it's measured to have variance to it when it's propagating west to east and vice versa. There's a discrepancy, and when you account for that discrepancy, you actually derive the accurate distance that the light traveled, so to speak. And when you transform out of that reference frame that it was derived in, the ECI with the range measurement equation, when you transform out of that, the distance is variant, so it's not an invariant transformation. And to be a covariant transformation in alignment with Lorentz covariance, right? So for it to be a symmetrical transformation, the distance derived in the ECI coordinate frame would have to also be the same distance in any coordinate system that it transfers to, if the postulates of special relativity were to hold true. And it doesn't right off of the gate. So huge red flag. So that means that takes out a lot of interpretational effects for relativity to explain things like Michelson-Morley and explain length contraction and time dilation and things of that nature. Because, like I was saying earlier, the mathematical framework is violated to such a degree that the interpretations imposed through relativistic effects and calculations don't have any meaning, because they're just trying to make C conform to they're conforming the coordinate system to C, which is shown to have variance in technologies such as GPS and inertial guidance systems, etc.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. So. Okay. About the variant speed of light.
Mhm.
Like I said, it's not happening at all. They're using a single reference frame when they're measuring the pseudo range. Like you said, you give the range equation. That's happening in a single reference frame. And as far as I understand, when you're talking about relativistic effects and stuff like that, those only come into effect when trying to correct or come up with the clock corrections for the receiver. But as far as the transmission and even like the pseudo position or the pseudo range, like the location that it estimates before it has those clock corrections, it doesn't require any. It's all done in a single reference frame, in the ECI reference frame, as you said, and there's no relativistic effects that are need apply or need be there's no relativistic effects at all, like adjustments at all. It's just literally just the distance. It's all happening in a single reference frame.
No
Does it make sense? The
relativistic effects were being applied, though. Then in the ECI reference frame, C wouldn't have a varying speed direction, or that's related to its direction.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And so if you take a measurement for a GPS from the receiver in the ECI frame, like the initial signals it's getting from, let's say, 4 satellites, whatever, then what it's doing is it's taking the time that it thinks that it has from its position of its own clock, and it's using the time that was given to it by the messages from the other receivers. But this is still, so that time difference is still applies to that receiver's reference frame, and that time is with respect to the position it was at the time the message was sent, still in that reference frame. So that's what I'm saying, is that there's no movement, there's no direction or anything that's being applied at this part of the assessment. Like there's no rotation or anything. It's in the ECI frame. Everything's is with respect to a non-moving position.
So the varying speed is actually outside of GPS as well, too. But even just keeping it within the confines of that. So Wang derived the Sagnac effect just using the what's it called? Just using the range measurement equation and also linearizing it. So the thing that like is picking up here is that nullifies the relativity's ability to give any explanation at all, because the underlying crux of the issue here is that the distance derived, irrespective of what you're saying, specifically because it's a time interval system, it's showing that varying speed, and then that it's deriving an accurate distance in that reference frame, and then when it's transferred out, it's not. It should be the same though, if and to be in accordance with the actual Lorentz covariance, like the actual framework of the mathematical structure of how all this stuff works. Sorry, that was a little long-winded. Continue. All right, you can.
No. Because I'm actually trying to think of. So I said this the other day, but I'm just trying to make sure that it's actually. I don't want to confuse the two things, but so like when you're doing celestial navigation, for example, you're actually also doing an ECI to ECEF frame, or like a transformation, right? So, so you're doing the same thing in both cases, and in both cases, I mean, as for instance, because I've tried to do the measurements, and it's just basically transferring the plane of the surface of the Earth, or you can't really call it a plane, but if you take like the z axes in both the ECI and the ECF frame, it's the same. So it's just the Earth on that axis, and all you're basically doing to transform them is rotating the Earth, basically. When you do that using celestial navigation, you use like the Greenwich Mean Time or something like that. I think it's called the Greenwich something, but basically you're just rotating the Earth so that it's aligned with the ECI frame, basically, that you're using. And but yeah, even then, that's the only movement or rotation that would be occurring. And so in that regard, even there's no relativistic effects expected.
I have a question.
Continue. Sorry. Well, let me respond to Kosho's coordinate system situation. So in regards to celestial navigation and coordinate systems derived from other coordinate systems, would you like to see how the heliocentric coordinate system was derived, the one that you're referring to that does the celestial navigation on the globe and such?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Okay, so this is from a book called, or I'm presenting, I don't know if you can see it or not.
Yeah, let me go to it, but yeah.
All right, let me know when you're in.
No, I can see it. I'm sorry. I can see it.
Okay, cool. All right, so this is from what's called the what was that book called? The Supplementary Ephemeris to the Nautical Almanac and American Ephemeris, and whatever. Basically, this is the people were asking, how did you guys derive the correction tables, that are in the almanacs and navigation manuals and traverse tables and all these things, right? Because I'm sure you're familiar with the concept of Mercator sailing, and so you're planar sailing, but it's essentially on a globe projection, but it's close enough or whatever kind of thing. Makes sense?
Okay.
Right. So they're saying, like, how did you get these globular corrections and all this stuff? So this is what this is from this book right here. So we have the heliocentric coordinate system and how it's described, for the various axes throughout the book here, and we have the geocentric coordinate system here. And then what we're going to find out is that the perspective that they derive for the celestial sphere is actually derived from the geocentric rectangular planar coordinate system, and they have a equation. What's it called? A flattening / curvature. Well, it's right here. So the ellipticity or flattening correction. So with these on the coordinate systems, when they're transformed, when they have their planar geocentric coordinate system and elevation angles derived from that, they can make the necessary corrections that they would have to change for the spherical coordinate system. So being a two-dimensional, what's it called, like a planar 2D lat long system to the one that's on the globe, right? So where they say we live on an oblate spheroid and there's X amount of flatness and curvature here, in this equation is how they determine the flatness and whatnot that needs to be applied to get planar measurements to match the spherical coordinate system. So yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't want to. Okay, so they mean no, maybe I'll just let you continue because I understand flattening to mean something totally different than the way you described it, and I even
Yeah.
look at the equation. It
Tell me what how you think it's being applied, and then like we can continue from there.
flattening and things like its ellipticity or eccentricity, I guess you say. So
Mhm.
this is this is how I'm thinking about the flattening, like the difference between the oblateness of, let's say, a latitude or meridian and the actual curve of a sphere.
Mhm.
Like the difference between those two things is what I would consider, to be the flattening value. I could be wrong.
So what they how they describe it in the book is basically the geodetic what's it called? The geodetic and geocentric rectangular coordinate system is, basically planar elevation angles, and then they use this to correct for the ellipticity of the model. The whatever it was, the GS84 ellipticity kind of stuff is what they're doing it from. But then further though, we're going to see how they derive the perspective from that same coordinate system. Because in this book, they kind of frame it through the effect that the heliocentric system was derived first, and that through a coordinate system transformation, the geocentric system is provided, but it's actually the reversal. So to sum up here really quickly, because you're you're already up to date with transformations and stuff like that, in that regard, from the geocentric to the heliocentric. So we'll end on what they're showing here with the auxiliary functions that how they're deriving it, so that distance p derived from the geocentric perspective, right? They then turn that into the distance to the center of the sphere, and then they just wrap it around that coordinate system. So it's just it's a transformation situation where it's like, what came first, the geocentric coordinate system or the heliocentric coordinate system that's mysteriously derived from a perspective that matches the elevation angle distance um, for the geocentric coordinate system. So is that yeah, it's a mind boggle too, and there's like, and I don't want to bring this up because it's kind of anecdotal without the citations for it, but I'll get them eventually, and I'll just re-show it. So I'm cool with it. I've already seen it myself. But yeah, so actually in the almanacs, the early almanacs, there's like a history of the almanacs, so to speak, right? And what the royal families were doing is they were paying mathematicians to go on these sailing expeditions where they were taking measurements and stuff, and they were basically deriving how you could get distances, elevation angle corrections, to fit on a globe, basically from like two different perspectives. And like whoever could figure that out, they said that they, would essentially be rewarded beyond their wildest dreams. And the reward for that was more than the other reward that they were paying people to do to help establish the coordinate system itself. It's super interesting. So yeah, when you get into the specifics of celestial navigation, now knowing that there's correction angles are all derived from a different system, and that there's an actual, tangible possibility that it came from a geocentric coordinate system first off planar elevation angles. It's it makes sense that globular sailing would work with globular maps and all that kind of stuff, right? Because the coordinate system is kind of perfected in that regard mathematically. And then to end on that, there's that book, His Prominence, or His Pronouncement, which Whitsitt cites often. There, for celestial navigation purposes, there was like a whole discrepancy issue when they were changing over maps and everything to match the new coordinate system in the early 1900s, where they were having a lot of discrepancies, especially in the South. And I think all this is kind of related in how they, had to figure everything out. That book is an excellent book to read, even if you're into the globe. I mean, just the amount of history that he goes through for celestial navigation, and has actual citations for, and the actual history of what happened and what they talked about. It's pretty profound. I mean, It's just one of those things you just got to look into it, and there's a lot of wiggle room to be desired for this being first celestial navigation being a 100% slam dunk proof
What
of the
was the
globe.
book
Because
called again? What was the book called again?
so this book, hold on, I'll upload it in, or I'll send it to Dave so he can upload it because it's 200 megabytes. It's called the.
Hey, Koshi, are you hanging around?
No, yeah, I am. I'm just making dinner as well. But I was gonna say something, but yeah, Charlie, actually, if you wanted to jump in, because I know.
Hey.
Well, I wanted to ask you and Alan a question because.
Hey,
Oh,
Alan,
yeah,
put,
sure.
put that right in Geo server if you don't mind, because I have very little room on my phone at the moment.
Wait, what?
Oh, okay. I'll link it on Telegram. But yeah, it's called the. Opening it up now. It's called the Explanatory Supplement to the Astronomical Ephemeris and the American Ephemeris and Nautical Almanac. So, and like I said, like when you read the first couple of pages here, they start talking about, people were asking about the correction tables, how they were derived for the system, and they kind of give you the
Can I get a
TLDR on it.
Can I get a
Oh,
screenshot of the title page or something, or the
yeah,
copyright
yeah,
page, or just anything at this
yeah,
point? Because
yeah,
I'm gonna look
absolutely,
into it.
yeah, absolutely. And I'll send you a link for the download of it too.
Oh
So
shit! I'll take that link. Oh fuck yeah! Thank you. Oh my
yeah,
goodness. 5-star
yeah,
treatment over here.
yeah, no problem, brother. 1 second. Here's a picture. Not that it really matters because I'm going to send you the thing here in a second, but that's the title of the book. Supplementary.
Somebody had a question?
How's it
Yeah, I
not on
did.
my phone?
Can I ask it now?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I sort of walked in halfway through your presentation, right? So I didn't get all of the details, so I stepped away to watch the beginning of it as well as read. I got about halfway through the paper, uh, through Wong's paper, right? And I'm wondering, I presume you've read this paper, right? Since you took screenshots and highlighted it, right?
Yep.
Because there's this section I don't understand, and I would like your help clarifying if that's all right. I actually noticed that this particular section is already present in an older, I guess, draft of either the same paper or an older paper that does not mention the Sagnac effect at all, right? And it looks like he uses some of the results from this paper in the paper that you were citing, right? So, I mean, you could look at it. It has the same diagrams, right? And it's by Wong, but it has no mention of Sagnac at all. But anyway, in particular, it's just this first part, right? And I feel like I'm missing something, so I'm gonna walk through it real quick. It'll take like a minute.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh,
And
you're
Kosha,
presenting?
and you tell me what I'm missing, right? And Kosha, I hope you're listening and paying attention as well.
Yeah, I am
So,
now.
Good. So a big thing on his paper, right, is the range measurement equation, which I assume you're both familiar with, right? It's just the difference in position between a receiver and a source can be estimated as just, the speed of light times the difference in times, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Go ahead.
Yeah, so he gives two scenarios, right? The first scenario is the source is moving, two sources of a signal, right? Where the source is moving and the receiver is stationary. And he demonstrates for a moving source that the speed of light is the same, right?
Yes.
And I'm fully in agreement with that. The second bit is where I have more of a problem, right? In this scenario, he has two moving receivers, right? And I'll just read it real quick. Let us suppose that we have a stationary source and two receivers, one stationary and one moving translationally. The distance between the source and the stationary receiver is L. The moving receiver passes the stationary receiver at t of 0, right? And here's a little diagram. And it's fairly straightforward, right? The source is at S of 0. There's L distance between both receivers, but receiver 2 is moving up with a velocity v, and at T0, it's at the same, distance as R1. So he plugs both of these in to the range measurement equation, right?
Mhm.
And of course, he derives that the time it would take for the receivers to hear the signal is different, right? So for the
Mhm.
first one, it's L divided by C, right? Up here. And for the other one, it's L divided by C minus the velocity, right?
Mhm.
He then says, therefore, we can conclude that the speed of light is dependent on the translational motion of the receiver. And now you lost me. How do you conclude that from that?
So the stationary receiver gets the information first, and the moving recipient gets it second.
Right, but
That's what. So
to
he's
my
saying
mind,
that
that's because it traveled a further distance, right?
but it was the distance is derived from the time interval, though, so it's the same. So that reveals the conundrum. Like that's a conundrum to me. And my interpretation of that is that in the ECI reference frame and how they say that they are interpreting motion is, Earth rotation, surface Earth rotation with respect to the center, perspective where there's no rotation, no anything like
Hold on.
that. So
Hold on. You said the distance is derived from the time interval, so it's the same.
yes.
I don't understand what you mean by that, right?
Right. So what he's showing is that there's a preferred recipient. So I'm getting to my interpretation of what that means in the ECI frame, right? So my interpretation of that is that there's no actual surface rotation, and that it's relative to a station ether wind. And when you're actually at rest, and you're the preferred recipient of the information, even though it should be the same under relativistic confines when they're in the same position, both experiencing linear motion.
No, that's not what relativity would say at all. Relativity would say receiver 2, by the time the signal reached R0, R2 has traveled some distance. Right? And the signal needs to further travel that distance. Like, what am I misunderstanding here?
No, try you. Can I? Because you'd actually appreciate this, I think. Because I'm gonna explain it in terms, at least the way I understand it. Okay.
Sure.
And it might make more sense to you if I do this. So if the message that's sent from the satellite, we'll call it the satellite. So the message that's coming from the satellite, it has the time that it's sent, and there's ways for it to get down, even to the sub nanosecond, whatever. So that time is different from the receiver time, right? Which is so all of this is in reference to the receiver's frame.
No. This is
So, yeah.
all. This. You mean the
ECI frame.
the time basis, right? Is are you saying that the T's for both sets of equations is different? Like you're using R1 versus R2?
R1 versus R2. What do you mean by that?
So R1 is a different receiver than R2, right? They both have different bases because one is moving relative to the other, right?
Yeah, no, I know, but here, I'm gonna get to that part. So just forget about that for a second, okay? Because that's what I was trying to explain. Is the first thing that it doesn't consider that. So the first thing it's considering is just the time that it says it came from the satellite, the position of the satellite at that time, which is both in the message, and then the time that the receiver has. And you do that simple equation, like it was said by Wang or whatever. But it's not that simple. That's what I'm saying. That equation is done first. They come up with a pseudo range, and then they come up with a pseudo position. But because they didn't make any kind of corrections, relativistic corrections, or any of this type of stuff, it's going to be off. But they use its pseudo position to then give it the data to estimate its calculate its error, the error in the clock in the device due to relativistic effects and movement and all that kind of stuff. and then it gets its new position because it recalculates its position using that. And this is all in the ECI frame. So in the Earth-centered inertial frame.
Kusho, like, forget satellites, forget ECI frame. I feel like this scenario abstracts all of that away, right? Like, we have sources and receivers. They could or could not be satellites, right? The only reference to satellites here vaguely is the range estimation equation, which isn't even a satellite equation. It just happens to be used.
Right. Yeah.
So,
yeah. So yeah, I'm just using those terms so you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, the receiver and the transmitter. So you know what I'm saying. But the point is that the pseudo range isn't considering any of the errors just yet. Like, it has the errors that it says are coming from the craft, but any of the errors that are trying to be collected from the clock on the receiver, those are done after its pseudo position is found, which is it's going to be way off from where it is. But it uses that to then come up with the actual clock correction. So there's like the relativistic, and there's different clock corrections that go into that equation. So that equation, like C times T of the receiver minus the T of the transmission, that's minus a whole bunch of other shit.
All right.
Sure.
Yo, let me sum this up real quick because I feel like you guys are getting off on the same point, and I'm gonna head out. So what's happening here is, let's see, what were we saying? I lost my train of thought. It was so the accurate distance is being derived because GPS is a time interval system based off of GPS time. So the distance derived is the same, but there's still a preferred recipient. So there's not actually any relativistic corrections to make or apply for. This accurately, in its preferred reference frame, deduces the accurate distance down to the millimeter. So there's no relativistic effects to circle back to after the fact when we transfer it to another coordinate system that reveals an invariant transformation of a distance that you say based on the constancy of the speed of light would be an invariant transformation if applied correctly and everything was as if the postulates of special relativity were true in nature, the transformation would hold true, and it does not. That is like the epitome of the situation.
Yeah, but that's my point though, is that that transformation you're talking about. So the only reason the relativistic thing comes into play is to try to come up with the clock corrections of the receiver, but it doesn't come into the calculating like the pseudo range, for example. So like when that's done in the ECI frame, you can treat everything as stationary at that point. Like the relativistic effect of the receiver moving on the surface of the Earth or whatever, that's basically found in the like basically when it does its pseudo position, it'll estimate its latitude, and so it can kind of get it can recalculate the.
So hold on, there's no relativistic effects here though. I mean, unless you're not talking to me anymore, right? Like there's zero relativistic effects here. Like there's a source.
So that's what I'm saying. It does come into play, but not in reference to calculating the
negative.
No, it doesn't come into play. It doesn't come into play at all.
It could, but it does. It comes into play when calculating how wrong your receiver is. Like the clock on your receiver is going to be different than the clock up there.
There is no receiver clock. You're not understanding the scenario that's being put out here, right? Like you have a source, right? The source has a clock. Yeah, the source is trying to estimate at what point in time, from its clock point of view, the receiver is going to receive the signal. Okay, so it sends out a signal, right? And so T is the variable that we're trying to calculate here, right? Like if we know the distance r0 and we know the velocity of r, then we should be able to calculate T, which is the source's time at which receiver 2 received the signal. There's no relativity here at all.
No, but it doesn't happen like that though. The clock sends the time.
It doesn't happen.
I'm not talking about GPS. I'm talking about this scenario.
Okay, Alan's trying to get in, and he does have to leave. Hold on, real quick. Before Charlie, real quick. Let Alan say his thing before he goes. You're not
Yeah, sorry.
understanding.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just getting frustrated because I've been at it
Yeah.
for a while. I apologize. So yeah, in reference again to what you're saying, Kosho, the fundamental misunderstanding here is that this derives all the equation. This derives everything that relativity is pretending to correct for accurately without doing that. And furthermore, the linearization of the Sagnac effect invalidates the general relativistic interpretation of it, saying that it's an angular effect only, and also the special relativistic effect, saying that a non-inertial that a Sagnac device is a non-inertial reference frame because it's a rotating device. It invalidates it on all fronts. And then so from there, with my boy here asking about the what is this the discrepancy here. Yeah, so my interpretation of that is that that guy that's stationary is actually stationary because it's based on a time interval system without corrections. The corrections should be the same in the new time system, so the distance should be another classic invariant transformation, but it's not. So like the fact that your sorry, I'm getting you guys both confused and both your arguments confused now. So we'll back up. Charlie, would you like to finish out and recap on what you were saying
Yeah,
before
sure.
I close out?
I'm extremely confused as to like I don't know if you're looking at my screen, but up to this sentence
Yeah.
previously, he has me like 100%, right? And then he says, therefore, we can conclude that the speed of light is dependent on the translational motion of the receiver. He seems to think that because the receivers receive the signal at different times, that therefore the speed of light is different. But that doesn't hold because, at least from my point of view, right, the light just had to travel different distances. So it makes sense that they would receive the signals at a different time.
So contrary to the appearance of the range measurement equation, the speed c, or the speed of the receiver v, does not appear explicitly in the receiver or of the receiver, and it is implied in the definition of the position of the receiver, i.e. the position of the receiver at reception time. Compared to the position of the stationary receiver at reception time, the position of the moving receiver at reception time is different and the distance is proportional to the speed receiver v.
The difference, not the distance.
Sorry, yeah. So the preferred guy gets the stationary guy gets it, even though even in the ECI they're both moving. So if you want to chalk it up to some sort of minuscule speed discrepancy, like, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that's the case, because if it was taken into account on that level, I mean, you're going to have to get into accounting for Earth's orbital velocity and stuff, and that's not the case. Like this seems to be like the most accurate representation of what they're doing, and yeah, it doesn't make sense in their reference frame coordinate system unless it's actually stationary relative to an ether wind, in my opinion.
I don't know how any of that has anything to do with this toy model. Like there's no Earth, there's no ECI frame, there's no ether wind mentioned here. There's not even relativity mentioned here. Just, I mean, I guess C implies it, but anyway, I'll stop now.
Well, the whole
Oh, I
thing though
understand,
is in reference to the Sagnac effect and the range measurement equation with the ECI, though, is what he's
But it's
saying.
not.
So
I mean, if you go to this other paper, he has the same argument, right? Where he doesn't mention the Sagnac effect at all in this older paper, and he
I
has the
see.
same
Oh,
problem.
I see. Okay, link me that. I haven't seen that. Okay, I see what you're saying with the discrepancy now. Okay, so link me that, and we'll go over that. Okay. Well, no,
Sure.
I wasn't aware.
So I have it locally. Do you want the file or do you want a link? I could probably find a link.
Either or.
I apologize, Charlie. I was giving you different context than what you're asking. You were asking about specifically Wang's argument.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you can see like my issue here. Like, hold on. Where did I download this? I think it might have been this paper, and then do I still have download credit? Here, I'll just send you the file. Whatever.
Yes.
He seems to be saying that he thinks that because Because it takes longer. It takes one individual longer to receive the signal over a larger distance. That therefore the speed of light for him is different. And obviously, if that's what he's saying, then that obviously makes no sense, right? So I'm assuming I'm misinterpreting what he's saying, or he's wrong.
Yeah, you know what, dog? I'll email him and ask him. I've already been in communication with him. Ask him directly for clarification on it.
Funnily enough, I talked to a guy in the Australian geodetic. He works for the government in the Odysee in Australia. But anyways, he's like the head guy for their basically their system for all their base stations or whatever. And anyways, his name's Wang also. So it's funny. It's like my GPS name is Wang.
You got a GPS guy named Wang. I got a Wang.
Yeah.
Nice. Hilarious.
Although I gotta tell you, I think this Wang is wrong though. Specifically, on what you were just asking about, Charlie, because he's describing it as if there's relativistic effects that would apply during the time of that measurement, but there aren't any, right? Like any relativistic effects exist outside of that measurement.
Yeah, there's not, and he from his publication history, he clearly believes that he has disproven special relativity even before the Sagnac effect paper.
What Sagnac effect paper were you talking about? You talking about the general, or the linearization of it, or you talking about the GPS one?
I'm talking about this. I guess I don't know if it's a different draft or if it's like he had to cut it down for a different publication or something. But again, in this other paper that I just sent you, he claims that the range estimation equation is inconsistent with special relativity, and he doesn't use the Sagnac effect at all to demonstrate it. So, I mean, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying he doesn't. It seems like he didn't need the Sagnac effect beforehand, and that he has other reasons to believe why special relativity is wrong.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I'll ask him about it for clarification to see what he says, because like that discrepancy doesn't make sense. It should be the same. So we'll get some clarification on it. But no, I appreciate you coming on and asking about it. And sorry getting a little moody there at the end. I just, when you get tired and shit.
No, it's all good. I gotta go to bed myself.
All right, peace, brother.
I don't think you sounded moody though. I mean, you sounded like fine.
Oh no, well, sorry. If it wasn't being conveyed that way, then that's good. Because on my end, I was like, loud sigh, and not enough of you guys were hearing that, and I didn't mean to be a dick or anything, because it was getting repetitive for me, but anyway.
Hey, Alan, real quick, there's a video that I'll send you that Kosho posted. Actually, it was the bucket test video you're talking. He seems like you're looking into the Machian effect, the Machian principle. Kosho.
Yeah, you know what? This is probably a good time to bring it up. But me and Jace were talking about watching this video and maybe having like a not a presentation, but like a conversation about it. Like we're gonna invite Witsit and a few other people. But yeah, Alan, if you're interested in that and new perspective, that'd be cool to actually go over that video. Because me and Jace, I disagree with Jace about what the guy's saying. I disagree with the guy saying, and we all kind of have different perspectives about the Machian principle. So I think it'd be interesting to watch that and kind of talk about it.
Yeah, because that's directly related to the ether wind, obviously, because it would be from the top down, the Machian. If it is a stationary Earth, and we're talking about the Machian
translation
principle,
of motion.
Yeah, the translation of motion being the result, the ether wind being the result of that, right? Most likely, or related directly.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It would. That's 100%.
100%. GG.
All right, lads. I'm heading out.
All right, later. Thanks, man. That was great. Awesome job.
Peace. Thanks.
Later.
Peace.
I wish I would have brought that up when Charlie was still in here, because he was the other person that I wanted to. Because I think actually I was saying between me and Witsit and Jace and Charlie, I think we might have actually four different understandings of it. And I was saying, but mine's probably the inferior one out of the lot or whatever. But it'd be interesting to kind of watch that video and discuss some of that stuff, because that Machian principle stuff is kind of it's interesting how Einstein himself had changed his opinion about it, several times in his life. And me and Jason were talking about that earlier.
As well as the ether, which I mean they're directly, supportive of each other. But yeah, it seemed like there's that quote. He's saying that he was told not to talk about the ether. He was like he basically said he was like not allowed to at one point. So yeah, the reason he changes his opinion doesn't necessarily. I don't even. You never know what these guys' real opinion is if they're having to go along with the status quo to change what they say.
How is it related to ether?
Well, if the ether wind is a direct result of the Machian principle, which is the translation of motion, that's what the Machian principle is talking about, right?
Okay, so I guess that's supposed to be the answer for, because the Machian principle describes like how the universe could be. So it's like a rotating body, for example. It could be a case of
would have an effect.
Relativity, where like the universe is actually rotating around the object, and it causes it to have the same centrifugal, sort of.
Yeah, the vortex, whatever the vortex consists of, the vortexual nature of the moving sky. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see. Because I've never actually put those two things. It would be interesting to see somebody. Because I know that, like, for instance, Einstein, when he was, enamored with the Machian principle, it was in regards to space time. Obviously, like space time having an effect on. So it's like if the universe was rotating around an object, and like all the mass in the universe was what was causing this, the centrifugal effect, basically.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear it put that way, because it's like, whatever the sky is, whether it's the universe and the way we're taught to think of the universe, or if it's something more local, is what we have to figure out, or maybe even just speculate about.
I gotta say, the last couple hours have been 100% listenable. It's so nice. Nobody talking over each other, freaking out. It's thank you guys.
Yeah, that's the way it should be, right? Everyone's just trying to figure it out instead of just say what we already know.
Yeah, and I
want to hear more from Alan.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a cool guy too. Like he's a G. He's definitely a G. And lots of work done. I mean, the amount of work he does in short periods of time is pretty amazing, actually. I think he prepared something else for Shane that he was talking about that he didn't think was going to happen, and then he had this whole thing ready for today, which I know he didn't have yesterday. That's pretty good. It's pretty good work, condensing it. There's a lot of big words, a lot of big concepts, or a lot of complications that needed to be worked through, and even some questions that won't be answered. That I still have.
I'd be appreciative of that as well. Yeah, if somebody putting it all together like that was it's a good work, especially making it available to everybody. But like I said, Alan's a cool dude, but it's too bad about that Wang guy, because everything that guy Wang says seems to be like really like kind of wrong.
Everything?
Well, he says a lot of wrong stuff, like I brought up when he was having the presentation. I brought up the thing about the
wasn't that just like a wording problem
or whatever? He just says a lot of things that are obviously wrong, but it's like it kind of makes it makes me understand Wang's understanding to be just it's not all the way there with what he's talking about. Like with
dude,
GPS,
you should email him.
The way he's talking about GPS is not even how it works. And what's his name? Hatch. Like when he brought up that Ron Hatch thing, Ron Hatch had his contributions to GPS have nothing to do with relativity. It's completely just about what's it called? Differential GPS, like the thing I always talk about doing, like that gives you the sub-centimeter accuracy, like comparing your position with the base station. All his contributions have to do with that data analysis, like comparing those two different data sets and coming up with the accuracy or whatever. But it's nothing to do with the actual clock corrections on the the craft or anything with special relativity. His problem with special relativity is separate from his contributions to the GPS, and people conflate those two things as if like he contributed to GPS and showed that relativity was wrong. It's just it's a representation.
Were you familiar with who Dayton Miller is at all before Alan came around?
Yeah, but to be honest, I was introduced from him from Witsit. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, Dayton Miller. It seemed like that's like a whole other part of this presentation. I don't know if you look back at the other stuff, but he went into that a little bit before, not this time, but all of those repeated experiments or repeated tests that he did, pretty extensive. And then you know the story. His assistant was hired to discredit his work afterwards, basically, and bring up things that were actually accounted for and act as if they weren't. But so another piece to the puzzle, I guess. Sucks that there's always like this, oh, well, since he was discredited, we're just going to go ahead and discard all his work. And anybody even that might be interested in finding out if he had a point has to accept that maybe the body of science isn't necessarily being on the up and up with people. And it's like, if you can't get past that idea, that's even a possibility, then a lot of this kind of work isn't going to be anything that you'll even consider as like valid, or anybody, or people in the academic world will still put on their playlist publicly.
Yeah, it's just as I agree, it's dangerous. Let's say like he was right and he's on the right path and stuff. He comes to the truth, and he gets discredited. It's like, yeah, that's it might be good to look deeper into that and see what really happened. But at the same time, it's kind of dangerous to automatically revere somebody who's been discredited. When
that nobody should automatically revere anyone.
Yeah, I know, but
I don't
it's
think
very possible. It's very possible that he was just wrong, and that's why people, discredited him or whatever.
Well, then you have to talk about Michelson Morley's interpretation at the heart of the whole thing, and whether you're just going to buy that the ether was, disproved by that, rather than actually shown that the Earth wasn't moving. And it's strange that like such an opposite interpretation could actually be so thought to be the case 100% on both sides. But if they're trying to hide the ether, we have to understand maybe there is something to the ether that they don't want everybody knowing about, besides all the good things. Or at least maybe that's how they excuse it or justify it in their mind. Like maybe there's some kind of weapon that somebody can make, or knowing about some of these, like counter space forces may give the individual the ability to do things that they would have to regulate. Maybe that's the way part of the reason that they attack it so harshly. I mean, you have to admit, you've seen them attack it, not because, well, maybe in the defense of the model, because the ether doesn't go with the globe model, then, maybe that's part of it. But it seems like it's more harshly attacked than any other subject, specifically. Even within flat Earth people.
Well, it's funny what you said though before about the Michelson tests and just proving the ether. It's because it's not that either one of the tests disproves the ether on its own. It's that the results of the Michelson-Morley and the Michelson-Gale test contradict each other with regards to the ether.
Right.
Yeah. So just by virtue of both those tests, the results of both those tests basically invalidate ether by their results.
One of them disproved stationary ether. One of them is disproved ether drag, and then together they disprove both.
Exactly. So basically, there's a universe that exists. In the universe that we have that exists, it is the case that there is no ether drag, and there is no stationary Earth in the stationary ether. or stationary.
Oh, you guys, wait, you guys,
or the stationary ether. I'm saying.
hold on. Do both of you guys accept the whole Lorentz contraction caveat? You guys both accept that as true? Like the device contracted itself, contracted?
I mean, this.
That's something you guys are both on board with?
Well, you're saying it weird, but because
What do you mean?
the idea of length contraction is that from a certain reference frame, the length is contracted. So in reference, in perspective of that reference frame, this length is contracted. But
right.
So in regards to the reference frame of that length, let's say you're talking about like yourself, like you're contracting. You're not actually contracting in your frame. This is just in reference to some other frame.
So you're on board with the length contraction, really, with the caveat of it being reference frame dependent.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then I don't know if I'd jump to agree with you about your comparison of Michelson Gale and Michelson Morley, if that's what you're accepting as part of this whole thing being valid. I mean, that's an idea. There's no way to prove that. There's no way to show that.
That's what they say.
I know.
Okay.
Like before the Michelson-Gale test was done,
Kosho, maybe you'll be able to clarify something for me. One of the tenets to prove.
You got some echoes going on. I don't know if someone has their mic and their YouTube page on or something.
One of the questions for Kosho is time dilation is claimed to be evidence of relativity. And the idea is that as you move closer to the speed of light, time slows down. And therefore, two separate reference frames, one that isn't moving at any velocity toward the speed of light, will show a difference in time. That's why the time dilation is invoked. Do you believe that you can test for this particular effect and show results that exist?
What effect exactly? Say it again.
So one of the
very last part of what you said?
proofs of relativity is time dilation, in the sense that any object that is increasing towards the velocity of speed of light, time will slow down. So if you have two reference frames, one is stationary, not moving at the velocity of speed of light, and another one that is. This is how you invoke relativity, right? So if that is true, is there a test that I can do to show relativity does exist by the tenet of time dilation?
Yeah, of course. You already know this. You know the
Oh,
test.
well, what test do I do? Just give me
You already know,
a
man.
scenario.
Come on.
Oh, I just want you to clarify what test I could do to prove it.
The Heath-Keating test, the one that you know the results of and how it's done and everything. I don't know why you're asking me this.
Would you like me? Would you like
airplane
to?
test. The test where they have a stationary airplane and they have an airplane going east and an airplane going west. And they compare the two.
Right. So,
you know
in
the
that
test.
principle, sure. In that principle, it should be to prove, let's say, one observer is outside of a racetrack, and he's watching a car complete the cycle around the racetrack. The observer in the one reference frame that's stationary has a watch, and the other observer that's moving closer to the velocity speed of light has another watch. These two watches will fall out of sync. Is this what you're claiming?
Yeah, sure.
So that's a test I can prove relativity, right? And so what it's indicating is that I actually am slowing down time by increasing speed. The problem is, Kosho, in reality, the ISS is traveling at 17,500 miles an hour, increasing its velocity towards the speed of light, invoking time dilation. But the results biologically on the human being shows that they age 17 to 30% more. So if I was to invoke relativity, why doesn't that show and the results in time? Why doesn't time dilation show results in the ISS? And in fact, the reverse happens.
I wish you would have spoiled this whole thing early on and just said that you're going to use an argument you've already made 1,000 times. because you didn't have to say all that.
So that's your response. Noted. You're not going to actually respond to it.
I know your argument.
You're going to get upset. And you're not going to respond to it. Okay.
I've already
Awesome.
told you. I've already told you that you're conflating two ideas. One being time dilation, and one being a person aging and like the aging process. Because when they say they age 30% more, when they say they're aging 30% more, they're not talking about in reference to their time.
Okay. So you must be not familiar with one of the tenets, one of the explanations of relativity. They do use the ISS as an example.
But
and
when they say
it may
they
not
age
be.
30% more,
Let me finish. Let me finish. So they do use it as an example, but the actual real world data doesn't match the claim. In other words, they do claim if you increase closer to the speed of light, you will slow down time, and therefore the people on Earth will have a different aging factor. This is something they claim. So I just wanted to clarify for your benefit that your model claims that the ISS slows down time, and time is different in the ISS but on Earth. But the real world data says that it's the opposite.
Well, what do they mean by 30% aging? I mean, what does that mean exactly?
So the arteries of the human body, due to low Earth orbit, apparently the aging of the arteries as if you age 10 years older in 6 months.
So isn't that potentially just a harm comes from like radiation or something?
Well, this is the problem now, isn't it? If you're evoking time dilation, slowing down time, why would your arteries increase? Now you claim that it's radiation. You claim that it's radiation, right? Yeah, you claim that it's radiation, but here's the thing: if they claim, well, that's what they model. That's what the model claims. So if they claim that I'm actually responding, and he's interrupting it to me, right? So
I don't think it's true. I think you interrupted me to get going again.
You keep interrupting me, dude. So the point of the contention here is that if the ISS is traveling at 17,500 miles an hour, closer to the speed of light, it will invoke relativity. This is a claimed effect of the velocity of the ISS, and one of the proofs they claim that prove relativity. I'm just saying there is no real world data to confirm that based on the aging. So if there's aging happening, how do they determine time dilation is happening?
I think the answer to that is that the time dilation happening is so negligible, so small, that if there is some harmful effect of being in zero G or radiation that's going to cause you to experience a biological harm equivalent to aging, then the time dilation of minus 2 seconds or whatever it is, I think 22 seconds a year or something, isn't going to have any impact on this harm that you've experienced.
Right. So it's not testable. It's not provable. It's an assertion, just as he asserted to me that I can prove time dilation with airplanes traveling east.
Well, you can use different experiments to prove.
Keep interrupting me, dude.
Fisher-Smith or Rossi
you keep interrupting me. So he claimed that plane flight is maximum 1,000 miles an hour during the test, if that. They're claiming that you can prove time dilation with plane flight, not even traveling near the velocity or speed of the ISS.
You know how they do that?
Then at the same breath, you're telling me that it's negligible. So which one would be more negligible? The one that's, let me finish. Which one would be more negligible? The one traveling 17,500 miles an hour, or the one traveling 1,000 miles an hour?
1,000, but thankfully they used a lot more precise of an instrument there, so they were able to measure that very negligible amount there.
So a null result they measured, because that's what you're saying is negligible. It would be negligible, which would be a null result, right?
Not a null result, a very small amount.
So small that it's negligible.
No, so small that it's negligible for the human body's aging, not so small that you can't measure it.
So then what would be the proof of the claimed idea that if I speed up to closer to the speed of light, that I would actually age slower than somebody on Earth? Because this is something your model dictates, writes about in every single article, and is claimed a proof of relativity. So you claim that it's negligible. You claim that it's measurable. You claim that it's more measurable at 1,000 miles than it is at 17,500 miles.
I don't claim that.
That's what you just said.
I said the instruments are more precise in that experiment. The ones they're using to measure are more precise.
The ISS doesn't have the precision that you claim that the airplanes did.
Well, they used atomic clocks in the airplane one, and the ISS you're using human body, doctors assessing their age. There's also two other experiments to look into, which is Fisher-Smith and Rossi-Hall. Both of those are doing time dilation with like muons and quarks and things, and I don't really understand how they work, but they exist, and you can look at them.
Yeah, it's all virtual stuff. It's what they do is they take the part that is missing and they fill the void with an equation to balance it out. That's all they do.
Can we go back to
Thank you.
Scott's point though? Because it's like fucking obvious, dude. It's the point I made also that the Heath-Keating experiment they were looking for and were able to observe something on the order of, let's call it between 50 and 80 nanoseconds, something like that. I think it was what it is. Difference, right? So that's 80 billionths of a second. And there's what, like a million seconds in like 11 or 12 days or something. So I'm just trying to do quick math, but so 20, so about a year. So it takes about a year for what would that be? A second difference. So if somebody's on the ISS for a year and somebody's on the ground, and this is if they're going as fast as an airplane, but I'm just doing a quick estimate, just to give you an idea of what we're talking about. The precision of an atomic clock to see 78 nanoseconds, that makes sense. The precision of looking at two people aging as your time difference and trying to notice the difference between 1 second different over the course of a year, if they were at this difference of a year, it's not fucking measurable in the same way that they're making the measurements. Doesn't make any sense.
So again, it's not my
makes sense, but it doesn't.
It's not my claim. Again, it's a proof of relativity as claimed by your model that people traveling in low Earth orbit are reaching higher speeds, therefore slowing down time and aging different than people on Earth. My question to you was, how do I prove that? Both of you answered that it's negligible, and you come up with arbitrary numbers that that you claim also is not significant. You also claim that's not significant. Just wanted to clarify. Thanks again.
True. It's not true though. You're lying right now. I don't know why you do that.
Again, Scott, you keep interrupting.
Just finish what I'm saying, please. You said you're done, and now I start talking, and let me say what I'm going to say, which is that you summarize us with a falsehood and act as if that's what we said, and then keep talking past it for long periods of time so we can't interrupt. And we're listening to you just basically lie because that's not what we said. We said that you can measure it. You can measure it with precise instruments, atomic clock, in the Keating experiment, and that they got those measurements. Those measurements aren't going to be relevant to biological age, but they will show up when you measure for them.
Okay, so they won't be relevant to biological age. So where do they get the idea to invoke the difference in aging between the people in low Earth orbit and Earth? Because one of the claims in your model states that people who are traveling at the faster speed, closer to the speed of light, will slow down time and age slower than the people on Earth.
That's right.
This is a claim of relativity, but the actual data does not represent it. And what you said, that it doesn't affect biology. But again, let me finish. But again, biology is age, and aging is biology.
I didn't say it doesn't affect biology. I said it got overwhelmed.
Okay, so I just want to clarify your points of position so that I can best understand your model. So just let me clarify. Clarify. Your model has no way of directly detecting biologically the aging process, but yet claims that if I do increase the speed of velocity, that I do slow down the aging process biologically. Is that correct?
I think what they're saying there is that if you are going at a different time, that you are by definition aging differently. Whether you can see the effects of that or not, I don't think they're saying anything about. They're just saying that if I go faster than you and turn through time, I'm aging faster than you through time, or whatever it is. So because age is a function of time, age is a function of time, and so they're just saying it's a function. That's a way to interpret this, a way to think about this, is that that's what's actually happening. Now, can we test for the slowdown? Well, no, because it's such small amounts for the things that we've seen. But they're not trying to say you can see it on their face or something. They're saying if you experience time differently, then you're going to be aging differently.
Exactly. So it's a biological effect, and relatively claims that biologically your body changes. Whether it slows down in aging or remains the same process of aging, the effect of relativity is claimed to have an effect biologically on the human being. The real world data does not show that. Just wanted to mention it to you.
To be fair, the real world data just shows that there's something else going on in addition to that, which is damage to the arteries.
The reality is, if I flew to Mars in 7 months, I would age 10 years. That is the reality. And if I came back, I would age another 10 years. So in 12 months, according to real world data, you would have aged 20 years.
Well, is it 20 years or is it 19 years in 9999999 nanoseconds?
17 to 30%. So obviously they're basing that based on some biological genetic position that the person already probably has. But I just wanted to clarify that's what your model states as a proof of relativity is invoking time dilation. And that's why there's apparently two different aging processes. But the real world data doesn't back that up, just you know.
I still think you misunderstand, but that's okay.
So would you like me to repeat myself? Because I clearly stated that the ISS is approaching higher velocity speeds, invoking time dilation, slowing down the aging process as a proof of relativity, but the real data doesn't match that. The person who is traveling at that speed actually ages faster than somebody on the surface of the Earth. The claim is, well, there's more variables, sure, but the idea behind it is there is no way to confirm relativity in that manner because the real world data doesn't back it up.
I don't think that anyone's saying you can confirm relativity by measuring the biological age of people in the space station. I think they're saying a consequence of what we have confirmed about relativity is that they would be aging differently, but that's not a way to prove it. You prove it with, say, the atomic clocks and the heating experiment. But their application of that would be that, yes, they're aging differently on the ISS. That's not how you go prove it because it's going to be hard to detect.
They have detected the aging to be 6 months, anywhere from 17 to 30%. So you will age traveling faster towards the speed of light in low Earth orbit, which would refute relativity.
That's not true, though. They just said the arteries have aged that way. The whole body hasn't aged that much.
It's a biological effect of aging. And if there is a reduction due to time dilation of the aging process, then your arteries shouldn't be aging in the manner that they are. It would be a logical deduction if you're invoking, because naturally, as you age, your arteries harden anyway, regardless of time dilation. Thank you.
Unless they were exposed to something that caused their arteries to harden at an accelerated rate, like, say, radiation. If that happened, it would make them have the arteries of a man 10 times their age or 10 years older than them, and yet they had lost or had not aged 1 nanosecond because they were up there for a year, whatever it was. So those two things can be true. The data would be consistent with both those things.
They were up there for 6 months, not a year. And here's the problem. Here's the problem again. When you leave the surface of the Earth, does the radiation increase or decrease?
Increases.
Harmful radiation.
Increases. Increases.
I'm sorry, say again.
Increases.
Correct. So if it increases, at what level do you think man can handle radiation, and what distance and how far can they go before the radiation itself kills them?
Well, not that much, to be honest. I think we have some real problems with that, but it depends on the context. It depends on where you're going and all that, I think.
All right. So the Orion project states that they cannot pass the Van Allen radiation belt due to the harmful radiation that actually kills equipment and kills the human being. Do you disagree with the Orion project and what it states?
I disagree with that summary of it. I think that what Orion says is that it's too dangerous with the shielding that they had at the time they made that statement. I think at this point they've announced that they have the correct shielding now.
Oh, they do have the correct shielding. Could you forward me in the chat that particular documentation to confirm that you have read that, or it's just a belief that you have? Because I would like to see the documentation. I can't find anything unless it's top secret information. That'd be nice.
It was like an article I read. I'll see if I can find it.
Hey, Scott. I forgot what I was going to say to you. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, that's right. I mean, I don't. It's pretty funny what you said before, by the way. But I think it's weird because it sounds like data before you started moving it to this radiation, how astronauts can't be up there, or whatever. It seems like you were arguing how time dilation is like they're experiencing time dilation, even though you're saying it's wrong. You're saying that it's you're arguing that it's what's happening.
I'm saying that it refutes relativity because it's not the actual world result. And I asked you initially, how do I test for it? Just to show you that if I'm going to test in an airplane traveling 1,000 versus an ISS traveling 17,500, which would have the greater effect invoking time dilation? Obviously, logically, it would be the faster one, faster velocity, right? That is the theory of relativity. but the real world results do not match that logical thinking, or that line of thinking.
Do you agree, though, that both those things could be true and you would get results that are consistent with the data? You'd have a reduction in aging based by nanoseconds, and then the
It's
radiation
not measurable.
and the radiation causing.
It's not measurable, as you said. It's not measurable.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying it could be true, though. It would still be consistent with the data that you'd have a slowdown in aging of a few nanoseconds, and then radiation causing an apparent aging of your arteries by, say, 10 years. That could be true, the true reality of things, and then the data would just show you, look, the arteries aged 10 years. That's what you get from the data, right?
Most of the transference of energy passing through the wires and cables have to be corrected for instrument error, and you're looking at most results of 0.003%. That is the I guess summarized negligible error that you refer to, and evidence of time dilation, which is 0.003%. Which
So, but
is
yes or no to what I asked.
that is a surface calculation in satellites and apparently in your operation for planes. But in the real world, if you were to invoke how many times faster than 1,000 miles an hour, then it would be a greater discrepancy than 0.003%. But unfortunately, I can't find any material other than real world data that says the person traveling low Earth orbit ages 17 to 30% in 6 months.
So were you agreeing with what I said then?
Again, your relativity and proof for it is very hard to come by. And so real world examples refute the claim that time dilation is invoked due to velocity.
That wasn't the question. The question was, if this was the reality, that they reduced their aging by a few nanoseconds, but were exposed to radiation that caused their arteries to appear to age, say, 10 years ahead of time, wouldn't that be consistent with the data that you found, which is they look and they see arteries have aged 10 years ahead in time? That would be consistent with the truth of the matter being they reduced their aging by a few nanoseconds, and then also this radiation messed up their arteries.
No, because what you're doing is you're trying to tell me that the translation of time dilation is equal at all velocities, when relativity says that it's not. In fact, the faster you go, the more time dilation is invoked. The real world data doesn't agree with that tenet of relativity.
That isn't what I said, though. I just asked you again, if this was the real situation, wouldn't that be consistent with the data that you saw? I don't know why you're saying no.
Yes, it was. No,
Yes, it
because the higher velocity and the aging is not offset by time dilation. Nowhere do they put it in the paper that if time dilation was there or invoked, that aging would actually be even more so. That is not there. It is not studied. It is not analyzed or measured.
Yeah,
in
but
other
it's
words,
caused by something else. This is his whole point.
Quit interrupting me. There is no data or equation or formula that offsets time dilation due to the 17 to 30% aging process. There's none of it, which means they don't apply it. They don't measure for it. It's only in this chat room that you get the bullshittery fish stories.
Yeah, Scott, both of those things can be true. I don't know. This guy's going on.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Again, the real world data, when they do the testing biologically for the aging, there is no offset for time dilation.
It doesn't need to be. I just asked you a question about what
it doesn't need to be because it's not a real world effect.
Somebody gets so mad about being interrupted. You do it a lot.
Well, I've been interrupted this whole thing, whether it's you, Kosho, or whatever.
I promise, of everyone talking, you've had that mic a lot longer than any of us.
It's not about having the mic longer, dude. It's about being interrupted.
Well, I agree. Being interrupted sucks, that's for sure. But again, I mean, I'm asking you a very straightforward question. I think you understand the question. For some reason, are just feeling perverse and don't want to actually answer it. It doesn't end the whole discussion, but it is a fair point I'm making, which is that your data is consistent with both of these things being true if the dilation is causing a slowdown that is very small. If it's very small, it will not affect the harm caused to the arteries by the radiation. Like, that seems a very, obviously a true thing to say. I don't know why you're resisting it.
There's no resistance. The fact that you're applying the information to be with airplanes, which is maybe maximum 1,000 miles an hour, versus 17,500 miles an hour, there's a big difference in your theory mathematically based on the speed of light divided by velocity. You don't have the same numbers. You don't have the same values. The point and contention is when I look for that calculation in the health biological measurement of aging, it isn't offset by time dilation. As you stated earlier, you don't need to, which is my point. But the other contention of the matter is that it's claimed as a proof of relativity. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Okay,
So
you
did
said
you
it was
see
six.
when the
Sorry,
twin
go ahead.
came back from being on the ISS for a year? I saw the calculations for what the age difference was. I don't actually remember the exact number, but it was under a minute. It was like I want to say it was like I'll look it up. I'll tell you what. I'll look it up. Let's see how much it was.
I can tell you. I can give you an estimate at least because
Yeah.
you're probably gonna get a different answer because that's gonna be accurate. But like if you do the airplane experiment over the course of a year, and the estimate I gave was like 1 second error between those clocks. Given the rough numbers I was using.
It's not 1
You
second,
divide that-
Kosho. Go do your math again. Sorry to interrupt you. It's
divide that
not
by
1 second.
17. You divide it by not 17. Divide it more by like 25 or 30 to compare it with what the airplane speed was and the ISS speed. You could say it's about 12
I got it,
days.
by the way.
Go ahead, Scott.
So the answer I just looked up. The answer was that when Scott Kelly had been there for a year, his twin on Earth didn't go, obviously, and the difference in their age was 5 milliseconds after 1 year. So if that's the case, and we're looking at something like, say, how does radiation affect the aging of your arteries? And the radiation is causing arteries to appear or to age in a very fast way. It's certainly not going to be impacted by 5 extra milliseconds, right?
So
for
again,
the gravitational
you're
time dilation.
you're proving my point. It's mathematics that doesn't apply to real world. It is nothing that can offset biological human beings. In other words, relativity is one big fish story.
Well, but think about this. Let's say we could travel, like we had an engine that could go. I always think, this is my dream, right? If we could travel at close to the speed of light, let's say half there, or 3/4, and we use that speed to just say circle the solar system a few times, we could jump forward in time about like 50, 75. That would be pretty cool. If that really worked, I would be very tempted to sign up for that.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I get it, buddy. Enjoy your idea.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just saying it.
Yeah, well, I was going to type this out, but I guess I got the opportunity to say it to you, Scott. I was going to say, I think I told you, I wrote this short story about where that happens. And actually, I was trying to get ChatGPT to turn it into like a screenplay. But I want to show it to you sometime because I think you'd think it was cool. I think I told you about it, though. Sorry, someone say something?
Which one is it?
No, it's like a dude's basically, it's like a fictional future. It's a very short story, but he was like works like in present day for like a company that's kind of like SpaceX, but he's a part of a test mission that's supposed to be testing time dilation. And anyway, he ends up traveling like 80 years in the future because of the malfunction with the distance they were going and all this type of stuff. Anyway, he comes back and then there's like only women on Earth. But
that's cool.
Yeah, there's like a whole there's a whole other part of it. But yeah, I'll show it to you sometime.
Is his name Y?
Why? No.
He's not the last man.
No. Oh yeah. No. What was his name in that show?
Y the last Yorick, I think.
Oh, but didn't he have like a different name? And
Well, you know what? I think you're right. I think the monkey's name is Yorick, maybe.
Okay, you're talking about the TV show Last Man on Earth, right?
Yeah, it's called Y the Last Man, but it was a comic book that I read. But yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought you were talking about the show with Will Forte or whatever. There's a show.
Oh no, that's
Man on
different.
Earth
That's different.
yeah.
That was the Last Man on Earth. But in Y the Last Man, he's the last man, last male on Earth. There's females still.
Actually, I should check that out because it's funny. South Park did an episode where Cartman goes to Mars and there's like only women, and the idea was there's like similarities in what was happening in my story. So I probably want to check out the one you're talking about just to make sure there's not like too many overlaps, or they're gonna think I ripped it off. Yeah, it's pretty funny. But yeah, the time dilation that we're talking about, though, this is why I know you know it's a dumb argument, Data, because it's not measurable. So it's like when you're making the analysis for how much the astronauts are aging, it'd be retarded for them to throw in the time dilation aspect of that, because the error margin is already far above that. You know what I mean?
Awesome. So what I'm going to do, I appreciate where you're coming from, but I'm going to present you an article. And in the article, it claims that is a proof of time dilation or relativity, in the sense that people are traveling at people who are in space are aging slower than the people on Earth. So I'm just going to put that in the chat for you. You can do what you want with the article.
And this goes back to the question that New Perspective originally asked about. Because actually, that is what was happening. New Perspective was asking a question, and I think you got excited about the relativity thing. But he was asking about a length contraction, and time dilation and length contraction, both in the same respect, are just they're relativistic, meaning like it's not like in your time's moving faster or slower or something like that. Like time for you is the same, all the lengths are the same. In your frame, there's nothing weird happening. It's just it's the perspective from one frame, some accelerating frame or moving frame with respect to a different frame, right? So it's not like there's some magical thing happening where things are shrinking, or your time is moving faster or slower. It's moving faster or slower with respect to some other frame of reference's time. I don't know if that clears anything up.
It's pretty funny to me. There's this guy calling himself Feynman or something in the chat, and he's saying that flat earthers need to they can't even predict like eclipses, and it's like a well-known fact that the Saros cycle was all the way back from like ancient Babylon, which if we're talking about ancient Babylon, like Sumeria was like the very beginning of civilization, allegedly, right? And Sumeria like took place in that area. So Babylon was an empire that was shortly after that. So I think it goes like Sumerian, Akkadian, Egyptian, Babylonian. It's like somewhere like that, right? So it's like way back in the day, like those people weren't like Copernicus followers. Like that, right, Feinstein? Like you know that they weren't like Einsteiners like you guys, right? You know that they were more like flat earthers like us, right?
If he wants to confirm that, you can just go look at World History written by H.G. Wells. Clearly states that Babylonian and Chinese astrologers had already star charts, cycles, everything mapped out, and they did not think the Earth was a sphere.
No.
I thought the source. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just world history. H.G. Wells wrote one book anyway that I have. It's called World History. I'll actually get you the name, but he clearly depicts or clearly writes about the Babylonian and Chinese having mapped out and cycled the stars and heavens before the Copernican revolution.
Okay. I still think it's a false dichotomy, though, saying that either they were Copernicans or Einsteinians, either that or they were flat earthers. That's definitely a false dichotomy because
My mistake. The name of the book show
you
is
have
called
no
the.
chance of knowing Copernicus or Einstein. But regardless, damn, I forget everything I was going to say, Dave.
Well, the book is called The Outline of History, H.G. Wells.
Yeah, that's my point. They had no chance of being globe earthers, right? Because this is existing before the Greeks.
It's funny that you mentioned that because that's what H.G. Wells states as well. He says the world was perceived to be flat before the Greek mind.
So I was going to say the first record I know of it is from Hipparchus, although I think that it said that he got it from somewhere. But regardless, Hipparchus was Greek. Not that that matters or anything, but I think that Hipparchus definitely was a glober because he actually had modeled globes and shit like that. He modeled the celestial sphere and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I don't know.
Actually, it does matter, right? Right, because he said that flat earthers couldn't predict the eclipses, but the very model that we still use today for predicting eclipses, it comes from flat earthers from like thousands of years ago. So I doubt he's going to recant and said, you know what, I was wrong. I apologize. I won't say the same wrong shit again. He'll probably, like, in the next couple days, weeks, or months, say the same thing again, like, and never address what we're saying right now. Because, that's how some people are.
I'm telling you that what you just said again. I mean, you're kind of just claiming it without any evidence or anything or any reason to claim that. When I'm telling you, the first record of the Saros cycle actually came from somebody who was definitely not a flat earther.
Okay,
So
can you cite your source for
there's
that?
evidence that he got that from somewhere, but there's no record of who he got it from. But the first recorded person that actually have that was a person who was definitely, for certain, not a flat earther.
Can you cite your source for that? Because I've already cited my source that it was the Babylonians, which predicts the Greek mind, which is where the globe of Earth came from.
I thought you said it was the Sumerians. Oh, it doesn't matter, but yeah, I'll cite it.
The eclipse is just a cycle. It doesn't really have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. And it boggles my mind to think that these people can't fathom that their ancestors saw these eclipses, took notes, wrote it down, and what are humans really good at? Like the smart ones, they're good at seeing patterns, right? Like they couldn't have done that till Copernicus told them it was okay because the Earth is a globe. And then they saw the pattern, like, oh, I see the pattern now. All of a sudden, like it's like 1500 AD or whatever. Now that I know the Earth is a globe, I see a pattern.
Mic check.
I hear you, Red Cloud.
You're good.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm never sure. Sometimes my microphone's crappy, and I don't know why. Anyway, good evening, everyone. If I'm not mistaken, last time I heard this discussed, what they said was that the accuracy with which we can predict eclipses now is far greater. Before it was just it's going to appear on a certain day, and that was it. But now we can predict the path of the eclipse. If I remember right, that's what the difference is.
So as time goes on, we've gotten better at seeing this pattern and getting it down to, minutes rather than just the 24-hour period. That makes sense.
Yeah, no, it's much more complicated than that because it's a different. It covers a different area every single time. Every time it's different. There's no pattern to that. there's a pattern to how often it happens. Yeah, I agree with that. But where exactly it happens in the path, that's different every time.
To guys give you a heads up, speaking of its path, officially this next eclipse apparently will make an X over the United States for the first time.
Really?
Yeah, so apparently the previous eclipse path to this new path will officially make an X. And that's, I think, in 2024 that it will happen.
All right.
Yeah, but that's completely normal.
Well, I remember the last one. It was really cool. I enjoyed the last one. It was very odd.
2024 apparently is the year of the X.
Like Planet
So last
X?
one, it was top left or bottom right, and this one it's going to be like Maine to Southern California or something, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Can you define normal, Kosho? Because I don't think that word means what you think it means.
Probably not.
Wait, which word did you say?
Define normal. Define normal.
Oh, okay. I didn't remember what I said. It was normal, but I guess yeah. I mean, okay. So if you imagine, for instance, the sublunar point or the subsolar point, like the subsolar point travels on the solstice on the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, and it goes to the equator and the equinox and this kind of bullshit. And while it's doing this, it goes around the Tropic of Cancer. It's not actually making a circle on the Tropic of Cancer. It's actually making a tiny spiral that's going from the point when it touches the Tropic of Cancer or Capricorn, and it's spiraling all the way down and around to the Tropic of Capricorn, Cancer, whichever one I did say. Anyways, the moon is doing the same thing in the path that, you call it the tropics or whatever. It's like 5 degrees above and below the tropics. But my point is that it's constantly spiraling. So if you're happening to observe the sublunar path, which is going to be what you're describing when you're describing the eclipse, because you're watching how the moon shadow is moving across the earth. Sorry. Let me just make sure I'm making sense of this. It's not necessarily the sublunar point. It's actually a little bit different, but it's still based on the sublunar point. So let me just say that. Because you're not actually observing the sublunar point. You're observing the straight line from the sun and the moon, but the moon is traveling from the sublunar point to the other tropic or whatever. My point is that it's making a spiral. So it's going from north to south, south to north, making a spiral. So the path that you see it moving across the Earth is going to be in the same spiral, in the same pattern, right? So it doesn't matter if it's going north to south or south to north. Observing it do one or the other is going to create an X. Like if you're observing both, like north to south, or northeast to southwest, and then southwest to, you know what I'm saying. So I don't want to confuse it, but
Apparently it's the first time.
It's gonna inevitably make an X on its travel.
First time it's making an X in the way it is in 2024. But in the chat, I put an image of H.G. Wells' book called The Outline of History. And just to quickly summarize what he wrote here, the Babylonians and Chinese astronomers, after many centuries of star observations, still believed the Earth was flat. It was the Greek mind which first grasped early the spherical form of the world. There you go.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The Saros cycle, the cycle we're talking about, the cycle that Hipparchus used, this is the same time. This is 300 BC from what I think it says Chaldean. What is this? Chaldean, which is in New Babylon or whatever. But it's 300 BC, right? So this astronomer, there's no evidence he's a flat earther, and Hipparchus was certainly not a flat earther because he had globes. Like there's descriptions of him with globes. Like
they were still debating it though, Kosho. That's the point. The whole contention though, and the honesty here is, why would you hide the idea that they had a flat Earth concept to begin with? And I think people like Bill Nye and that little keyboard science guy, whatever his name is there, Brian Cox, claiming that they never thought the Earth was flat is just disingenuous and hides from the real discovery of the argument and the debate and the conclusion of that.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about the people who came up with the stereocycle.
I'm
And
talking
they
about the
believe
people
that
in the chat, though, Kosher,
I know.
that are just
No,
walking in blind to
this is what we're
the
talking
actual
about, though.
debate, blind to the debate. Even back in the Greek days, when you read, they still didn't know what the world was. Right? They were just debating concepts and ideas. Hence, why Hipparchus, his famous conclusion when using Euclidean was to estimate the stars to be infinitely distant, because you couldn't use the ratios that would, basically, if you're going to use a dime and hold it up to the moon and determine, or a Roman, or anyway, a nickel or a dime up to whatever size it was, 5 millimeters, they hold it up to the moon to determine the distance to it. I mean, these are the strategies they use, using, basically ratios to determine the distance to things, and geometry. That was the first science, or math, if you will, was geometry back then. There's a lot of errors in that because they're based on these ratios that are, considered sacred numbers or sacred geometry, right? So that's a lot of the hidden context that goes behind the development of this model. And really what it's founded in is a belief in the idea that a sphere is a perfect shape. It's more of a religious belief. And if you don't believe that statement, I can continue reading from this book, because if you're going to be genuine and at least educate people on, how to think, be critical at what you're thinking, they need the full sides they need the full argument, and they need to understand both sides.
Oh, it's a fair point. I think it's safe to say that in history, some people understood the Earth to be flat. Some people understood the Earth to be a sphere. And
But that's not what they tell you, though, right? They literally
I
go out
get
of
you.
their way.
No, yeah.
Yeah. So
It's
that's
a good point.
So that's essentially so people like Feynman in the chat, he needs to understand that he might be carrying along, unless it's just, whatever, carrying along something that's not actually going to advance his critical thinking.
Well, the question then is, what impact does it have for us today if some people in ancient times believed the Earth to be a sphere and some people believed it to be flat? What does that do for us today, since we have more advanced knowledge and advanced ways of finding things out?
Well, if you're a serious thinker, probably you're going to have a little bit more skepticism after you find particular situations like Brian Cox saying that nobody ever thought the Earth was flat, or better yet, Michelle Thaler saying we shouldn't be discussing flat Earth. So those particular things are important, because why would, if they were so adamant that it is a sphere, there'd be no reason to act in that manner. So the idea that they did act in that manner would be one of two things. Either they are solely convinced it's a sphere, or they're purposely setting people up.
Or they don't. They haven't looked into it as closely as some other people have. I mean, even if they're experts, they may not have. It's not like they're experts on history necessarily, right? Brian Cox, he's not a historian. He's a science communicator, whatever you want to call him, but he's not a historian, so he could have overlooked things. And if you point things out to him, maybe send him a message and say, "Hey, this is what happened in history, and these people believe the Earth was flat." Maybe he'll change his tune. If he doesn't, if you send him messages and he doesn't, then you could say something. I would say that's probably a good idea, right?
Well, see, I've reached out to this astrophysicist by the name of Becky, and I think she's actually a lot more popular than Brian Cox to some regard.
Oh, Dr. Becky?
Yeah. And I think she's actually, she's a better educator than Brian Cox. So I reached out to her, and I would be email-wise, nothing back, but in the chat, of course, you don't get anything genuine. So I attempted to do as what you said to somebody I deemed a better educator, and mockery, and just I don't care if you think it's flat or a sphere or not. I'm just inquiring about the history, and then the intellectual honesty and the aptitude of the question, the aptitude that they have being asked a question like that. And it seems like there is a consistent emotional response, and almost like verbatim, and how they all respond to being asked that one particular question. So that in itself is very, very interesting.
Well, I mean, okay, if you think about it, according to science, we've known the Earth has been is a sphere for quite some time. So a lot of people in those fields are going to be aware that flat earthers exist, and probably in those fields they're going to maybe discuss the fact that flat earthers exist, and they're going to say, don't give them the time, or maybe we should talk to them, and they're going to come up with their own conclusions and then act accordingly, right? So in those type of fields, you
Here's the
should
misconception,
expect.
though.
Hold on,
You're doing.
sorry, I was mid-sentence. Sorry. So you should expect them not to take, not to listen to what you're saying. You should kind of expect that. That's what I'm saying.
You're doing the exact same thing. You're
What am I
claiming
doing?
that you claim that they've known the Earth to be a sphere for a long time.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. So the problem is that they didn't have the Big Bang cosmology. They did not have any math for the helio. I mean, they had the Copernican Principia, whatever you call it, the Principia, however you want to say it. They had that, but this was
Principia.
Thank you. So they had this material, but this was for a small group of, let's say, intellectuals. So most of that material was only being taught to the upper end clergy, to Christians. It wasn't spread through the masses. In fact, any of these teachings weren't given to the masses until probably after 1930 in mass droves. And this is what the misconception is because you think you've been taught that for thousands of years to believed it, when in reality it was a Pythagorean, Chaldean, perhaps Chaldean, not Babylonian or Chinese, but definitely Pythagorean, or the cult of Pythagorean, which was a small group of people that had this knowledge, right? And these are the people that, part of the Western society that we have now, which is Greek reason, Roman law, Judeo-Christian values, right? So you have this group within that group that would be teaching to just a small selected people. And so when you say that they've known it to be a sphere for thousands of years, not the masses, it was only a small group of people. And then up until a massive campaign of, images of the globe, paintings of the globe. I mean, obviously in 1492 was the particular pitch of it, where all the elites would have these particular globes in their house or whatever. But mass scale did not happen until after 1930.
So then you're implying that is part of a deception, a plot to deceive. Is that the implication?
I'm saying that you had made the statement that they've known the Earth to be for thousands of years. They known the Earth to be a sphere. That's what you stated.
No, I didn't.
And
I stated they've known for quite some time.
Pardon me. Yes, you didn't say thousands of years. You said for quite some time, but that's false. A small group of people did, not the world. In fact, the majority of the cultures worldwide thought the Earth was flat. That is the truth.
Okay, well, so everyone people that studied it. So the common man, right, is not going to study this stuff. He's more concerned with keeping his pigs healthy.
That's not true as well.
Right?
That's again.
It's not true.
No, it's a misconception. You had people highly intelligent from different cultures. I'm just telling you, the Pythagoreans were a small group of people. Okay, they didn't spread around the world. These Pythagoreans were a small group of people. The majority of everybody else who knew how to sail, knew how to grow food, that knew how to live, had their own gods, their own belief systems, and their own set of geometry. The point is that you have a misconception that the whole world knew. No, it was just a small group of people.
I still maintain that I don't think that's very relevant today. But I mean,
what's relevant is telling the story correctly, so that people have both sides to it, instead of just.
How are you then going? Okay, so how are you going to then go? What's the idea? Or what is the way you can get this information so that people can understand it? More people can understand it.
What would be the best way to raise critical thinking? The best way is to confront your what you believe to be true. That is the only way to test it. And what keeps coming back to my mind is a philosophical quote, which is, if you are not willing to falsify any of your beliefs, you stand for nothing. So what does it signify, and what does it do? This debate would be to basically encourage critical thinking, analyze the information, know the story. Now, how is that done? Well, if anything, it's done through, people like you who come into this debate and defend the model, and then you have somebody who comes in and defends or asks or questions your model and the validity of it. And through the process of years of doing this, more and more people will develop critical understanding, and that could be 20 years from now, 30 years from now. The point is the process is only starting maybe 7-8 years ago, due to the fact that it can be spread very quickly and very fast, as opposing to being done by the church.
The church.
By 7, all of your model was spread by the Roman Catholic Church. I shouldn't say all, but most of the Roman Catholic Church, the clergymen. There's about 34 Christians that helped develop the globe model, whether it's quantum mechanics, whether it's they're all Christian, right? The eddy currents, the Foucault pendulum. These are all Christians that helped create this system.
Okay, can I ask a question then?
I'm almost done. And their masters, if you will, or their mentors were clergymen. And you can go research this yourself. So even Planck, they studied from a clergy guy. Foucault, I think the A.A. Friedman was an atheist. And then you've got also the Jewish mysticism, which is the Kabbalah, which is rooted in, nowadays the Kabbalah takes ownership of quantum mechanics, quantum field theory, right? Because they were talking about that stuff 2,000 years ago as claimed by Kabbalah.
Can I get in for a second?
Yep, go ahead.
I'm trying to get in at some point. It's just wrong sentences.
I know, you can, but you got to clarify something. Can you listen to that video that I just posted of you talking and clarify? Did you say, or did you not say, that science has proved for a long time that the Earth is a globe? Because you said two separate things. So, can you watch that video for me?
What video is that?
The video that I just posted. Because I need clarification. Has science proved it for a very long time that the Earth is a globe, or did you not say that?
No, what I think I said was they've known for quite some time that the Earth is a sphere. It's not like it's recent.
Can you listen to the video?
To what end?
Just, so we can know what you actually said, because I think you said two different things.
No, it doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter if you double speak? Well, I'm trying to get you to... hold on, listen. I'm trying to get you to correct the mistake.
If the first thing you do is you say to me that I'm double speaking without even so much as saying hello,
bro, I don't need to say hello to you. Hello, I think you're double speaking. Can you clarify after watching that video? Because maybe you made a mistake and I didn't post it or anything. I just put it there so you could see it. It's an error if you say it doesn't matter if I double spoke. So mistakes are fine, but intentional errors, that's not okay.
No, well, what you're doing is you're basically trying to accuse me of making. You're trying to say that I'm double speaking deliberately. I'm not. I'm just a dude chatting. The Earth has known to be a sphere for quite some time. I don't know how long. We can debate that till the cows come home. But it's been known to be a sphere for quite some time. If you want to take to task the people who are saying it's a sphere, and get some more critical thinking, you're going to have to expect in the scientific field, you're going to have to expect people to not take it seriously and then to oppose you. So I'm just saying that I hear continually people saying that it's something that we're being laughed at. We're being laughed at. Yeah, that's true. My beliefs are getting laughed at as well, but I don't complain about it constantly. I just deal with it. Just saying.
Who's complaining about being laughed at?
Every day in here, the topic is no one is taking flat Earth seriously. We're being laughed at. It was just brought up.
Can you cite your source for that?
Yes, what Flat Earth Data just said about Thaler and other people, and Brian Cox and Bill Nye, etc., not taking Flat Earth seriously.
Oh, who cares about them? Like, I wouldn't try to talk to them. It's not going to do any good. Those people are the high priest. You think they're going to be like, oh yeah, I talked to a normal guy, and and he showed me where I had some logical fallacies and some other errors, and I've since corrected those errors. Do you think that would actually happen, Data?
No. We have got PhD Tony, and then we've got Sparks. Or I'd rather refer to Sparks, actually. Is it Parks? What's his name? Sparks or Parks? I can't remember. He comes in every so often. He's an astrophysicist, I think.
Sparks.
With Parks? Professor Parks?
Yes, Professor Parks.
He's a decent guy to come in and lend his knowledge, so appreciate that.
So I guess it doesn't matter, or did you misspeak? I'm still not sure. Maybe you misspoke. I'm assuming it was an accident.
I'm not paying that close attention, to be honest.
So it doesn't matter that you double spoke. Got it.
No.
You know that it seems to be a common thing among the people who, really don't want the, the idea of their model being questioned, right? Or at least having some sort of pushback against it.
Oh.
Doublespeak is really important in your model.
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find out what the flat Earth claims are specifically.
Well, one of the claims is that it's stationary. And it isn't traveling through infinite space at all these speeds. And there is no physical measure curvature.
I mean, in relation to the conspiracy to hide the shape of the Earth.
So the idea to hide the shape of the Earth would be, of course, what the connotation of the globe model represents. And so the idea that it's not founded in creation for the most part, and that if it's not founded in creation, then it's random. So it's not the conspiracy per se as far as I'm going to hide something to you intentionally. It's more of the idea is that I'm going to have a theory and I'm going to push that theory with no pushback. And the pushback would be, it has to be created. It has to be at the center. There's all these other things that imply that, and that it isn't random. It's very significant that we're here. So if you have a model and you have two concepts of that model, and the other model isn't allowed to push back, I wouldn't call that a conspiracy. I would call that an evidentiary, an obvious. I wouldn't call it a conspiracy. I would just say that it's more of an obvious reality of what your model represents, which is don't question science. Science knows it all. God doesn't exist. We come from evolution. And really, there's no meaning to life. So that's really the problem I think a lot of people are starting to push back against. You have nothing to say on that?
Were you here for Alan's presentation, Data?
No, I don't know who Alan is.
Oh, he's a cool guy. He's the guy who was talking about GPS and relativity. He must have been here before you got here.
I watched some of it, but I had other things to do.
Okay, I just found a quick stat. How many people believe in God worldwide? The answer, according to Google or whoever it is 84%.
Sure. I'll give you a statistic. In the United States, this is a roundabout. I'm not going to have specifics here, but there is a drop-off of people who believe in God in the United States. So there's less and less people every year believing in God. There's an increase in secularism. So when you have an increase of secularism, there seems to be a pattern, societal pattern, whether you call it a form of entropy, order into chaos. That is what's happening. So you may look up that and say that everybody believes in a God, but it's not necessarily a creator in the same sense that is relatable to, or let me say this again. When you look at A.A. Friedman, you look at Einstein, and you look at George Lemaitre, they all came together from different sides of belief. One's an atheist, one's a Kabbalist, and one's a Catholic. They all came together to create a model. That model itself gave a mathematical representation of creation. You've got two sides of that creation. One is God used evolution to create man. In other words, there are Christians and people in religious orders that believe that man evolved from amoeba into whatever until they developed into man over billions of years. So there are Christians that believe that. When there's another set of Christians that believe that that's not how it is, it's the Adam and Eve situation. And then you have other cultures like Buddhism, Sikh, Hindu, who have different variations of it. But then within those religions, they also believe in the same Big Bang cosmology. So when you say believe in God, and you get that statistic, my understanding is that statistic is not actually based on the God that created the earth the way that perhaps a flat earther may think the creation is, although it could be some sort of biblical proximity to the biblical version of it. You've got the book of Enoch that gives a little bit of a grandiose story of the Bible, but needless to say, it doesn't involve this evolution brand of creation. So when you say God, it's not probably the same God that a flat earther who believes in creation thinks, as opposing to a Hindu or somebody who believes in evolution but still believes in God. So there's two, there's more than two, but there's a big discrepancy here to when you say 84% of the world believes in God, when you can see Canada itself. I'm speaking for Canada here, and I'm almost done. I apologize for taking so long. Canada, I think 64%. Canada used to be a Christian country, basically, but it's I think it's down to 64% of the population. So that's a huge drop off from a majority of Christians, if you will. So it's not going in the direction of believing in God. It's going in the direction of secularism. And I guess to be long-winded, and I'm just done here, that is indicative of your model and what it represents. So if your model is pushed into public eye, into public view via creationism, Big Bang, singularity, and there is no creator, God doesn't exist, then it would take time to subvert a form of Christianity or creationists slowly over time, right? You give them the math, you give them the geometry, you give them the physics, you give them the images. Slowly you create atheists. And that's what I think the byproduct of your model does.
So here's a question. You're saying that Christian people have done this?
So I did some research. There's about 34 Christians that helped create the globe model. Yeah. And
So why
let me finish. What's really interesting about it is that some of them backslided, if you will, meaning they went away from their religion for a bit. You can go read about these people like Planck, the guy who invented eddy currents, Foucault. I'd have to go through my list. There's only the names I remember right now, but there's a list you can go look up. There's about 34 Christians that I calculated that have done this.
By your estimation, these are backslidden Christians?
Yeah, so basically they leave their beliefs, they leave their religion for a while, and then they come back to it. And it seems to be a trend, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that they stepped away, created these models and these systems, and then came back to it. I mean, this is what I found from Wiki. You could probably find other information to counter it. But that's what I came across in the readings.
So the Catholic Church as well is doing this, and then I also hear the Jesuits mentioned a lot.
Yeah, so any kind of order, whether it's Mason, Illuminati, Jesuits, there's a big interest in to control the school of fish. And from what I understand, it doesn't matter what order it is, it just matters what the institution is. And the institutions in Western society started out through churches. That's just what the institutions are. Whether they're Jesuits, whether they're Catholic, it doesn't matter. It's just the institutions. What's involved at that institution is education or higher learning. And it seems that every single Christian had, not every, but most of them had a clergy or a mentor that was clergy that they studied from. And so there's, you can draw from that what you like, but there is definitely a consistency in how higher learning was transferred. And as you know, as you see this, like, I mean, I'm just observing and reporting. I have no personal effects or feelings towards any of that stuff. I'm just saying that's what happened. That was the evolution of it. And what I find really interesting is they all go back to their religion after this process of scientific revolution or scientific thinking.
They had less information back then than we do now.
Well, also, this is I find really interesting too, is Werner von Braun, who sent 12 men to the moon and helped create the missile and the Saturn V rocket. In 1972, I think 1972, maybe in around that time frame, he converted to Christianity, and I think he died in 1977. And he was noted to put a biblical quote on his tombstone, which I find also really interesting.
He did that?
Well, so just so you know, you are now doing what 99% of people, when told that.
I'm asking simple questions, man.
Hold on.
I don't need 10-minute discussion. I just need asking a simple question. Did he do that?
What you're doing is you're deflecting by asking.
Simple question. Did he do that? Yes or no?
Hold on. You're deflecting by asking whether or not he done it. I'm telling you by facts. These are the two facts. Yep. Here's the two facts.
So the facts is you said he put a Bible verse or something on his tombstone. He did that.
Here's two facts. He converted to Christianity 3 years before his death, roughly 3 years. And on his tombstone, he has Psalms 19:1. His particular job was, obviously we know, is to send rockets up to space. Now, hold on, I'm almost done. Just so you know, you're not acknowledging the fact that he went to Christianity and converted, and you're not acknowledging the fact. Hold on, I'm almost done.
Come on, man.
You keep interrupting. You are not acknowledging that those are the two things that happened. What you do and what you're doing is what 99% of people have done when presented with those two facts. Number one, you say to me, well, did he put it on his tombstone? It's there. It represents a claim that is biblical.
Okay, so
that
dude,
claim that
you're taking way too long to answer simple questions.
You keep interrupting me as I get to my crescendo, right? If you can't hold on, if you can't hold on for 5 seconds longer. Well, if you can't listen for 5 seconds longer, I don't know what to tell you. Those are the two facts. Now, what do you think about him converting to Christianity before his death? And what do you think about the tombstone quote he has? Not whether or not he put it there, because it's there regardless. Okay. What do you think about those two things?
What relevance do either of those things have on
relevance number one is that most of the Christians that helped develop the globe model, they were labeled as backsliders. In other words, they went away from the clergy of the church. You go look up, just go look up people who helped develop the globe model. Okay. They were all Christians or a form of Christianity. Then they went away from it for a bit and then returned back to the church. That's what's stated. So what the relevance is here you have an SS Nazi member who wasn't into Christianity, stepped away from religion, maybe not in the sense that, these other Christians did, but then he ended up becoming a Christian and having a Bible quote. Not whether he put it there or not. That's what the facts are. So what do you feel about those two things?
I would like you to make a point of what that actually means, though, because what does the Bible verse on his tombstone mean? What is the relevance of that he has a Bible verse on his tombstone? And then he became a Christian 3 years before he died. What do those things mean?
See, you're taking the question that I've asked you.
No, it's just a simple question. Stop trying to analyze my question.
You're taking
the answer is he doesn't know.
I know he doesn't know.
I'm not asking.
What I'm getting to.
I'm not asking.
He's just saying these things.
Hey guys,
they don't mean anything.
I know it's a heated conversation and all, but maybe just one at a time. It makes it easier for the listeners.
Exactly.
I know. I'm really sorry, but I ask a question and I get like a 10-minute run-on sentence.
Okay. Here, I'll solve this issue. It's something to the effect of the heavens declareth
Yeah,
his
but I know
glory
which
and the
verse.
firmament, his handiwork.
So you know it. So you're just
I know which verse. I'm just asking, what is the point?
You're just being rhetorical. So again,
No, I'm not.
don't put the question back on me. My question to you is, what do you think about those two facts?
What they're just things that happened, okay? And so,
okay.
So
no
what
circumstance. There's no reason.
Nope.
You don't think that a man 3 years before his death would convert to Christianity for any particular reason? People just convert to Christianity just randomly.
So you're bringing those two things up. Tell me what you think about them.
Okay, so what you're doing again is you're reversing the question on me when you haven't answered the question. What do you think of the...
He did answer the question.
I'm not asking you, dude.
He said
you. Keep it down now.
No
so again,
relevance.
I'm going to ask you, what do you think
I'm not
it
taking
means?
the question again.
You're not taking it. Well, I'm not going to indulge you when you take the question and put it back on me.
You're asking the same question. I already answered
the question. What does it mean for a man?
I'm not answering the question.
What does it mean for a man who apparently sent men to the moon?
It's just reiterating.
To convert to Christianity before his death and then put a quote that talks about a firmament that shows the handiwork of God's creation. There's implications here in that quote.
What are they?
There's also, well, that's what I'm asking you. There must be implications,
you
right?
You brought it up, man.
That's correct. I brought it up to ask you what you thought about it. You said there is no relevance. I said there is relevance. And I told you it's because most Christians who helped create the model stepped away from their religion to do it, and then they came back to it. And what's really interesting is the man himself, who's behind the moon missions, converted to Christianity, and he put a Bible quote, not personally, I can't confirm whether he put it at, but the quote is there. So whether or not he put it there or not, he converted to Christianity, which most likely means he put it there, considering he converted to Christianity. So what do you think that implies? When a man converts to Christianity, what do you think it implies when a man converts to Christianity?
Is he trolling?
He is just good.
I'm just gonna kill your conversation, dude, because you're
this
not
isn't a
willing
conversation.
to answer.
I'm telling you, there's a big significance.
Hey, hold on one second. We don't want to kill conversation, flat Earth data. That's not what we're here to do. So, and I do understand their point that you were just kind of like reiterating it over and over again. So, hold on, just give me 1 second. I'm going to call you Hugh.
Yes, sir.
If you would like to just respond to that, and then we don't have to go over it anymore.
I did. In my opinion, it has no relevance other than to his personal life. Let's say that. And so then, since I don't think either of those things have any relevance to anything at all other than what he experienced in the latter days of his life, then Flat Earth Data can then explain what he thinks is relevant and how he thinks it ties into whatever he thinks is going on.
Well, if you don't think it's relevant, then you may not understand why somebody would want to convert to Christianity. So this is me testing your logic and asking you, why would somebody convert to Christianity? What would be the purpose? The purpose was, I didn't believe in God, and now I do believe in God. Would that be a logical inference?
Well, okay. There are a lot of reasons why people convert to Christianity or
Answer
become
the
Christians.
question, please. Would it be a logical inference?
I'll answer in the way I choose, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Yeah, please don't interrupt.
So, there are lots of reasons why people convert to Christianity. What do you mean? What I mean, or what I say when I observe someone suddenly becoming a Christian, is they suddenly believe in Jesus. They put their faith in Jesus, and then they go from not believing in God, or maybe but then they believe in God, believe God created the heavens and the earth, and then such a man, in the latter day of his life, then I suppose it would be reasonable that as he's now got faith, that the people who decide what goes on his tombstone would put a relevant Bible verse which talks of the heavens, which is what Werner von Braun dealt with a lot. He dealt with the heavens, right? And it declares the glory of God. It's quite an appropriate verse to put on a tombstone. What you're implying is that he put it on there. Why did he put it on there? So you haven't established that he put that verse on there. And then why did he convert to Christianity? What would that have to do with anything? If you can explain all of that, that would be great. Thank you.
Well, if you've read the Bible and taken time in the Bible, there is nowhere that it mentions a heliocentric model, number one. Number two, it says that God is above us and he's close. So in other words, it would have greater implication on the idea that man could leave Earth and go somewhere else, because that's what the Bible says. The Bible says that Earth is for man and the heavens are for God. So if you were behind a moon mission and you did all these things, and then later to your death you converted and then put a quote on there, it wouldn't be illogical that you yourself put a quote on there being that is what you did for a job. To me, what it would signify is a cookie, if you will, or a how would you say? What's this? Neil Armstrong said a quote talking about a certain veil that needed to be lifted. Now, I don't know what he said exactly, but he said it was uncovering a certain truth, that if people dug deep enough, you could uncover a certain truth. Well, the certain truth is if you do read Genesis and you do read the Bible, nowhere does the Copernicus theory fit in with the biblical description of what we see. Not only that, if you do become converted to Christianity, well, then you have to accept what God says about the earth and what he says about the heavens, which is earth is made for man and heavens is made for God. That is a very big implication on the idea that man can leave earth, right? So the idea is that quote itself is that revealing of truth, because if you dug deeper, you would realize that above the firmament there is waters, as described in the Bible, which means
Yes.
there isn't a vacuum void of empty space, but yet a barrier between the heavens of waters above and between the firmament below. That is the major significance. And that is not reading into anything. That is not conspiratorial. That is just observing. That is just observing exactly what's presented.
Okay. Well, here's the issue with that is that having been a Christian since 1984, I never read that in the Bible, and it never had it implied, or that, as far as I'm concerned, it isn't what is purported to be in the Bible, that it says the earth is flat. It doesn't. And
So
you're going off
in a direction. We never talked about flat
No,
earth.
dude, please don't interrupt him. He
No,
doesn't matter
he went
what.
off. He's going off into
I
another
listen
area.
to you, and you get to run on sentences, dude.
Hold on,
Come
Hugh. Just he can take it any way he wants to go. He doesn't have to. If he's not going to respond to what you're saying directly, that's fine. You can address that when he's done saying it.
Okay, so what I think you're saying is that the entirety of Christianity has been deceived into thinking the earth is a globe by a handful, 30 odd, of backslidden Christians who left their faith, and then I'm trying to piece together. So the reason I'm asking,
What you're
is
trying to do is
you're
you're trying to make a conspiracy. Here's what it is.
No.
There is
Let me finish my thought, and I can, if you don't mind. All I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to find out what is being claimed. There is a conspiracy going on. You can't say there isn't a conspiracy. You can't just basically say that thousands of people have lied about the shape of the earth and then say there is no conspiracy. So I'm not. It's not really too much of a concern for me if you don't like me saying conspiracy. I'm sorry, but you're saying there is a conspiracy. People have conspired to lie about the shape of the earth. Okay.
No. Again, what you're doing is you're trying to claim so. What I'm saying to you is the evidence that we have, the facts that we can look at, it's detrimental. It's detrimental to the idea that man can leave Earth and go to the moon. Not whether we haven't gotten to the shape yet. We're just talking about why these Christians perhaps backslidden to create a model. Wasn't necessarily to be deceptive. The idea is in the writings that they state, which is true, is if the Earth is a massive sphere, it has to be a massive sphere because it appears flat everywhere. We have to figure out what we live on because it appears flat everywhere and stationary. So you have an evolution of scientific thought based on the fact that it appears stationary and flat. And so they claim they have to figure out an alternative method to prove that it is or it is not, which requires all of these calculations and methodologies and so forth, which we have today. But the implications of Werner von Braun having that on his tombstone would dictate that he converted to Christianity, because probably he felt some type of remorse and felt like he was a sinner and wanted to be forgiven for whatever purpose, we could speculate. But more importantly, when you take on the attributes of Christianity, you have to take on the literal, metaphor, and allegorical written word that comes along with Christianity, which means the firmament has water above.
Okay,
So
you're
if you were to tell the truth and you were to give society a chance at truth, like Neil Armstrong said, it's a uncovered truth that once you uncover it, there you go. That would be, to me, it would be a one way of doing it. See, what you want to do is you want to say that there's a conspiracy for people to lie. No, people inherited the system. They're innocent within the system. We can call them willful idiots. Maybe they lack critical
okay, so
thinking.
they're idiots. Okay. I get you.
No. And there's nothing actually
Wait,
inherently
no.
wrong.
I'm agreeing with you, and you're saying no. Come on,
because
man.
they're not. I'm just using that terminology. They're actually not idiots because they're just innocent people. And
They're
inherently
idiots. You think either
inherently
the two groups of people, they're either all lying
and inherently
or all
there's
idiots.
nothing wrong with thinking the Earth's a sphere. It's not
Okay,
evil. It's not dark. It's not malicious. The truth in the matter is if you live on a massive sphere, it has to be flat everywhere because you're a tiny, tiny little observer.
Okay.
How do you figure you're on a ball if you're a tiny, tiny person? You could use reification fallacies. You could have religious beliefs. You could create mathematical equations. But it does not take away the fact that you're still on a massive stationary planar surface. That corroborates what the Bible says. The Bible says
doesn't say that.
He says he stretched a line across it. He inscribed a circle into the deep. There's two scriptures you can look at. Job 38:14.
I'm not going to look up scriptures.
Job 38:14, which says that it's it describes the shape. It literally says the shape of the earth is of a circle with the earth standing up in it, up in the water like a garment. That's a literal description. The other scripture that backs that up is Isaiah 40:22, which also calls it a circle, which God sits above the circle, stares down at us like grasshoppers. So you can look at those scriptures and can say that a circle is a sphere, but ideally that's what it's written literally. You could look into it beyond that. So what I'm saying is I'm just looking at face value of what's being presented to me and trying to maintain an unbiased, at least now trying to maintain an unbiased approach, because I don't care if you think it's a sphere and I don't care if you think it's flat. It's really about the integrity and the intellectual honesty of how we got to the system we're in.
Okay, so all right. The implication is that if you don't come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat, then you're dishonest, or that you are a fool, an idiot, a moron, because you're just a useful idiot that is buying into the lie, or you're part of the deception, in which case you're a liar. So essentially, you're calling the entirety of humanity either morons, liars, or just ignorant. And then
So you don't think majority of the population.
That's a secular world. Then what you do is you say to Christians, they're all fools for believing the lie that some 30-odd people who are backslidden, they're all morons for believing all that. And then what you're doing is then you're saying that those 30-odd people are backslidden. Well, I don't know how you would define backslidden. Did they leave a certain church? That's not the definition of backslidden. And then they rejoin the church later.
You're not practicing. That's what backslid means. You're not practicing. So you can try to break it down logically in the manner that you're doing so. But the best part about it is you're still not acknowledging the reality of what I'm stating. You're trying to poke holes and build straw mans of what I'm stating, and it's not going to work. I'll tell you why. It's because majority of the people don't even know geometry or mathematics to even test the claim the Earth's flat or a sphere. Number one, that is a proof that you can go do. You yourself probably don't even know your own model to a certain degree, and that's a
I think
guaranteed.
I do actually, as a matter of fact. But okay. All right.
Well, I'm not going to test you on it, but I can tell you if you claim that you do, majority of the people don't. That is a fact. So listen, if majority of the people aren't informed on sacred geometry or the Pythagoreans or the
Sacred
Chaldeans,
geometry?
yeah, we can get into that later. If you're not familiar with how models are
Okay.
developed or concepts are developed, they're usually developed by a small group of people that do know math, physics, and geometry more so than the average person. Okay, for example, Werner von Braun, he knew a lot more about rocket science than you and me, right? But yet he still converted to Christianity.
Yes, because
and he still, you can giggle,
because there isn't a separation between the two. That's what I think. I'm trying to piece together what the overarching claim is.
Overarching claim is if you live on a massive sphere, it has to be flat everywhere. And
No.
for relativity,
that's not true, man.
If relative, again, you don't know your history. You're looking for
There's nothing to do with history.
You're looking, again, Bernard
This is
Riemann,
very easy to pick apart.
Go look at how Riemannian geometry was founded and what he claimed.
It's nothing to.
He claimed to create another, besides hyperbolic geometry, he claimed to make another subset of geometry for the fact that he said all of the Earth was Euclidean, and so was space. So if space and the Earth is all Euclidean, means a great deal to the idea that the Earth is planar, because we're a tiny little individual. Now you have a logical problem here, because you can't have sphericity at a local level unless you live on a small ball.
Okay, I get you. I get all that.
No, you don't.
Dude,
No, you
you're
don't,
talking
because
way too long.
You're trying
I'm keeping
to-
my
you're
sentences
trying
as
to
short
build
as
it-
I can and being concise
It's
as
not
I
a
can. You're just
competition
going
of
on
short
and on.
sentences, dude. It's not a competition.
I
of
can't
short
listen
sentences.
this long. No one's going to listen this long.
You can't listen this long because you're
No
not
one is.
actually listening. You're trying to build up an argument.
I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
You're trying to build a straw man. This is what I'm saying.
I'm not trying to trap you in anything. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
The model that you believe to exist was created from the idea that the Earth is flat and stationary everywhere you go. That is the only reason why your model was created, is because objective reality doesn't depict a sphere. That's the truth.
All right. Either there's nobody talking or someone is turned down and I can't hear them.
So just to clarify, do you live on a massive sphere?
Maybe.
Yes.
If you live on a massive sphere, would it be flat everywhere?
No.
Okay, so then why would they, by they, modern science in the beginning 1800s, try to equate a 2D surface, Euclidean surface, in small sections into a larger sphere? Because that's what they claim to have done. So why would that be if that is not, how could it be something else if not that? Because again, if you live on a massive sphere, and it was obvious you live on a massive sphere, you wouldn't have needed to treat the Earth as planar to begin with to get your sphere. It would have just been self-evident, but that's not what they did. They had to build a model from a planar stationary surface. And if you're being disingenuous, which it sounds like you are, you just don't want to admit
Of
that.
course, because, yeah. So
No,
everyone is lying,
you
including
are.
I'm being
No, it's
disingenuous.
not about lying.
I'm doing using
Again,
straw
if you live on
man.
a if you live on a
Wow.
massive sphere, it has to
Man.
be flat everywhere. That's what logic would dictate. You don't want to handle that
Okay.
logic, because if it
No,
was a
it does not.
small
That's not
sphere,
logical.
if it was a small sphere, it would be
Anyone else want to
self-evident.
jump in?
If it was a small sphere, it'd be self-evident, and you wouldn't need all this other equations and geometry. It would be just self-evident. But the reality is you need all these equations and let's say reifications because the Earth is planar everywhere, and it has to be if you live on a massive sphere. I'll give you an example. You do many demonstrations of zooming in on a basketball, and when you zoom in on the basketball, does it seem flat? Thank you.
Sorry, guys, I wasn't really paying attention. I've been trying to find the topographical elevation data for this county and trying to get this stuff together for a little presentation. But yeah, sound like you guys had a good talk.
Yes, something. I admit to being I'm not very patient, and what happens is my problem is I think of what I want to reply, and then by the time if someone goes on too long, I forget what it is I can reply. So I have to okay, I get your point. Now let me reply. It's my bad.
You either live on a small sphere that's detectable with the human eye standing at the surface, or it's a massive,
I think you got some
massive
background
sphere.
noise or something. There's like
It's
a
a
TV
massive-
on or something in the background.
It's a massive, massive sphere that appears flat and stationary everywhere. You can't have both, buddy.
If you look at it from a with your eyeball, okay.
You have
Locally,
to listen. You either are
I suppose,
logical or you're
dude,
illogical. You can't
dude,
have a small sphere
I was
detectable by the
mid-sentence.
human eye at
Literally,
the surface.
hey, flat Earth data, dude.
In the middle of
just
my
mid
freaking sentence, man.
Just,
I let you talk, and I'll let you talk.
You must
and
have
I'll let
cut
you
out,
talk.
dude. Sorry.
no,
All right, thank you.
I think you cut out. Yeah.
See, I've already forgotten what my reply was.
No, I'm sympathetic to getting cut off because you forget what your train of thought was, and I'm also sympathetic to just like if somebody's too long-winded, you kind of forgot what you were going to say about the first point they brought up because they're on like the 8th point or the 8th iteration or reiteration, whatever.
Yeah, it's the constant reiteration of the same points again and again and again and again. Like I started counting, it was 8 times for the 1 point.
No, I was reading these maps when you guys were doing that, and I was paying a little bit of attention, and I did notice there was some circular stuff going on. It started making me a little woozy.
Yeah, I just want to get to the crux of what I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to figure out what the claim here is, because I talked to Gio yesterday or the day before, whenever it was, and he said that it was recent in the 1800s that all this started. He didn't mention the Jesuits. He didn't mention Copernicus. So I'm trying to piece together what the actual claim is, about what is going on.
Well, there's no one claim about what's going on. You know, different people that will believe different things about not only the shape of the Earth, but why it's being lied about. So you're getting somebody else's version here of what they think is what's happening, really.
Right.
I mean, even people that believe we went to the moon and all this stuff, and like that the Earth is a ball, all of them have different versions of what's going on. Some of them agree or disagree on how election results went, or what really happened in wars, or you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
what the
point taken. Yeah,
it's
I get you, man.
What are you into, man? What's like what are some of your hobbies or your passions, if you're willing to share?
Oh gosh, okay. Well, I'm a photographer, and so I take photographs of. So it's a very simple process. You look at something, you take a photograph of it, and that's it. It's very simple. I'm simple-minded. I'm simple. I'm a simple guy, you know that, and I like photography because it's a very simple process, and that's my hobby as well. That's what I like to do. I like to do. Getting into video as well. It's kind of it's a good lark. Video is a completely different element, of course, because photography is just like snap and you're done. video, you have to account for motion, you have to account for sound. It's a difficult game.
I did continuity.
By the way, thanks for asking.
Yeah, of course. I did continuity for a number of years in Hollywood for commercials, music videos, etc. Yes, but I also did worked on stills photography at the capacity of a set decorator, and so yeah, it is a whole nother beast. You've got many clicks, one after another.
24 every second.
Yeah. Yeah, that's you're definitely blessed to do your hobby is what you love. That's cool.
Yeah, my son's getting into it as well, which is really cool. So we have we've got a gig on Saturday. It's photographing a dance recital. So that's gonna be a good laugh.
Oh, dude, that's awesome. That's
Yeah,
so
it's good fun.
wholesome.
Really, really good dancers. Oh, there's a
What kind of
couple.
dance?
It's a ballroom dancing and all sorts of different. It's a company that teaches people to dance, and then every 6 months they have a recital. And so there is a couple from Romania, I think they're from Eastern Europe somewhere, and she is just absolutely shockingly good looking. Just well designed, and he's slender and he's perfect hair. You know what I mean? Probably weighs probably 130. And they do some dances for the people as well, and they instruct people. It's really, really cool to watch. And the thing about photography is it's really great when you get to capture the moments, but when you do video, you get to see the actual motion. So I'm kind of getting into a bit more video as well. So that's kind of cool fun.
Nice, dude. Yeah, I love shooting stuff. I have this idea for a movie that I've been wanting to
Oh yeah.
someday sit down and write. Yeah, it's cool because I've talked to quite a few people about it, and no one's ever done it. In the sense that I'm doing it or I want to do it, but it's basically, long story short, you got two main characters that both have different character arcs. One goes from just kind of being not necessarily the protagonist, but not necessarily the antagonist, and he goes to kind of being this savior character, and then his best friend goes from being protagonist to antagonist, and the setting is basically they're out partying one night, modern civilization in some mega city somewhere, but close enough to like a rural area as well, so that can be incorporated later on in the story. But they stay up all night. They're kind of reuniting with old friends and just kind of remembering, I don't know, just portraying friendship, and like all the things that happen when you grow up. And then they decide to watch the sunrise, and it doesn't. And hilarity ensues.
Oh, neat idea. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, just kind of like how the animals are going to react, how people are going to react, like what it would say on the news. What what I'm going to say is that there's going to be a total eclipse over India or something, and then it got really dark and just never went back. So the sun never rise for there's going to be maybe a little cosmology questioning going on, and it's not going to be like a flat Earth movie. It's going to kind of be a bit of like a thriller.
Yeah. How far are you along in the process?
Telling people about it.
Cool.
I mean, I got a lot of ideas in my head, but I haven't written them down. That's kind of how I am. Like it's.
The one to talk to is Scott Beach.
Oh, I know. I don't think I've talked to him about it yet, though.
Yeah.
Is he in the chat? I know I talked to Kosho about it. But yeah, my real passion though is like farming, and
All right. Great. Yeah. Cool.
yeah, I find it This could be really an amazing use of time if you're producing a food that's medicine, basically, because it's so good for you. And you're helping people just from the inside out, like we don't have to agree politically, religiously, we don't have to agree on what shape the earth is to agree that, I want you to be healthy. And so I'm going to put my heart and soul into creating a product that is just of the highest caliber and
Yeah.
give it to you no matter what,
Yeah, I get you. That sounds awesome. No, that's good nutrition. Yeah, like you said, it doesn't matter what your political beliefs are. It's what's the word for that? Not bipartisan. You know what I mean?
transcendence.
Yeah, it transcends all that sort of stuff.
Absolutely. Some people say the best way to change a country or a society is bullets. Some people say it's ballots, but I say it's what you put in your belly.
I like that.
Yeah, I made that up.
That's
Trademark.
that's getting towards a slogan.
Yeah, yeah. I have political ideas. I have ideas about religion and cosmology, but I don't think I really have any aspirations to be an authority on any of those. Like, and sure, I have different ideas that might need to be challenged at some point, but over the last few years, really, and just especially in the last few weeks, I'm really coming to terms with like I want to make food. I want to facilitate that. So
That's really good because I trying to be more health conscious myself. And it's not something you can do easily. It's expensive and it's time consuming. But yeah, that'd be So you're growing things organically and all that?
Currently, I am not doing any farming activities. Well, that's not necessarily true. I do like work part time for my friend who runs his own holistic butchery business where he runs his animals on people's properties for fire prevention. So they eat all the dead brush.
Yeah.
And then
yeah.
when they're nice and fat, him and I slaughter them and butcher them, and he sells them to like restaurants
Oh.
and stuff. So it's a win-win, Like he doesn't have to pay to feed his animals. He actually gets paid to feed his animals, which is kind of insane.
That's awesome. My wifey and I were watching a show on some channel, and it was this couple, and they were wanted to clear cut their yard. It was a large yard, a couple acres. And so what they did is they got this service in, and the service was this chappie who has goats, and he brings his goats and leaves them there for like 3 days, and the goats eat everything down to the stalks, clear cut the whole place. And there's like 10 goats, and that's it. He gets paid to feed his goats. It's so great.
And the goats dropped a bunch of fertilizer, so like the
yes.
soil is going to be
That's
replenished and whatnot.
Yep.
Yeah. So I have been doing a bit of that, and I did manage a micro dairy for about a year, a little over, and it's the same principle with cows. We eat the brush, we turn it into fertilizer and milk, and we sell the milk, and we move quickly enough to allow the land to regenerate so that it comes back even stronger. It's about hitting the grass at the right time, aligning it with the seasons and the rain and all that stuff if you're not irrigating your pastures.
Right.
But I am presently on the cusp of getting back into it in a very big way.
That's great.
Yeah, tomorrow's a big day for me. Let's just put it that way.
All
it's
right.
going to be a big deciding factor. That's why I'm doing this presentation right now, like working on it. I'm actually taking a break from having a Coca-Cola and a spliff.
What? And a what?
A spliff.
Spliff?
Flavorful. Yeah, flavorful smoke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Split.
I'm in Southern California, so marijuana is legal, but
Oh, I see. All right, got you.
it's but the thing is, all the stuff that you buy at the store is really, really strong. And just as I've gotten older, like I enjoy smoking, but I don't enjoy being so high I can't work or focus. I am kind of scatterbrained, and it does kind of bring me down a little bit. I'm a fast talker, and that slows me a little bit, which is, some people think it's a good thing, some people think it's a bad thing. I think it's kind of good. But yeah, I get my stuff from a guy that just grows like basically what you would have bought like 40.
All right.
Yeah, it's probably got a THC content of like 5%, 4%. Whereas like the store you go, it'll be like 25 and up.
Right.
Sound British.
British. Yeah, I'm from the across the pond. I've been here since 1989, and done what I can.
Where are you originally from?
Near Liverpool, very near Liverpool.
Yeah, you guys have there's some really cool farm stuff going on there. That's where the Jersey cows come from, and those are great milkers. I had the pleasure of working with some Jersey mamas for the entire time I was there, and they are just magnificent creatures.
Cows are awesome.
Well, they are, but they can also break you, like they can kick sideways and stuff.
Oh, okay.
You know, they're dangerous animals if you don't know what you're doing. And
Up in Wisconsin, they do a thing called cow tipping. Apparently,
you know, that's like an urban legend. Dude. There's no way.
There's no way that's
no
real.
Way.
You think that's
There's
completely?
no way somebody tipped the cow over. Yeah, no way.
Think
about it. Think about it. There's cell phones everywhere. You think people, if they were tipping cows, they wouldn't be putting that on the internet? Have you ever seen a video of that?
Well, cow tipping is from days of yore, days of oldie ancient times before the internets. Yeah, wifey mentioned that she's from Michigan, so she mentioned that in Wisconsin they went cow tipping, and they told people they went cow tipping. Either they're all lying like dirty liars or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it is an urban legend. That'd be funny as heck.
I've tried to tip a cow, dude. I've had a cow that was acting like absolutely nuts in the milk stall. And the milk stall that I'm using is basically 2 cattle gates and 3 2x4s, making this sort of like T structure that they go into so that I can get to the teats, right? And just have them kind of be like confined for a minute. If they wanted to, they could bust out of there. But the idea is to have them be like well-trained,
docile,
right? Yeah, exactly. And this one was just not having it. And I was trying, like, dude, I was trying to move this 1,200-pound animal. There's no way I was going to tip it over. I'm just saying, like, and then even sometimes, or a lot of times I noticed, especially if a cow doesn't know you, it's not going to just let you come up to it.
I think what they said, I'm trying to remember. I'm actually playing a game right now as well. I'm trying to remember what people said. I think what was the deal is they would do it while the cows were asleep, and they would come up to the cows. So you sleep standing up, apparently.
No, they don't.
Oh, they don't.
No,
okay.
No,
I got it all wrong. I've got it all wrong.
I mean,
Right.
look, I would have to get up at 4 a.m, go wake up the cows, and like basically separate the mothers from the calves every morning so that I could milk without the calves like getting in the way. And I've never ever saw a cow sleeping standing up.
Maybe it's horses that do that. I don't
know about horses. Not a horse guy.
That's probably what it is. That's probably why I was thinking that's really funny though.
No,
really
it is funny because I actually never thought about it until just now. That the whole cow tipping thing, like, yeah, that's no way.
I have found that I get things wrong. Okay, but not just a little bit wrong. Very, very, very wrong. Extremely wrong. Completely catastrophically wrong. And then I go through my life, and then gradually I found out all these things I got wrong. So, for example, I used to think that someone told me that the word Fuji, like Mount Fuji, means mountain. So it's mountain. That's what I don't know where I got that idea from. It turns out that's not true.
Look, yeah, All right, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm almost 30. I'm almost 35, right? I just found out like 2 months ago that New Jersey is a state.
That's all right.
Okay, look, it's just stuff happens.
I'm not saying
dude.
anything.
Stuff
I'm not saying
slips
anything.
through the cracks. It
I
just
didn't.
slips through the cracks.
You didn't hear me say anything. I wasn't. I
Look,
didn't mock.
you can say whatever you want, dude. I think it's
Well,
hilarious. I'm so
I
out of touch with the lines that they've drawn in the sand that I'm
I
just like,
know. It's
oh,
just.
wait, what?
I agree. It is funny that here are these lines in the sand. I like the way you put that.
Here,
Yeah.
I did just for both of our sanity Wikipedia cow tipping.
All
And
right.
it is generally considered to be an urban.
Urban legend. All right.
So, yeah, I think I'm right on that one. It's okay though. I mean,
What was the other one?
I don't think we'd want to. I don't think you'd want to be right about.
And the other
tipping
thing
over
is,
cows.
I'm a dad, so I'm telling my kids this crap.
Oh, dude. Okay, when I was 8 years old, I didn't know what April Fool's was, and it was when the Haley. Oh well, there's my age. It was when the Haley Bopp comet was going
Bopp comet,
by. Yeah. My mom took an ice cream bucket that had been emptied and washed out, and told me that aliens were landing outside, and that I needed to put that bucket on my head. And she sent me out. She sent me out to the sidewalk. And I can remember just being out on the sidewalk with this ice cream bucket on my head. It's like obscuring my vision. I'm trying to like hold it up just right so that I can see. And I'm like peering down the sidewalk. I live in the middle of Los Angeles. It's just a grid of like, residential areas. So I'm like just staring, looking around, looking in the sky, and my mom cracking up. And I realize I'm being pranked. That was
You're
like
being pranked,
intro to pranking. As not the last time, but it was the first. And
just so mean,
dude. Parents are just
terrible,
retarded, dude. What's
terrible.
wrong with them? Why
What's wrong with them?
No, I'm just kidding. Parents are great,
Well,
but that's
yeah. It is. It is bad when you're a parent and then you get some stuff basically wrong. It's not a good feeling. So you just have to be honest. You just have to say, "Oh, Daddy was wrong."
Yeah, I hear that. I look forward to having kids someday.
Yeah,
It used to be something that I definitely was like not into, but I see that. I don't necessarily wish that I had done it earlier because I just think
you can't do that.
Yeah,
you
no,
can't.
it's
Coulda,
not about
shoulda.
that.
You can't do the coulda, shoulda, woulda thing. It's not healthy.
Yeah.
Just you know what you know at the time, and then you learn. You can't go, "Oh, if only I'd known."
Wait, did you say you were Christian?
Yeah.
During that conversation. Okay. What?
I mean, I'm trying. I'm trying.
No, that's fine.
I'm just. I don't know what it is. I'm quite an impatient person. So if I'm in a discussion with someone, my word, it's easy. I get so impatient so quickly.
What denomination are you?
I wouldn't actually. I wouldn't say I'm any. I'm just Christian. But I go to a. I go to a church that does have a. Yeah, I do. I go to a church that does have a denomination, but we don't really.
Yeah.
Don't really care.
I'm the same. I go to a church, but I'm not.
Okay.
The people at that church would not consider me like an Orthodox Christian. They probably think I'm just a crazy person or something.
Just all unorthodox is what you are.
Yeah.
Just say I'm unorthodox. Don't
I'm
expect
an
me to.
unorthodox Orthodox.
There you go.
People. But I don't really get too caught up in the labels. I think if you're trying, if you're studying the story of Jesus and you're trying to live by his teachings, I don't really too much to argue with you about. I just hope that
That's
get along.
kind of the thing. That is kind of it, right? That's the that is the point. Beyond above that, you just got to. The Bible says, as far as it is up to you, you should live at peace with people. That's what it says. So if it's up to you, live at peace with people. Obviously, that's not entirely possible all the time, but that's what it says.
Yeah.
Sometimes people, it's like the scene in Star Wars, right, where he says, "I don't like you," and he says, "Well, come on, let me buy you a drink," and the guy gets enraged, Well, what can you do about someone like that? There's nothing you can do. So, as far as it's up to you, don't go looking for troubles. Don't go looking, for fights. So that's kind of what I do.
Yeah, I hear that. I've put that in my past for sure.
I think people do that now because, actually, I'm not sure why people do it now, but I think they do it just because it makes life interesting. Everyone likes to be in a team of some kind. Go us. Go our team.
Yeah, there's a lot of us versus them mentality out there.
Yeah.
I think it also has to do with the destruction of the family, the nuclear family, and the pushing of a lot of I don't know what you want to call it, like woke ideology.
Yeah, woke. I'll call it woke.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's like, I mean, in America, it was a slippery slope. It was like
they did it very gradually.
Dude, I watched it happen, like just live, crazy. Like, but it did take a while. It was Obama, all the like I didn't vote for Obama, but I would have at the time, right?
Yeah.
And I remember when they legalized gay marriage, and all the conservatives were like, "Just you wait, it's going to be really bad."
Yeah, that's what they said.
I was like, "You guys need to fucking chill out."
I remember.
You need to chill out.
They did.
Yeah, and then it was like
they said, you're being you're just being hyperbolic. It's not the end of civilization.
Well, it's not the end of civilization, but we've got kids today,
isn't
and
it?
adults. Okay. I will admit there is a strange. Okay, there's towards the end of every major civilization, there's this strange obsession with sexuality and gender, and it usually becomes highly ritualized or like incorporated into the religion of the time. And we're slowly starting to see that last part where the LGBT is like becoming a religion, right? It's entering into religious places.
I heard I heard someone say online, who's not a Christian. He said basically, as far as I can see, Christians are the most tolerant people. Christians are the tolerant people.
Well, you got to find, yeah. Sorry.
And that's true. Because if you insult Christians, I mean, okay, all right, and there was they sort of have taken advantage of our tolerance. So, for example, they had a TV show a decade ago called The Big Bang Theory, and it didn't really, it said a few things. Sheldon Cooper, you ever watch that show?
No, I didn't.
Well, The Big Bang Theory we enjoyed that show, but Sheldon Cooper, his mother, was Christian, and of course, she's portrayed as ignorant, and she's portrayed as, those dark people, the type of attitudes that you would say people had in the 1950s. She's portrayed as that. And then the second show they had a spin-off, Young Sheldon Cooper, and it is every episode is basically mocking the Christian faith because it's his mother. And Sheldon's very smart, you see. He's this little boy now, and he's very, very smart. And of course, his mother is decidedly ignorant about everything. Of course she is. He's a Christian, you see. And so it's Sheldon, telling his mother about the real world, and she's learning from him, type of thing. It's if they did that, can you imagine the uproar if they did about any of the protected groups? And you know what I mean by protected groups. Imagine the uproar. Imagine the screaming and they would have marches. They would want people's heads if any of the alphabet people were portrayed in that way. And so
Yeah. No,
it is weird and strange. Yeah, I can tell you what my policy is for me. The way I'm dealing with it is I'm trying to be as Christian as I can, and I stay out of the way. That's it. As far as it's up to me, live at peace. And so if living at peace means not being around someone, then I'm not around them, because it's like the cantina scene where Obi-Wan says, "Here, let me buy you a drink," and the guy just starts raging and everything. Right? There's nothing you can do. They've gone crazy. So
Yeah, it has to do with the demoralization tactics that are used on us. When you're in a completely demoralized state, you really can't be given any truth. You can have the evidence right in front of you, and you'll think that black is white.
So, I'm not a flat earther, right? So, but the interesting thing is that I do understand the flat earth point about, that's why I'm not afraid to say the word conspiracy. It's just easier to say that. I get it. I get it why, where people are sort of hyper vigilant, if you will. So I totally understand the flat earth perspective from that point of view. Is that, yeah, they're pushing some weird stuff they've never pushed before. They've never had someone having to declare their pronouns. I mean, that's never been done, as far as I'm aware, in the history of humanity.
Well, the Bible does say there's nothing new under the sun, so I can imagine there was some pretty weird stuff going on.
Yeah.
Back in the day, but I know it's unprecedented in our lifetimes. Like, we went from, like, I just remember being a kid. Like, my grandma had like a rotary phone in the house. Like, my next door neighbor got a computer and a Nintendo 64 in the same like year, and it was just like, oh, I'm going to Julian's house, Mom, please.
Yes. So you had
it's like,
you had a friend of yours that was wealthier than you, right?
yeah, I mean, he was like adopted. He was kind of spoiled.
Oh, right. Yeah, I had a friend of mine. The same name as me, and he had an elder brother, and it was unusual that he only had one brother. That's back in the day. Everyone I knew had more than one brother or sister. And I think there was one of my friends was an only child, and that was, wow, we just thought this kid was weird. He was an only child.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But I had a friend of mine, same name as me, and his mother was a nurse or something, and his dad was in insurance. And so he was really well off. And so they got this video game. You're talking like 1970 something or other. Whenever Pong, it was Pong. Whenever Pong came out, my friend got that game. And it was just a revelation for me. It was just like, what? This is... I was completely hopeless at it. He thrashed me because he played it all day. I'd never played it, so I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't know which end of the joystick to hold. And so that was brilliantly interesting. I liked it. And then I got a computer called the Dragon 32. And the Dragon 32K memory, I think it was, I can't remember. And we played some video games on that. It was absolutely amazing. And there was a wireframe video game we played that allowed you to fly up in the sky. It was just wireframe, And the funny thing is I'm playing a video game now that's basically not the same, but it's a similar sort of idea that allows you to, travel around in 3D space and just go anywhere you want. And that was just, I remember that game from 30, 40 years ago. Quite cool. Anyway, I'm rambling. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's good to like kind of reminisce because my
Yeah.
whole point was just like we grew up in this world with very limited technology and very set ways. Like you could have imagined if your father did a job, you were going to do something similar, or
Yeah, that's right.
something similar to somebody else's father. But today, it's just there are jobs that exist that did not exist when we were kids.
That's right. That's
And
right.
so it's a very new and strange world where you can kind of just do anything you want. Like the idea of somebody building a career after 30 was like kind of unheard of back in the day.
Yeah.
You're set in
That's it.
stone. So now you can do
Exactly.
anything.
Yeah, I'm a professional photographer. That's what I do. That there's very few of those back in when I was a kid. There are very few of those, and they all use dark rooms and all the rest of it. Now I'm using digital everything. Yeah, so completely different world. And so the relationship I have with my kids, my boys, is markedly different than the relationship I had with my dad. He was from a different era. They had a war, all that sort of stuff, and we haven't had anything like that. We can't even relate. He went through rationing. I mean, rationing. Imagine you literally can't buy butter.
I don't want to have to imagine that. That's why I want to farm.
I think someone said what the rationing was. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was ridiculous. It was something like a half a stick of butter a week. It was absolute madness. I couldn't believe when they said, how do you even live on that? We have
We're
no
built
idea.
different.
And you know what?
Built different.
My theory, and I have a theory. My theory is that because people don't have those, constraints on their lives, those things, challenges, if you will. Let's call them challenges. I think they're free to invent their own challenges. And I think some people are inventing the challenge of, oh, you're not respecting my pronouns, or I think I'm going to be a cat today. Type of, they invent these things out of nothing. Just suddenly I think, I'm going to. They start identifying as things. Even 5 years ago, the idea of identifying as something was completely foreign. What do you mean identify? What does that mean?
Are you familiar with John B. Calhoun's experiments with the rats?
Yes. Remind me, because I'm shaky on it.
Basically, unlimited food and water for a population to grow. They reach a critical mass as far as population goes, and there's a mass extinction event. However, just before this event, it is observed that the behavior of the rats is drastically changed. You have crazy, like homosexual, violent rats. That,
oh, really?
Like doing weird stuff. The mothers are like eating their young. That is
because they have,
can,
yeah.
That
because
is if they can even come to like being pregnant. I think it was something like only 10% of the female rats ended up being fertile.
That's right. They gave up even bothering with sex.
Yeah, and my exactly too. Yeah, it got nuts. And so my interpretation is that hyper socialization, overpopulation leads to this in the animal, right? And when you do that to human beings, but then you add in this element of hypersexualization, because we're not rats, right?
Right.
We can kind of be like programmed in a way through media, just being influenced and stuff. And so when you hypersexualize society, you overpopulate an area, and then you hyper-socialize them, meaning they have to be interacting online in life all the time. Just like it's this perfect storm for the population to literally start losing their minds. You've removed us so far from the conditions that we would actually have to experience if we lived in harmony with nature, that we are now starting to lose our fucking minds. And it's so clear to me what's happening. But I kind of feel like the one sane man in an insane world is actually the crazy person. You know?
Yeah, thinking you're the, what was it? Thinking you're the one sane guy left. Does that make you insane?
Yeah,
Something
my
like that.
understanding is it comes from a Sufic like parable about this guy that's warning his village of a drought, and he says like there's going to be a drought, but then the water is going to come back, and if you drink that water, like you're going to lose your mind. And so he like saves up a bunch of water. The drought
Gotcha.
happens.
They don't listen to him.
Yeah, they don't listen to him. When the water comes back, everybody loses their minds, and he becomes like the crazy man in the village who's just like drinking his own water. Everybody treats him all fucked up.
Yeah, that's basically it. That is basically it. Now, if you see someone, I've forgotten his name on Piers Morgan, and you just go, yeah, he's talking to these people, and they've literally gone insane. They're not even metaphorically, and you know, they're not even sane. They're just talking this nonsense. Well, if you want to identify as a woman, you identify as a woman.
Well, it shouldn't matter, right? Like this comes back to my whole like we've been completely ripped out of the earth as far as our roots, like physically and spiritually.
Yeah.
And like you can even tie this into like this is why I think flat earth matters. Like why would they lie? Why would they expel all this energy into making us believe that we're living?
Yep, I get you. You know, I get it.
It's like they're hiding God. They're
I get
literally
it.
hiding God.
Yeah, that's it. I do. Yeah, I get the I get the logic, I get the reasoning, and I think what you're up against. I was trying to tell Flat Earth Data. I had a hard time with him. I'll admit I was impatient with him. So what I was trying to convey is you really have to understand that they are going to see you as crazy, so you have to act accordingly. So as a Christian, they'll say, "Oh, what do you mean talking donkey? Are you one of the talking donkey people?" type of thing, right? So you have to go the extra mile. The way I do it is, first of all, I talk with the posh accent, and the other thing is you learn things and you understand things. And if you don't know something, you say, that is something I don't really fully understand, but I'm willing to learn, want to learn. That type of thing, right? Rather than just going with the, if I went and said, "Oh, evolution is a lie," and then if I said, "If we came from monkeys, why are there still monkeys?" Oh, it's just no, don't do that. It's just I want to say, stop saying those things. I'm not trying to be critical. I'm not trying to diss you or say anything. I'm just saying. But it's like when someone says to you, "If Earth is flat, then how come I can't see? How come I can't see the Berlin Wall or the Great Wall of China from here?" Come on. No, stop saying things like that. That's all. So,
No, I haven't had any difficulty in speaking with you this entire time. Looks like we've been going.
I appreciate that.
So I don't.
We
know
could
what was
we
going
could
on.
we could argue about something. I'm sure there's something we could find.
Oh yeah, I know that something will be fine. I'm sure. But I mean, yeah, if you want to, we can.
Let's argue. All right. What should we argue about? The Earth isn't flat.
It's flat.
No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not.
Wait, I mean, I know a lot of people who think the Earth is a ball, but they don't believe we went to the moon. Are you one of those people?
Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of people like that. No,
You're a movie.
I think we went to the moon.
Okay.
I've seen, Bart Sibrel's, how do you say his name? Bart Sibrel. I've seen his presentation. I've seen Jem Panda's rebuttal, which honestly doesn't get the credit it deserves. It actually was pretty good as far as presentation goes. we can argue about the quality of the information and the veracity of the information, but it was actually he did do a lot of research. So, I'm a we went to the moon.
Okay.
If they didn't, I'd be ticked off.
Yeah, rightfully so. I mean, that's a cruel like Santa Claus that you just pulled on the whole world.
If they
Yeah.
Because if they really didn't go and that was all a big thing, all right, that's just you just lost me. They lost me anyway. To be honest,
Well, that's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm just from the position of like I cannot tell when the government is telling the truth at this point.
I get
So
that.
I don't really want to believe anything they have to say. I don't really want to hear anything they have to say. I'd rather be left alone. I'd rather be in a smaller community where I know everybody, where I can be held accountable for my actions every day. If I cut somebody off on the road, I fucking probably know them, and I should feel bad, and I should be more aware of my surroundings. Not like I live in Los Angeles where I can cut people off all day long and never be held accountable. Other than somebody like road raging with me or like a police officer catching me. But who knows, right? So I want to live in a high trust society. I would like the government to stay the fuck out of my life. I need them to build roads and like keep the internet, running and the lights on and whatnot.
And that's it. Stay out of everything else.
Yeah,
I agree.
Personally, go ahead.
I was going to say, thank you. I appreciate letting me jump in because I forget things so easily. My son played this thing, Milton Friedman or Freeman, and he's libertarian. And he was being interviewed by this journalist chappie, and he said, "Hey, I'm going to ask you these questions, and I want you to tell me." He said, "I'm going to mention these things, and you can tell me whether you think the government should have anything to do with them or not." First thing, education. And Milton Friedman was about to open his mouth, and my son stopped the tape, and he goes, "He stopped the tape. He stopped the video." And he said, "What do you think, Dad?" And I said, "I think the government should be out of education. I think it should be local." He played the tape. Milton Friedman, he said, "Government should be out of education." All right, next question. Military. Should the government have control, or should we have local militias? What do you think? Stop the tape. And he said, "Dad, what do you think?"
Okay, we can already tell where this is going, man. He's a libertarian.
10, exactly. 10, sorry. Thank you for cutting me off so I didn't go on and on and on. 10 out of 10, I'm a libertarian. I'm like, oh crap, I'm a libertarian. He's really funny. In front of my son, I'm like, oh crap, I'm a libertarian. What am I going to do now?
Okay, that might be something we can argue about. Because here's one. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Age of consent, libertarian. Let's hear it.
Oh. Oh gosh, that's a good one. I don't know. You picked a really awful one. I don't know.
In all fairness,
it should be what it
exactly
is.
where I was going to go. It's just like
I think it should be what it is now.
What do you think about the non-aggression policy or whatever?
I think we should have a non-aggression. Stop meddling. Every time you meddle, it gets worse.
All right. So what if there's like a particular group of people that is engaging in like, child stuff, weird child naughty stuff.
So exactly. That's why I'm not a world leader. That's where it all falls down.
Yeah. No, that's where I'm no longer a libertarian and I'm like a full-on fascist, because that shit needs to be stamped out of society.
The thing is I say they should have non-aggression and non-interference. Okay, so what happens if one of your allies, let's say it's Spain, and Spain is being invaded, or let's say Italy, and Spain is being invaded by Sicily, or the opposite. Italy is invading Sicily, but Sicily, you just had the foreign minister of Sicily in the White House a couple of days ago. You're very good friends. You have trade agreements, and Italy starts attacking Sicily. What do you do? That's why I'm not a world leader, because like I don't know how to answer questions like that. It's really tough.
It is
That's
tough, especially when America, like for America, for instance, it's like we have such a powerful military. It's kind of hard to say, all right, we're just going to like shift gears here and become like isolationists or something and abandon all our bases. It's, it is probably what I would do, but I don't know if I would end up like screwing up everybody's lives or not.
That's it. And then we go, oh, the world leaders. The other thing is if you have foreknowledge that Italy was going to invade Sicily, right? You're going to station some of your men there, right? You're going to have a team. You're going to have a SEAL team or whatever, something right? So you're going to have some people there. So that means no one can know about it. That means you have to keep secrets. So governments, by their very existence, have to keep secrets. It's
you lie to your kid all the time.
Yeah, everyone does. You have to keep secrets. That's the thing.
The government is like the parents, and they're just lying to us all the time. Santa's not real.
Yeah. It's just one of those things. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I like. You know what? Actually, I do like him. He says things I don't like, but I don't know why. I do like him. But there's a few things he said that I didn't think I would like, and I was like, wait a minute, I like that. The first thing he said that I heard him say was he said he was on Joe Rogan. He said, "Oh, in 300 BC, this happened." Joe Rogan's like, "Oh, I thought you'd be the type of guy who would say CE or whatever it is, right? BCE, whatever." And he said, "No, fair's fair. The line is the people who gave us this calendar delineated it with AD and BC. So I think we should respect that." And I thought, actually, I know he's an atheist, but top man, right? That's quite logical. The other thing he said was, governments, governments, can do a lot of bad things, but government's necessary. You have to have government. I can't remember where he said that. So he says some same things that I sort of like, actually I agree with that. He says some stuff I don't agree with it. But yeah, he says some stuff. The one I don't like is Bill Nye.
Well, he's pushing all the this hypersexualization stuff on the kids, which is
he lost me when he came out and said that he believed that teaching your children creation, basically being Christian, was harmful to children. And my kids watched Bill Nye the Science Guy growing up, and I just thought, oh, okay, yeah, we're so terrible. We watch your show. So which of us has moved? Which of us has stayed the same? Which of us has the same opinions 40 years ago that we have now? That's interesting, isn't it? That's just, let's think about that for a second. It's just like, yeah, they've gone off the rails.
Now, do you think it is a purposeful thing, or are they just like high?
I don't know. That's the thing, right?
Ooh, come on. This is where we're going to probably disagree. Like, where's your Christian discernment, dude? They're pushing millstones, buddy. Matthew 18:6. If you would mislead one of these little ones, millstones.
Okay, so actually, what it says is it calls one of these little ones to fall into sin.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It seems.
I mean, what is grooming? Is that not causing people to fall into lusting and fornication? And
I'm going to have to agree with you on that one then. Yeah.
Look, here's the thing, dude. When you see these, I live in LA and I used to work in West Hollywood where we had a lot of pride parades going on. So I wasn't at them, but I saw them happening. Well, hold on.
Yeah.
You never saw them dressing up as Krishna or Chinese God or Buddha or Muhammad. It was always a nun, a priest, or Jesus.
Really?
Always. Think about it, dude. Dude. All these other religions are sacred cows that you cannot make fun of, you cannot belittle. But Christianity, like you said, because we live in a Christian world in the West where we tolerate other people's religions, we get as much shit as everybody can throw. You know, it's
Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna again. I'm gonna have to agree with you on that one. Yep, you're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. I can't say I can't give you a cogent or rational or reasonable rebuttal to that. Yep. So yeah, that's true. I mean, what was it? The Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. Did you see that thing? Baseball.
no, I didn't.
Unbelievable. Yeah, don't even bother. But basically, it's blasphemous. They have this. It's just. I'm not even going to say what they do. It's just horrific blasphemy. I mean, I don't know how. I don't know how you can say that anyone can say that's okay, even if they're not a Christian. And I've seen lots of people online saying, you know what, I'm not even a Christian. This is just horrifically blasphemous.
Well, other countries look at America and they see what's going on, and we're not a threat anymore when we act like this. When they see it, when they see our youth acting the way they do, like we're not a threat at all.
Well, it's the same. If you think about it, what are they doing in the cities now, particularly a place like LA, right? The lawlessness, because they raised the minimum
shoplifting amount to $999. Yes,
that's it. Yep. So as long as it's not four figures, you can get away with it. And so, of course, people then just go, well, all right. So they run in with a bunch of clothes and whatever it is, run out with a bunch of clothes, whatever they want. Basically, just take whatever they want. The social, I think that what someone called is the social contract. The social contract's broken down. Because the social contract is you can have stuff in a store and you can display it, and then you pick what you want, and then you go to the checkout and you check it out. Why? Because we live in a Christian society where there is morals and people know right from wrong and know you shouldn't steal, and so they know you shouldn't do that, so they buy everything instead of just walking out with it. Well, the contract's been broken, so people just go and take whatever they want and walk out with it.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. It's not just that we're tolerant of other religions. We also ended slavery as a Christian nation. We also gave women rights as a Christian nation. We gave equality to all races, and it's just like there's no other country or system that did that. There's plenty of religions out there that are predominant in a country that they preach peace and enlightenment, but they didn't do the same actions in the same time that we did, and it took them a while to kind of come around to stop using. Some of these countries still have slavery,
Yeah.
I'm not going to name names, but
some of them do. That's right.
It's like, whoa, you guys, how progressive are they? How much diversity of that do you want in your country? Where it's like these are very low trust societies. So I mean, I guess we could talk about that. Like, where are you with? So, as an American, I've never been to Europe, but I've always been fascinated with Europe and the history and whatnot. When the Arab Spring happened in 2011,
what was that?
It was when Egypt had its little revolution, and was it kind of spread into some other countries, and there was a lot of destabilization going on, and then the U.S. went in and killed Gaddafi, and of course the Iraq wars. Right. So you've got this kind of perfect storm of destabilization in the Middle East, and when the Arab Spring kicked off, I was told, just you watch. In 10 to 20 years, Europe is going to be flooded with migrants from parts of Africa and the Middle East.
Yes.
And it's going to be an absolute shitstorm for them.
There was someone posted a video, and it shows these beachgoers, bikini-clad girls, on the beach, and then the camera pans around, and this boat comes up on the shore, and it's like 50 military-age men jump out of the boat and storm it like it was an invasion. It's like
Wow,
50
okay.
of them. And these
Sounds like
of
we're
course,
going to agree on this too.
yeah, it was the wildest thing I've ever seen. And these bewildered girls in their little bikini things, and then suddenly there's this boatload of these African dudes just running up the shore. It was the wildest thing I've ever seen. It's like an invasion.
Yeah,
I
man.
just thought, this is getting out of hand.
See, and here's the thing, like, in America, where we have it on the southern border, it's predominantly Hispanics, which actually doesn't bother me. They're mainly Christian. Yeah, a lot of them have, like, are being trafficked. Like, there's a cartel influence. That's terrible.
me,
I
it's
want
illegal.
that to stop. I want them to come in legally if they
Yes.
want to come in legally. I would like them to stop coming in illegally. I totally get. Dude, if I lived in fucking Mexico, you think I'm going to get lines in the sand in my way? Fucking getting to a better life? Hell no, dude. I'll walk through the desert. Like, no way, dude. I'll find a way to get through if I need to, but I will try to do so in the proper channels. I don't want to be breaking the law.
Isn't it funny that they'll say, "Oh no, this country's terrible. It's so terrible. All these people are trying to get here.
Yeah,
It's
it
so
is.
awful. It's just so horrible in this country."
Such a shame. If you ever get the chance of driving from the United States into Tijuana,
No,
oh man, here I'm gonna. Oh, hold on one second. My hands are free. I'm gonna get a picture for you. It's so crazy.
Do you know what I find? Platypus, you know what I find wild about this conversation is you're saying, "Oh yeah, I would totally drive from Mexico to the US." What are you there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, cool. You were saying, "Oh yeah, I'd totally drive. I wouldn't allow a line in the sand to kind of stop me getting to a better life from the rest." What always gets lost in these conversations is whether the population that's already there wants that, right? And then if the conclusion is that the population that's already there doesn't want that, then there must be something wrong with them. Then we pathologize that behavior, even though it's entirely normal to say, hold on, we already live here, we should make that decision.
Exactly.
That's a really good point. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't try to go somewhere where I wasn't wanted either. That's true. I've been kicked out of enough parties to know you don't want that to be your life.
It is very, yeah. We can agree on so much. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, I've been trying pretty hard actually. Didn't we try to have an argument like 20 minutes ago?
We did, and we didn't. It didn't really end up. I know you talk about NASA or something, or the moon landing.
Yeah, but I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it sounds like your bullshit detector really just stops with space. No offense, but so as long as you're seeing all these other real world problems that we can see right in front of us, I don't even think that's on you. Whatever you want to think the Earth is on you. You seem to just, in my mind. Here's the thing: most people that think the Earth is a globe do not think like you. You realize that, right?
You know what? I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I mean, it is a compliment. It's most people, they can't even. It takes me fucking 30 minutes to get them to admit they don't know when the government. Or they'll be like, "Of course we're gonna check the sources." No. And it's like we just don't know.
You know what the problem is? I'll tell you what the problem is, and I'm going to sound like I'm being arrogant. The problem is that mostly what you're doing is you're talking to liberals. If you talk to more conservative people, conservatives are far more open-minded than liberals are. Far more open-minded. And the irony is, or the weird thing is, both ironic and weird, is that it used to be the opposite, according to the liberals. That we used to be the ones intractable, Anyway, go on.
Well, I was going to just say the whole liberal conservative thing. The lines are so blurred right now in reality.
Yeah,
that
that's true.
you've got that horseshoe effect where the liberals and the hardcore liberals and the hardcore conservatives, they want the same thing. like the hardcore liberals want like safe spaces, like where there's no white people allowed. You know, the white people have to be in their own area, and the hardcore conservatives are like, we want our own area. You know what I mean? They're like, we're white. They're like, in America, the liberals are like, whoa, you cannot have Aunt Jemima with syrup bottle. That is not cool. And the conservatives are like, this is not cool. Get this off my syrup bottle. You know what I'm saying? It's so ridiculous how they both come to the same conclusions.
Well, then, wait a minute. What conservatives are saying that Jemima shouldn't be on there? I've not heard that. Oh, come on! But how many of those are around still?
Enough.
That they'll actually actively say and campaign and pressure a company.
No. They'll have far right ideology, probably like super conservative far right ideology, and probably, you know, at the breakfast table they would espouse something along those lines, right?
That's it. It's so far right wing and so fringe that the only thing they're going to do is talk about it at the breakfast table. They're not going to write to the company, you know.
I've lived in North Carolina and in Florida, and in some very, very conservative areas. You would be surprised as to how
Perhaps I
much.
would.
Well, I'm like mixed race. I'm half Brazilian, half American.
Oh, really? Okay.
Okay, so my dad's pretty brown.
All right, cool.
I'm pretty olive. So
right.
I was around a lot of people who were just like, "So what's your ethnicity, boy?" You know what I mean? Like, you know, but like you can have. I was able to have conversations on race, and they were able to just be like very real and straight up about what they thought about race and IQ and all that stuff. And because there's no way you're going to offend me. I've already looked into all that shit. And, you know, like we were able to converse because they're like, oh, you're from LA. Oh, you've got like long hair and you surf and you work on like you're milking cows out here. Like, you know, I'm not like farming hundreds of acres of tobacco and like spraying Roundup on everything. And I call myself a farmer. That's bizarre.
That is bizarre. Yeah. Oh, we found something we can argue about. That's good.
Yeah.
No, I really think that the idea that systemic racism, and all this stuff it's so mild that I don't think you can really say that some people are saying that it's a national, you know, it's still a national problem, and you've got these right-wing extremist people. Come on.
It's not a problem. It's not a problem until it is, right? Until you have one person that's like killing other people of a different race and saying that they're killing those people because they're of a different race, right? And it does happen. It's not the norm. It does happen. The thing is, I would say systemic racism is real, but not in the way that they're saying it. Just in the way that stereotypes generally tend to be true. People generally tend to operate off of those understandings. And there's nothing wrong with that. Right?
It's self-preservation.
Exactly. If you notice patterns, you should be allowed to operate off of those patterns.
Yeah.
And I think as long as we're not writing them into law, you know, like that's a little extreme for me. You know, like all 7-Eleven owners must be from, you know,
India,
Brazil or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what. The one thing I've experienced, and it's not prejudice, but this is a minor thing. So here's how I deal with it. With this thing, in the South, I'm in Georgia. I'm near Atlanta. So I heard people say that Christians are not good tippers. They don't give big tips. So whenever I go out to eat, my wife and I go out to eat, I always tip. You know, I whatever she puts in, I say, "We've got another $10 bill in there. Put that in." I do that all the time because Christian
Write a Bible
people have.
quote.
There you go. But Christian people have that, and it's justified. It wouldn't be a meme or whatever you want to call it if it wasn't, you know, or a stereotype, if there wasn't some truth behind it. So
there isn't truth behind that. You just somebody told you that you weren't a good tipper.
I mean, in the American South in Atlanta, That's like something I've heard for quite a while.
Okay.
That Christian people are allegedly not good tippers. I mean, it's a minor thing, right? It's just a minor thing.
It is very minor. Very
I have this idea I've been wanting to share, but I've just been
Go on.
kind of hesitant because I came up with it the other day. It's an idea for like a kind of a viral meme that would
Right.
go viral amongst the woke community.
Oh no, go on.
So you create like a social media following of like liberal content, right? You get all these woke people following you, and then you release this fake study that says that most white people never dream about black people. And you get all these liberal people like freaking out, like, you know, starting dream journals or going through old dream journals to try and see if any mention of like, and like, just like regardless of whether it's true or not, obviously that's not true. Like, it's a funny
that's
claim.
funny.
All right. Then
And it would get people
funny, man.
absolutely spiraling.
I
That's
have
so
a question.
funny.
I have a
That's
question.
so
What do
funny.
you guys think about immigration in England and France and within the United States? What do you feel about this, like, you know, this pressure, right, of bringing two different cultures together at a very quick time period? Okay. How do you think that people will respond to that?
Badly every time.
Right.
I think with open arms, and I think it's going very well.
Mostly
I'm thinking about moving to Paris this time of year.
Good.
I would like to correct you on that.
So
though.
when you say like that people are racist, right?
Yeah, can I just respond to that quickly?
Yeah, go on.
So, there's a slight correction there because in the UK they're not just bringing in one culture; they're bringing in every culture. So it's like whoever wants to turn up can just turn up, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And that's. But there's an issue there with that. So you're not just talking about like the quote unquote host culture and then say a secondary culture. A lot of the people moving here hate each other, and then you get.
I didn't talk about any type of culture whatsoever. All I talked about was different cultures being brought together.
I'm going to finish what I was saying, dude, and then you can respond to it. What I'm saying is that a lot of the people coming hate each other, and that creates ghettoization in cities that wasn't seen before.
I can.
Okay. Well, there's, go on, man. I heard the topic of racism being brought up, right? And I agree with Hugh, right? That people aren't generally racist. Like, and there is the concept which has, at least in America, has been put down that we should have a colorblind society, right? And I think that that's true. It doesn't matter, like Platypus was saying, he's half whatever. It doesn't matter, right? To me,
it does. No, it matters, and it will matter to you. Here's the thing. I got to share my personal.
Why do you say
I'm going to tell you because check it out. My entire life, I've lived in this liberal society, and I've also lived in a very conservative society, but not for over 20 years, right? And so I have people who come up to me, and based on how much sun I've gotten that season, whether or not I'm super pale if I don't get in the sun, and I am literally like brown, like dark brown when I get a good tan going.
Me too, man.
And so people will come up to me and they'll be like, "Oh, they'll just judge me," and they'll be like, their whole stance is either I have white privilege and I need to set to these like specific boxes and like check certain things about, woke ideology, or I'm this very like, "Oh, you're so exotic, like, se hablas español," like fucking I can just, dude, when I'm brown, I can get away with saying so much shit around liberal people.
You were saying that this should matter to me. So please finish that argument.
I'm explaining to you when I'm more brown and like my hair is long, I can get away with saying stuff because I have like brown privilege. But when I'm pale and I'm like clean shaven and I've got my hair up,
I was saying was
people are. Hold on, you're interrupting, dude. You're interrupting me, man. Please don't do that. That's not chill. When I'm more white presenting, I can't get away with saying things. Is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
We know that. We all get that. That's the culture, right, surrounding us. But to me, I'm saying that there is an idea, right, where being colorblind is a natural thing. Okay. And to me, it's always been that way. It's not
Yeah.
about like, well, oh, when you're with other friends, they treat you differently. I'm not saying I don't care about your other friends. I'm talking about me, right? And I don't do that to anybody else. But if that's a problem for you, right, and that's a problem in the world, then why are you disagreeing with me? It's not a problem for me.
Because this idea that you're presenting, where like people used to be colorblind, that's
That's not
never
what
ever
I didn't say used to. I said that is the ideal.
Yeah, people
the
generally
ideal.
Of course it is.
Okay, ideal. I see. I don't think that's ideal. I think we should celebrate our differences, and we should be able to recognize the patterns. Because here's the thing: birds of a feather, right? People flock together.
Right,
People. Hold on. Don't interrupt.
Okay.
People are going to emulate the behavior of the people around them and create culture. And a lot of times you'll be able to identify culture as high trust or low trust. Okay. And if it makes it easier, through our pattern recognition ways to just use race as a way to identify high trust and low trust cultures, that's not an issue for me. If you are of a race that predominantly produces in the world low trust cultures, it is not my fault if I associate you with those cultures. Period. End of discussion.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Explain that to me. Explain that to me again. If you are of a race that does what?
That predominantly produces low trust societies and cultures throughout
Low
the world.
trust societies and cultures. What does that mean?
Which of those words don't you understand?
I think we found liberal.
You put a lot of words together. I'm asking you to explain to me.
Okay, low
right,
trust.
what it means.
Do you understand what low trust means?
Yeah, but what does that mean in the context of judging somebody based on their race?
Okay. So if there is a society that is racially homogenous, right? One race, they all look the same. And their society is either high trust or low trust. And you come into contact with one of those people, having never been to that place, but you know whether that place is high trust or low trust, and you come into contact with somebody from that culture who looks like those people outside of that culture, you are allowed to, as a pattern recognizing individual, to decide whether or not you want to trust that person based on the society that they came from.
Okay, so regardless of based on what society they came from, okay, and what you know about the society they came from, they could be all Arab, right? And there's in that society, according to your scale, there might be high trust or something amongst the Arabs, okay? And you not being an Arab, there may be low trust for you, okay? For me, that is a ridiculous argument. It's not like the crucial point. The crucial point is whether I submit to that or whether I see them as a human being without, letting that knowledge of where they came from and what child they were and what conditioning they went through was get in the way of how I'm seeing them.
That was just like word salad. I don't understand.
No, it's reasonable position.
With respect, though, you both seem to be coming at the same problem in a different way. So you've got Flatspus is saying, well, what's the effect on the group of an individual coming into the group? And then you're saying, how do I as an individual engage with that individual? Like, okay, cool, but they're not actually the same question. So it's like you're giving different answers to the same question. So you're giving different answers because the question's different.
Sure.
And then fighting over different answers, right?
Right. I understand. I understand that too, right? Because I was bringing up immigration as well, right? So in that sense, we're talking about a mass amount of people from a different culture being mixed with another culture, right? And I'm just objectively observing that, looking at it, okay? And like Hugh was saying, or I think that we all agreed there would be problems in that circumstance, right? It's not good for that to happen quickly, right? But regardless, there are a lot of a lot of things that go into that equation, all right? But one of them is whether you can see somebody, right, without seeing their skin color or your knowledge of their culture, right? It doesn't depend on what they are or what they have been. It's all about like your interaction with somebody in the moment. So
yeah, of course. But the thing is, right?
There are two problems, right? But there is only one solution.
What's that solution?
It's a final solution.
No, please don't.
No. It is at the end of the day, right? Somebody being, I don't know whether they have a higher standard or not, but it doesn't matter. Like somebody not basing their actions, right, and their impetus of their emotion, all of their action based on their knowledge of somebody else's culture or their skin color or what they, all of that. Okay, that shouldn't be the primary thing. Nonetheless,
Yeah, I mean, there's a few thoughts I've got on this. So I have to be quick, so I've only got a few minutes. First of all, I really, really dislike this summation of people groups as a skin color. I think it's actually really, really disingenuous. I don't know if you're doing it deliberately or not, but Nigerians and Sri Lankans have got very similar skin tone and are very different people groups. Like that.
Right.
And so to just say, oh, well, they're the same skin color, so yeah, it's the same thing. I don't think that you're doing that, but I know that there are people who do deliberately do that, and I actually find it really distasteful.
Of course, man. That's why I'm speaking up, because I'm not doing that. But
Well, no, whenever you use the word skin color, you're doing that, right?
No.
Yeah, you are.
Platypus.
I haven't even got to my point, dude. I haven't even got to my point yet. That was just a side issue. Right? So
Okay.
the other thing,
So you think that I'm judging people based off their skin color?
no, what I'm saying is when you say the word skin color as a proxy for people group, it's distasteful. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not. We all have skin color, man.
Yeah, I'm aware that we have skin color.
Why is it distasteful then?
Because Sri Lankans and Nigerians are very different, distinct people, like I just explained.
Okay. So what's the problem?
Really? Is anyone else having a problem with this argument? It wasn't even my main. I haven't even got to my main point yet.
Get to it.
Go to your main point then.
Well, I want to know if anyone else is struggling with this point first.
No, I'm tracking what you're putting down. This is I'm just going to remain silent.
Right, okay. The other thing is, like I said before, like you can treat an individual with respect regardless of their like racial heritage or whatever. But at the same time as saying, well, actually, I don't think that the potential elimination of a people group via mass immigration is desirable, right? So you have to understand these are very different things again. Like I live in London, we're surrounded by different cultures, and I do business with all different people, with all different people groups. But at that point, you're talking about individual versus collective ideas, right?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
You're talking about how should an individual act within a multicultural framework, right? Which is obviously to, as an individual, you disregard whatever kind of superficial characteristics they have. But then you can also make the argument that I don't think that millions of these people should be moving to an area and risking the potential non-existence of the group that was there first.
No.
Right. Okay. Cool.
There is the capability of a person to do this, right? And we were talking with Platypus earlier, and he also agreed that he can't do this, right? He enjoys seeing people based on their skin color. He has been called out based on his skin color, and this is where the whole skin color argument really got into it. Okay, I talked about people of different cultures. I didn't bring up skin color. He said that he was more his father is brown. He was more olive. And when he's treated according to his skin color, right?
Sorry, you're actually misrepresenting the argument. I have to interrupt you.
You
brought up.
I'll chat to you guys later.
You brought up being colorblind. That's where the skin color came in. So you led with that.
I led with that, and do you remember what you followed up with?
Yeah, a response that was relevant. That ended up having to do with skin color.
Many people. I'll just sum it up.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you.
What?
You go on. You're kind of long-winded in some of what you're saying, and I don't even know what we're talking about right now. I don't know where you disagree with me or where you agree with me. What is your thesis? What's your thesis? Just give me your thesis.
I'm doing it right now. I led with a colorblind society is a good society, right? And you said that in response, maybe it was just fickle in the moment or whatever. You're just telling your own experiences based on, whatever those are. But you said that, I've basically been treated in a good way by people that refer to me by the color of my skin. And I've been treated in a bad way by people that refer to me by the color of my skin, correct?
No, that's just that it's different. People treat me differently okay, I live in one of the most liberal places in the world, and I am treated differently based on the color of my skin. So this and their whole thing is about being colorblind. Their whole thing is about being fucking colorblind.
That's the
And they're
contradiction.
fucking treating me fucking differently, dude. It's psychotic. It's bizarre. The language
Yeah.
you're using is very woke identifying.
No. I'm
Yes,
using
it
that
is.
word, man. But that's like when I treat somebody, there's no idea of being colorblind. You understand that? You're taking the idea out of my mouth and attributing it to other people that you may have felt, that are using this as
So
an
what
idea.
do you mean by colorblind?
It means just seeing somebody without, for what they are, right? Just clearly.
Are people not also partly how they look?
That's right. Exactly, man.
So why would I want to stop seeing?
Right? Their culture.
Why would I just tell me? Why would I not? Why would I not want to see someone's culture, someone's skin color, their eye color, their size? Why would I want to not see these things?
Oh, because in a lot of ways they've been influenced by it, right? And that influence
What
that
do you
they
mean
have,
by that?
you can also see that influence as a distortion.
I have no idea what that means.
Well, I'm sure you do if you really.
No, literally, I have no idea what that means. I'm asking you, why should I not see people as their skin color or as their race, ethnic background,
That's
their
what I'm saying.
culture,
That's what I'm
how
saying.
big they are? Don't interrupt, dude.
Well, you're
Why?
just using adjectives, but go on. I understand.
Okay, well, you can't answer the question, so I'm trying to be as descriptive as possible.
Go on.
No, I'm done. If you understand the question, maybe you can answer it.
All right, man. So when somebody is a devout Catholic, right, and they look at the world through the eyes of Catholicism, right, or whatever it is,
sorry.
You see.
Why are we talking about Catholicism, dude? Just tell me why I shouldn't see people for what they are.
Well, you asked a question, but it's the same thing that is what I'm talking about, right? You go skateboarding with somebody, right? You're at a skate park, you're skateboarding. Somebody has a different color skin from what you are, and you skateboard with them enough. You skateboard with them for 10 days, a couple hours, whatever, every day. And you get to know the character of the person. If you're bringing your own politics, your own culture, your own religion into it, right, your own impetus, then you can see that as well. But really, even if somebody is so held up in those ideas and those beliefs, however strong their culture might be, you're still skateboarding together, right?
Dude, you lost me, bro. I'm sorry. I don't think we can have this conversation. You just fucking go on and on about all this other shit. I just asked you a simple question. You can't answer it. Or I'm just, retarded. So
That's possible.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm joking. That was a joke.
No, dude.
Okay.
I think you see.
No, hold on, Hugh. Maybe Hugh. Can you tell me?
Is
Is he answering my question, or am I just being a grump?
You know what? I'm really not sure. I'm not sure what he's trying to say. I'm sorry.
Thank you, dude. I have no idea what you're trying to tell me.
I don't think you're necessarily not on the same page. If I were to have my little 2 cents and everything, I think basically you can't really strictly be colorblind, and you shouldn't be colorblind in that respect. In some respects, but you should be in other respects. So it's balance, right? You have to have balance. You can't be colorblind and say all Asians behave this certain way. Therefore, I've just met an Asian and he's gonna. You can't do that. But also, you can't be naive, and you can't You can't think there is no differences between the races and the cultures. You have to be
I don't
kind
know
of
anything
smart.
about the differences between the races and cultures, to be honest. Until I spend some time with somebody, or share some time with them, then the differences may come up. But that's not that's a block just as clear as like a religious difference in a way.
Well, I'll put it to you like this: if you're doing business with different people from different areas, different cultures, right, and then you are doing a deal of some kind to trumpetize it. So let's say you're doing a deal, and you're doing a deal with a Japanese client. Japanese client is going to be totally different to deal with than Jamaican. You're talking Jamaicans, it's a completely different thing than talking to Japanese. So you can't be colorblind in that respect. But you also can't say, well, Japanese tend to be hard-nosed. Therefore, I'm going to expect this guy to be hard-nosed. I'm going to treat him accordingly before he even opens his mouth. Can't do that either.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to use the word colorblind for that in that circumstance, that's fine. But that's a business deal, okay? And when you go to the bar with this guy and you have a couple drinks with him after the deal, that whole whatever it is that his cultural difference is, it's not an absolute thing, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And we try to make it in our minds like for that business deal, it's absolute just for enough time in order to like understand how you're going to get what you want, right? And I'm not interested in any of that.
Okay. Well, the other one is, we had a garage sale, and car rolls up, 4 Mexican dudes got out. So then, half an hour later, we find out that there's like 10 things missing that haven't been paid for. And then we mentioned this to someone, I can't remember, this is such a long while ago now, I can't remember. But someone basically said, yeah, you got to be careful. You got to be careful. Because sometimes these guys, they'll have these things, they overwhelm you. Someone will ask you a question while someone else is stealing from you. Now, the next time 4 guys schlep up in 4 Mexican dudes schlep up, if we have a garage sale, right? I'm going to be more careful. Am I racist?
Well, are you saying that Mexican people do crimes and other people don't do crimes?
Yeah, that's a good question.
If your story was that a bunch of white people showed up and did the same thing, that would also be credible, wouldn't it?
Right. But what I'm saying is...
And so now are you going to be racist against white people because of that? Or is it just because of a culture, right, that's a minority, right, in your own, right? But there's crime everywhere. There's crime before that culture took place,
I'm just using that as an illustration.
I know, man, it's not a clear illustration.
Well, I think it's an illustration from a personal experience. So the question...
Did you verify that they're the ones that robbed you, or it could have been somebody else?
Scott, yeah, I knew you'd say. I knew someone would say that. Thank you, Scott. Good. That's very good.
Did you?
No, my point is looking at things objectively, right? And from a larger view, we were looking at different cultures being mixed at a quick pace.
Yeah.
And there are problems that will be caused from that happening.
Definitely,
obviously.
Yeah.
Okay,
Undeniably.
because we have a gauge. We have friends around us. We see people. We go shopping. Supermarket, whatever. You see people. They're gonna have an abrupt. There's just a difference in the mentality of these two different cultures. Okay, whatever it may be. That's like a larger view of things. Okay, but ultimately, when it comes down to something like you in a car and you're getting scammed by somebody and they happen to it's a band of Mexicans or whatever. Okay, like whatever. Okay, but like,
Right.
but look, man, like everybody can do that.
Yeah,
Okay?
of course.
And
Of course.
and that one act, right? It extends itself out into this larger picture where you are a wealthy nation, right? And there is this whole world around you which is in poverty, okay? And these people that are in poverty, and I'm not a liberal, okay? I'm just bringing this out objectively into a larger view, okay? And these people, they are being allowed in, or they want to come into your country in order to have prosperity, okay? So they're fighting, right, in some way, different from the suburban housewives and all the comfortable living that everybody else is enjoying, right, in this country. So you may experience these types of interactions more often, right? But it's not to say that those things don't take place on even a higher scale, right?
We can assume.
other races. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No. Yeah. Go ahead.
We can make an assumption that the people here are here to make a better life for themselves. What if they're not here to make a better life for themselves? What if they're here to take advantage of people?
Yeah, absolutely. And all that I'm saying is that sucks that you may have gotten swindled by a band of Mexicans. Okay,
it sounds funny.
Now listen, because really, like, at the end of the day, right?
Hey, hombre.
You both have that quality of like survival, okay, and what you will do in certain circumstances. They may be different based on your uprising, right, or based on your beliefs, or based on your religion, based on your financial situation, anything, okay. But it is a human quality that is that, and it's not so much a cultural difference, like you or skin color thing, right? You can appreciate people's different cultural differences, and that's a place that we haven't even got to. We don't even have the free time to do that.
No.
Because people are in poverty, they're suffering out there, and they're trying to survive, and they're killing, and they're doing terrible things for it, or they're religious zealots, at the same sense. But really, it's like all of this has all of this cultural difference, all of this skin color difference, all of this different, it really comes down to this larger picture, right? And we exist within it.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
whether you can see the larger picture and see that these people are just like you, right? They just have a different culture, they just have a different belief, different religion, different skin color. You're all human beings, whatever you want to say. It's all retail at this point. But that is like that type of interaction, right, is what changes anybody. It's not the identification, right? The choosing sides, the labeling, and all of that is just banded warfare.
Yeah. I don't disagree. Good perspectives. Sorry if you're hoping for an argument.
No.
Okay, good.
I mean,
I didn't think so. I just said that.
I brought the argument, right, myself.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm the only one that deserves it. But yeah.
I was going to say the fact was you're not a liberal, but we've got one in the room. We want to find out about something from a liberal perspective. We got Scott in the room. He can.
I'm not sure I really count as a liberal. I'm more libertarian.
He can give us the lowdown. No, Scott.
I'm not really sure I count that way. I'm not very political down there. So I don't
okay.
Hey, did you find out or did you answer my question? Were they the actual culprits, or did you not know?
I mean, you know what? It was our old house, and we haven't lived there in it's like 60 years, and it was. I don't even remember, Scott. To be honest, it didn't affect me. I'm not like, oh, all Mexicans are all dishonest. I'm just using it. I used it because.
No, I'm just asking a question. I mean, you don't have to read into it. I'm just curious if you knew.
No. I don't remember if we figured it out or not.
Okay.
My biggest issue with the whole argument is that you have one side telling another side how to think, and the other side's like, no, fuck you, I'm gonna think how I want. And that's just pretty much what I'm on the ladder. It's like, don't tell me what to see, don't tell me what not to see, don't tell me how to interpret my personal experience based on your statistics or your fucking liberal agenda. I don't want it. I don't want to hear about it. I don't tell you what to do.
I don't want agendas. Just can we not have agendas? We just like not have agendas. Could that be a thing?
There's only two agendas, male and female. Right?
Ah, I see what you did there. Good. Go on, Scott. Say it. I'm just being funny, man. I'm playing a video game. I only play one video game.
Playing a video game.
There's this video game called Descent. Has anyone ever heard of it?
No, but it sounds tight.
It is brilliant, and I played it through many times. Oh crap! I'm being hammered. I can't talk and do this. Yes, so it is a 360-degree shooter game where you blast these robots that have been infected with a virus to make them crazy, and you got to get some hostages, and it came out in 1996, and it was, I only know about it because at the time we lived with my mother and father-in-law, and they bought a computer, and on the computer it had this game called Descent. And anyway, long story, but it happened to be a certain type of computer. Anyway, I had this game called Descent, and I played it then, and I thought it was brilliant. It took me like 10 months to beat the game because I was awful. I didn't know what I was doing. And then I figured it out, and I'm playing it again on like the difficulty on set really, really high. So I'm trying to concentrate on talking and doing this as well. Whereas Scott, I don't know what Scott does when he's talking. Do you write while you talk? What do you do when you? What do you do when you are in here? Do you write as well as talk?
A lot of times, yeah.
Oh, really? Wow. Don't know if I could do that. Anyway, it's the middle of the night.
I know when you said you were in Georgia, I was like, oh wow, he's
Yeah.
still on UK time.
Yeah, no. I moved here. Moved to the States in '89.
Platypus, you said don't tell me what to do, right?
Yup.
All right. What if I told you
what to do?
Yeah. What if I told you what to do in a way that if you didn't do
was
it,
nice.
it would cause severe problems for you?
I mean, it sounds like a threat.
Sounds like the government saying
want to
that.
hear it or
Sounds
not?
like a fucking threat, dude.
Do
What's
you
up?
want to hear it or not?
I don't
Do I
know if I
want to
want
hear a threat?
Do you want to hear what I have to
No,
say?
I do not
Go
want to
on.
be threatened.
No, it's not
Say
a threat. But I'm telling you what it is, right? It is something. I'm telling you what you should do, right? And if you don't do it, then there are severe problems. Do you want to hear it or no?
Sure, dude.
All right. So your thought, right, and your emotion and your action should be in line with each other, right?
A question?
No.
Okay.
Well, I guess right is a question. Do you
Yes.
not agree?
You agree? Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Say the question again.
Your thought, right, and your emotion and your action should be in line.
I don't know
Correct
about
or
that.
no?
I don't know what that means, dude.
Yeah, I agree.
I disagree.
Did anyone see the Onion News Network videos? Did anyone watch those? There was an Onion News Network thing, okay, and they're discussing this problem of this something's going on in this African nation, and they're referring to this leader whose name you can't pronounce, and another leader whose name you can't pronounce. And the 4-panel team are being asked this by the moderator type of person guy, and they have no clue what even the nation is. And the one guy gets on his phone and is starting to look up stats on the country. They have no idea. and they're on this panel, and they're meant to be experts. It's the most brilliant thing. I'll have to pull it up and find it. It just reminded me of that. It's like,
what reminded you of that?
just the way you.
I'm so curious too.
Just the way it was.
That was a segue and a half.
The scenario. Yeah, I know. I'm security. I know Scott and I have talked. It was just the way you said it. It just reminded me of this scenario. I don't know why. And it was just this hilarious. I used to watch the Onion News Network things.
What was the scenario again?
Where you asked a question and we had no idea what you were talking about. Oh, that was it. So Fat Puss said, "Yeah, I agree with that," and Scott said, "No, I don't agree with that." It was just the way you said it.
Yeah, I don't agree because I think sometimes you have to, even if you feel an emotion, it's better to check that emotion and say, be mature or be responsible or something, you know?
That's correct. That is definitely
the correct answer.
Santiago. Okay. That what Scott said was like very important because I've delved into this and played with this in my own life. Okay, but all that I was saying was that when thought, emotion, and action are aligned with each other, right? You are creating something that is the most clear and concise thing for you to learn from. If there is any circumstance where those things are not in line, which is probably every day, you are learning from something chaotic. Go on. Yeah, what?
Yeah, I just want to add my 2 cents that my understanding, your thoughts and your emotions do not line up most of the time. And you have this, you have your conscious that doesn't always line up with your emotions, your flesh.
Sure.
Your emotional center is misguiding. It's actually against the spirit. The flesh is against the spirit. And your emotion, if you act on emotion and you're very emotional and neurotic, like women, not to be misogynist, but like women seem to be more neurotic. They react, they react more on emotion without actually processing and thinking through their actions. Men, on the other hand, men who are leaders of a squad or a platoon in war, you have to be very precise, right? You have to process your actions. You can't act on emotion, right? So it's actually wise to actually process your emotions and see if it lines up with the spirit.
Right. What processes the emotion?
Well,
thought doesn't it?
Yep. Yes, but what processes the emotion? I mean, you're talking about like physically, like the brain or the heart?
I'm not talking about a person in the army who has no emotion, who's just, going off of commands based on his conditioning. I'm talking about
I'm not even talking about commands. I'm talking about like you being the leader and taking leadership position.
That's right.
Not acting on command, but dashing out commands, right? You can't act on emotion. You have to act on wisdom.
That's right. So
that actually overrides your emotions.
Yeah, but your emotion you said was a bad thing, right? It is. Okay, you think
it is?
I disagree.
Yeah, scripturally, emotions are actually bad. Like, sometimes emotions will line up with the spirit, but come to find out, most of the time, your emotions are actually.
There's no emotion without the spirit. There's no emotion without the spirit. Okay, so every time that you talk about the word spirit, let it be known.
I disagree.
No,
I disagree.
Feel the emotion that you have behind it, and then ask yourself, whether emotion is a bad thing. But regardless.
Well, hear me out. There's contrary spirits that are working within the flesh. That's what you don't understand. Like you think that there's one spirit and that the emotions sprout from that one spirit.
Emotional damage.
That's actually not the truth. The truth is that you have contrary voices in the flesh, right? You have these two voices all the time, bro. You're fighting against yourself.
No.
A lot of times Paul talks about this. A lot of times you want your spirit wants to go one way, but your emotions want to go another way, and you gotta decide which way is the wiser route.
That's right.
Because a lot of times people choose their emotions over their conscious. Go ahead.
No, so
But
so
you said that you
I
just
said
said
I
something that's
said,
to me is
sorry.
very erroneous. Is that they should line up.
I said that they should line up, right? And they will line up. But if your thought has any discrepancy with your emotion whatsoever, it looks at that emotion, right? It sees where that emotion's coming from. And in the same way that there is something that can see where the motive, right, the controller, the thought is coming from. Both need to be tempered before there is action that takes place. But all that I was saying is that even without going that deep into it, okay, just having a thought that matches with your emotion, you may be doesn't matter whatever state of mind you may be in. You may be autistic. You may have Down syndrome. It literally means it does not matter whatsoever. When that thought and emotion and is aligned, and your action comes from it, it may produce disorder, it may produce chaos, but it produces the most clarity because you actually know where it came from. So I'm not trying to say like, this is the key to anything. It may cause you a ton of trouble, okay? But all that I'm saying is that those three things can be aligned, and when they are in the best of ways, and you might draw on the Holy Spirit and all that kind of stuff, that's fine. But when they are aligned, emotion, thought, and action, then there's nothing wrong with that, even if you're a criminal.
True. I agree. I just too, like, for example, right, there's a scripture in Jeremiah that talks about the heart is the most deceitful thing above all things, and it is exceedingly deceitful. Who may know it? Right, the heart. Right, and in modern society, we're taught to follow your heart, love. It's just love, like transgender movement. It's all about love, right? But the idea is that the heart is actually incredibly deceitful, and the heart is the emotional center of your core. And if you follow your heart and you don't contrast it with the word of God or the Holy Spirit's decision on the matter, then you will be led astray, because the heart is extremely deceitful, contrary to popular belief, and it's counterintuitive, right? Because you think that the heart is actually it's part of like our moral compass, and it's only destined for good, but that's not the truth at all.
Right.
The truth is, like, for example, that your heart, you might lust after your neighbor's wife, right? You might look at her, you might admire her, you might covet after her, and you might even fantasize about sleeping with her, even though she's taken, right? And your heart is leading you to, like, sleep with her, and you'll find a way to sleep with her, bro. But if you don't put your heart in check, right, you have to be retrospective and reflect on what your emotions are where your emotions are leading you. Sometimes your emotions will lead you to sleep with your neighbor's wife, right? Or to steal, or to take something that's not yours, or to anything. You think about it, right? And this is where emotions will lead people astray, man. Like, and I've heard people bring up the fact that your wife might be cheating on you, right? Your best friend's telling you, hey, I saw Amanda at the bar with another man, and you're like, nah, you're lying. And it's like, no, man, I swear to God, I seen her at the bar, dude. She was having, like, whatever. I seen her kissing. And then your emotional center is gonna be like, nah, that's not true. He's just envious of your relationship, your marriage. He doesn't have a wife. Don't listen to him. And you'll be in denial because your heart will lead you into, cognitive dissonance. And you'll be in denial because you love your wife so much that you don't want to believe that she's cheating on you and being unfaithful. And you'll actually probably lash out at your best friend when he's just trying to help you out, right? And that's all coming from your emotional core, your heart, that's leading you astray to believe that your wife isn't actually cheating on you.
Right, but you're giving a very emotional display, right? Emotional example, right? But like also your emotion of your wife without her cheating on you is also the same thing.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm just trying to pull up examples of how emotions cannot be trusted. And the idea that your emotions have to line up with your thoughts. they do. They do line up with the thoughts when the body is trained, right? You have to submit. Paul talks about you have to put your body in submission, and the goal of life throughout your life is to tame your body, to train your body to line up with the spirit. But that spirit is of God. It's not your own spirit that it lines
That's
up with.
right.
It's the
That's
spirit
right.
of God
It's
that you
not.
have to continuously contrast your own spirit against.
That's what I'm saying, right? I'm
Yeah.
saying that it's not our own spirit, right? So like even if you dig through this, if you actually worked it out, like with one emotion, one thought, and taking action from that point, which we're doing all the time. Okay, I mean that direction, right? That those questions that you're asking of the thing that's presenting itself to you, whether you call it a belief, however strong it is, all of those things, okay, whatever conditioning that's in your mind that comes up, right? You can see those things, and all of that seeing, right, tempers thought, right? It puts thought, it puts, everything in its right place. Without that, you are gambling on something, or you are just innately, just accepting that you're wrong, right, and putting that out into the world.
The wisest people are very retrospective, introspective, reflective, all that.
Circumspect.
Circumcision, yeah.
Nope.
Yep. Not
All
on
I'm
point.
talking about is clarity. That's all I want is clarity, right? And if you say that's not possible, then, well, the hell with it, right? Submit, I guess.
In an ideal world, your emotional core should line up with the spirit, but right now at this point it doesn't, and that is a problem. That's the world that we live in. There seems to be disorder and entropy and atrophy, and it's part of the fallen state that our emotional center, our emotions don't actually line up with the spirit of God, but they should.
I hear you, man. I know. I hear you.
Yeah, undoubtedly.
It's funny, man. It's really funny to think about or to look at. Because we're destroying everything that we touch. And we don't even know how we're destroying it. We're not even kind to the fact that we are destroying this, what we touch. We don't even see, the nature of our emotion, the nature of our action, the nature of our thinking that leads that. It doesn't matter. It's like you can believe in whatever you want, but there is, in reality, there is destruction going on. And I think a lot of people are, when they think, they feel, they act, and they're in alignment with that. They're in alignment with that. And that's what I was bringing up. And I mean, I do feel that is the sharpest way, for this destruction to take place. Other ways, they're just chaotic and on the side. But in my personal opinion, I don't ascribe to that. I don't think about that. I don't think about my thought being aligned with my emotion or my action whatsoever. I just brought it up because it's something that I looked into years ago. And I completely agree with you, Lion, that our emotions are, I would say, I mean, in my own words, I would say they sway from the truth. But it's not to say that they aren't important. So,
Yeah, I agree. They're just not always in line with our, or they don't. Our emotions don't necessarily have our best interests in mind, right? They don't have.
They can be thrown off in any one way or another, right? And it's so easy to see all the different examples of how they can be, right? How they can be utilized for action, which is just chaotic. And that gets people thinking. Don't get me wrong, it gets people millions of dollars every day.
Emotions can lead you to vengeance, to hate, right? To envy, to covet, to lust. These are things that we have to put in check. Hate.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, there is something that you are emotional about, and
Pride.
I mean, I don't know, man. Like, we're all tied into this picture. I'm not advocating for like just operating on conditioning and not being emotional about anything and just whatever it is. Like, there always should be that aspect to action, but I think that there's a fourth thing, really. I think that in my opinion, I think that there is something that is seeing all of this, right? And I know, Lion, I'm not trying to change your religious views or not, but I differ in the sense
I know.
that I think that seeing is a capability of it's possible for human beings to do that. It's very strenuous, like it's very it's almost impossible because it takes a strength, but it's effortless, right? You can't like force seeing. You can't try to see. You can only just like have some type of, I don't know what you want to call it, but like something that's there that just sees, and like and it sees that like any attempt at effort in trying to see is not seeing whatsoever. Right. And so in the same way, you can look at your thoughts, you can look at your emotions, right? And without trying to change them, without trying to judge them or anything. And that freedom of space, I think, is in, I mean, I would say everyone's human mind, but I don't want to make a percentage, but other people instead they say that God sees, right, or religion is the answer, and I don't know. Maybe you're right.
Well,
but for me,
it's not religion, dude. It's not religion. Ain't the answer. I'll tell you that right now.
Okay, all right.
But I know that from your perspective, what I'm in is a religion. I understand.
No. Once you said that simple statement, or because I'm just using the word religion, but then I kind of I get where you're coming from a little bit, but regardless, man, we're all on some path, and there's a mystery out there, I think it's beautiful, but who knows?
Who knows? That's philosophical discussion or what, man?
I don't even think we've gotten really into it, but what do you think about philosophy, Hugh, or like the? I think philosophy means the love of truth, right? What do you think about love and truth?
I look at it from this perspective. I look at it that if you believe you have truth, then you will love. That sounds trite, doesn't it?
No, that's okay.
That sounds like a slogan or something. No, what I mean is,
that's true, but I don't think that's absolute, right? But
if you believe you have the truth, then you will be motivated by love to basically explain that truth to people in the way that they will most likely be receptive to the truth.
True.
Is morality objective or subjective?
Morality is subjective, but the truth is objective.
All right. Remind me never to let you around my kids.
Oh, come on.
No, because people's morality is just it's totally immoral, man.